Chapter 1526. You specifically sent people to the Soviet Union? Gun Yinji's brows furrowed as she looked thoughtfully at the hall in front of her. How did you find them? Xie Qingying felt that she was going too far. She glanced at Gun Yinji and didn't answer her directly. Instead, she asked, "How old is your friend? Why are you so interested in my great-aunt?" Gun Yinji put down the grape juice in her hand. Her emotions were very complicated, but she also felt a little uneasy. If Xie Zian was really dead, she wouldn't have to worry so much. Well, she didn't die. If she got married and had children in the Soviet Union, her eyelids involuntarily twitched twice. Although she knew that she shouldn't ask so many questions during their first meeting, she still couldn't control herself and confirmed again. Have you looked for the KGB of the Soviet Union? If you want to find someone, the KGB of the Soviet Union is the real expert. Xie Qingying was silent for a long time. She swirled the red wine glass in her hand and said casually, "Of course not. Ask the KGB to help you find someone? You think they're our police department? Do you think they'll do it just because of a random request?" That was true. Gun Yinji looked away in surprise. In the other world, she was very familiar with the second-in-command of the Russian KGB, Vladimir, and his driver, Uncle Ivan, so she didn't think it was a big deal to ask the KGB for help. Now that she thought about it, she had actually benefited from Hua Xiaoheng. The KGB was able to have a good relationship with her because of Hua Xiaoheng. Otherwise, how could they recognize her? Just like Xie Qingying, who was the niece of the prime minister, she couldn't even get close to the KGB. Gun Yinji sighed softly and nodded. "I understand. I hope your great-aunt." She suddenly stopped talking. What did she hope for? Hoping she was dead? Died before she could marry and have children? She really couldn't say it. After all, it was a human life, and it was Xie Qingying's grand-aunt. How shameless would she have to be to say such cruel words in front of others that she wished her great-aunt was dead? But could she hope that she was still alive? Didn't that mean there was another Hua Xiaoheng here? If that was the case, then Hua Xiaoheng would never be able to come over. Then she could only find her own way back. Gun Yinji's mood quickly sank. Seeing that she was silent, Xie Qingying raised her glass and smiled at her, saying, "Miss Gu, I still have something to do. It's nice to meet you today." Gun Yinji smiled at her. Miss Xie is approachable and has the demeanor of a socialite. "You flatter me, Miss Gu." Xie Qingying nodded politely and was led to the podium by her assistant. On the rostrum in front, the executives of the Lu Corporation had already gone on stage one after another to prepare to speak. The president and chairman of the Lu Corporation, Lu Yuan, was naturally the first to bear the brunt and stood at the front. He was tall and stalwart. Standing there in a suit, he exuded a majestic aura. He was not angry, but he was dignified. This was the unique bearing of someone who had been in a decision-making position for many years. Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes and looked at the rostrum. She keenly noticed that Lu Yuan's brother, Lu Jin, was standing diagonally behind him and looking at her with bright eyes. Seeing that Gun Yinji was looking over, Lu Jin quietly waved at her. Gun Yinji couldn't help smiling. This Mr. Lu Jin was really interesting. The hall quietened down, and Lu Yuan began to speak. The excellent loudspeaker equipment transmitted his voice to all parts of the hall, as intimate and pleasant as if he was speaking in your ear. After he finished speaking, the partners of the Lu Corporation, the senior officials of H City, and the senators also began to speak. Gun Yinji was not in the mood to listen to their business praises. She quietly sized up the crowd around her, then quietly moved back and quietly walked towards the entrance of the hall. Finally, she left the banquet hall while everyone was applauding enthusiastically. Outside the hall was a wide balcony, and she could see Victoria Harbor in front of her. The sea view at night was exceptionally moving. A bright moon hung above the dark blue sky. In the clear water of Victoria Bay, there was also a bright moon shining. She stood alone on the balcony. Behind her was the bustling hall. The crowd cheered and applauded excitedly. In front of her was the endless sea. It was a vast expanse of jade, and the waves were calm. Her thin back looked fragile, but it was extremely resilient. It was like a bamboo pole. The greater the pressure, the stronger the resistance. She calmly calculated the chips in her hands and planned her future actions. She didn't want to be trapped here for the rest of her life, but she had to carefully plan how to go back. Because she wasn't facing an ordinary person, but the entire state apparatus. She didn't know how long she had been standing there. A gust of sea breeze blew in her face, and Gu Nianji felt a little cold. At this moment, a warm coat was gently draped over her back. Gu Nianji's body trembled. She looked up and saw that Lu Jin had just draped his suit jacket over her. "Mr. Lu, why did you come out?" Gu Nianji turned to look at the banquet hall. The liveliness there had reached a new height. Lu Jin put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at the bay in front of him. He frowned and said, "I can't listen to a bunch of idiots flatter each other for more than 5 minutes a day. Too long will make me depressed and not be good for my mental health." Gu Nianji covered her mouth and laughed. "Mr. Lu, you're really rude. I wonder how many people you'll offend by saying that." "I know, so I won't stay in there and offend anyone." Lu Jin glanced at her and saw that the smile on her face was like the epiphyllum in the dark night. It was breathtakingly beautiful and carefree. The depression and irritation he had felt earlier were instantly swept away. Gu Nianji took off Lu Jin's suit jacket and returned it to him. She deliberately said seriously, "Thank you for your suit, Mr. Lu. In order not to make Mr. Lu depressed, I have to go back first." Lu Jin took the jacket and was slightly stunned. He quickly said, "I won't be depressed talking to you." "Huh? Really?" Gu Nianji put her hands behind her back and tilted her head. "I'm worried that I'm one of those idiots." No, of course you're not." Lu Jin was a little anxious. "How could you be an idiot? There's no girl smarter than you." Gu Nianji smiled and said bluntly, "Thank you for your insight, Mr. Lu. I think I'm quite smart." "That's right." Lu Jin put on his suit in satisfaction and walked to the elevator with her. He said, "I hate empty pleasantries the most. Smart people must be humble and take the initiative to say that they're stupid. Otherwise, they'll be proud and look down on others. Why don't I see those stupid people being honest and admitting that they're stupid? Oomph. This society is so unfair." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Uncle Lu, your perspective is so strange." The two of them had just entered the elevator when Gu Nianji's phone vibrated again. She took out her phone and swiped it open. It was Bai Shuang. "Bai Shuang?" Gu Nianji picked up the phone. On the phone, Bai Shuang's voice was different from her usual crisp and clear voice. It was slightly trembling and nervous. She said in a sobbing voice, "Lawyer Gu, you have to help me. You have to help us." "What happened? Who bullied you?" Gu Nianji's expression changed slightly. She looked at her watch. It was only past 8 o'clock in the evening. The Lu Corporation celebration party had just begun, and H City's nightlife had just begun. No one bullied me. It's my client." Bai Shuang lowered her voice. "Can you come to my room? We really need a lawyer. Immediately." "Immediately." Gu Nianji didn't say anything else. "Okay, I'll be right there." She put away her phone and looked up to see Lu Jin looking at her curiously. She explained to him, "A friend seems to be in trouble. I have to go help her." "What friend?" Lu Jin asked quickly. "This is your first time here, and you're unfamiliar with this place. Can you help her?" "How would I know if I don't try?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Lu, that's my friend. She asked me for help, so I can't reject her without even trying." Lu Jin's eyebrows twitched. He stared at her blankly for a while before looking away. "Then I'll go with you." Gu Nianji wanted to refuse, but Lu Jin said, "I'm a shareholder of the Lu Corporation after all. I can help too." Lu Jin saw that Gu Nianji didn't seem to trust him, so he immediately said, "I'm a major shareholder, a very big one. I hold more than 50% of the shares." He was eager to prove to Gu Nianji that he was more capable than Gu Nianji and had the resources to help her friend. Gu Nianji smiled and said gently, "I know. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I'm even more relieved with your help. As you said, I'm new here and don't know anyone here. It would be best if you could lend a hand." She didn't want to go to Bai Shuang's room alone. She would feel more at ease with Lu Jin accompanying her. Although she had just met Lu Jin, she had a hunch that Lu Jin didn't have any ill intentions towards her, nor was he a bad person. Her intuition was very accurate, and she had never been wrong. The two of them quickly arrived at Bai Shuang's floor. After ringing the doorbell, Bai Shuang poked her head out. Seeing that Gu Nianji hadn't come alone, she looked at Lu Jin suspiciously and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Gu Nianji said vaguely, "He's my friend. He knows a lot of people. Maybe he can help you." Bai Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. "Come in." Opening the door, the two of them entered. When they entered Bai Shuang's suite, Gu Nianji saw her American client sitting on the sofa with a terrified expression. Her hands were clasped together as she looked at them in shock. She asked in English, "What? Arathadoing, what are they doing here?" Bai Shuang explained it to him in English, then looked at Gu Nianji and said, "Dresden just told me that he's an employee of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security." Gu Nianji, Lu Jin's eyes flashed slightly, and he pulled Gu Nianji to sit down opposite Dresden. Bai Shuang sat next to Dresden. All the blood had drained from her face, and even her lips were slightly pale. "I've caused trouble." Gu Nianji looked at her. "Don't panic. Speak slowly. As long as you didn't do anything wrong, it's not a big deal even if the sky falls down." Bai Shuang was about to cry. He took a lot of important information from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Now, the CIA knows that he has come to H-City, and I heard that they have already issued a secret kill order. This was today's second reward and update, Chapter 1515. I'm a major shareholder. The 50,000 Chidian coins and updates that the leader of Momo Moshi had given every month had arrived. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. Good night, big shots and little angels. Chapter 1527. Gu Nianji couldn't recover from her shock for a long time. How did Bai Shuang get involved in a political incident here? "Lawyer Gu, what do you think we should do?" Bai Shuang looked at Gu Nianji eagerly, her hand clenched into a fist. Gu Nianji's mind raced as she frowned and said, "How did you know about the CIA's secret kill order?" Bai Shuang looked at the pale Dresden beside her and whispered. His colleagues at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security secretly told him, Gu Nianji, so there was an accomplice. However, it would indeed be very difficult for him to escape the Americans on his own. Someone must have tipped him off. Gu Nianji thought about it for a moment and said, "I'm afraid this isn't a small matter. Does your boss know?" Bai Shuang quickly shook her head and said nervously, "I don't know." Mr. Dresden said that he just randomly searched for English interpreters on the internet and found our company to place an order. Then our company sent me here. In order to not attract attention, Dresden deliberately chose a very small translation company and didn't look for a large translation company with a large reputation. It was also because of this that Bai Shuang's small company was chosen. Gu Nianji had no choice but to whisper, "Then why don't you tell your boss first, and then let your boss handle it?" What she meant was that it was better for Bai Shuang not to get involved in such a big matter. This was already an international incident. Even if Bai Shuang's boss came, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Was the CIA a normal agency? Although Gu Nianji had never come into contact with the CIA here, she knew that the CIA was probably the most powerful intelligence agency in the world over there. After the Cold War, the entire world was filled with bloodshed, and the international wars and disputes were almost all backed by the CIA. Bai Shuang understood what Gu Nianji meant. She hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "Lawyer Gu, since he's my client, I have a certain responsibility to him. I can't just abandon him like this." Although she was afraid, she didn't back down. Gu Nianji was a little dazed as she looked at Bai Shuang like this. It was as if she was seeing Bai Shuang, who had died to atone for her father's crimes. Gu Nianji didn't want Bai Shuang to stay out of this. Her mind raced as she tried to figure out how to solve this problem. At the same time, in the dark night sky outside, on the shiny glass exterior of the Four Seasons Hotel building, 4 men in black suits were hanging down from above. Thick ropes were tied to their bodies, and they were lowered inch by inch from the roof of the building. Their target was a guest room with lights on and curtains drawn not far below their feet. They wore infrared night vision goggles and were not afraid of the dark. They could even see through the walls the figures in the room were emitting heat radiation. Everyone was also wearing a Bluetooth headset with wireless communication function. The streetlights on this side of the hotel building had been extinguished by them, and the moonlight couldn't reach this corner. Even if they looked over from Victoria Bay, it was all dark, and they couldn't be seen at all. Soon, they landed on the outer layer of the building where Dresden was staying. Through the infrared night vision goggles, he could clearly see the situation in the room. There were actually 4 people in the room. They sat in a row, facing each other on the sofa in the room. Although the curtains were drawn and the windows were closed, it wasn't an obstacle for the 4 well-equipped men in black. Action. The leader of the 4 men in black quietly gave orders into the Bluetooth headset. At that moment, Lu Jin, who was sitting facing the window in the room, suddenly said coldly, "Someone's here. Get down." As he spoke, he rolled off the sofa with Gu Nianji in his arms and lay on the ground. His entire body covered her from head to toe like a shield. Dresden, who was sitting opposite him, lay on the ground even faster than Lu Jin. With a sudden rush, he fell from the sofa to the ground and trembled against the edge of the sofa. Bai Shuang was the last to fall to the ground. She didn't even have time to ask her questions. The sound of gunfire rang out, shattering the windows of the room and riddling the curtains with holes. Glass shards flew everywhere in the room, accompanied by the sparks of the bullets, igniting the dark night sky. The lights in the room were turned off, and it was pitch black both inside and outside the room. Just as the men were about to break through the window, Lu Jin activated the pulse interference function of the electromagnetic jammer in his pocket. This small device could interfere with all wireless communication devices. Just as the 4 men in black were about to rush in through the window, an unbearable pain suddenly came from their ears. A pulse of energy that was enough to pierce through the eardrums suddenly came from the Bluetooth headset. The 4 of them covered their ears and screamed at the same time. They lost their balance in an instant, and their bodies were hung by ropes in the air. They had no hands or feet to stabilize their direction. Gu Nianji lay on the ground, protected by Lu Jin. She opened her eyes. Through the broken window, she saw a few strong figures passing through the window. One of them grabbed a man in black who was swaying in the air. In the darkness, a knife flashed, and the man's throat was slit. One of the figures looked so familiar that Gu Nianji couldn't help but widen her eyes. Wasn't that He Ji-chu? Why was he here? Outside the 10-story building, He Ji-chu and his men took the opportunity to charge out. They walked on the smooth glass surface as if they were walking on flat ground, as fierce as a Spider-Man. In the blink of an eye, he ended the lives of the 4 men in black. He Ji-chu tilted his head slightly. Take the bodies of the 4 traitors away and put them outside the U.S. liaison office in H City. These 4 men in black were Huaxia people, but they worked for the CIA office in H City. They were their peripheral henchmen, not official agents of the CIA, but what was commonly known as temporary workers. He Ji-chu had ordered them to place the corpses of these peripheral henchmen outside the CIA office in H City. This was a blatant deterrent. It was both for the CIA and for the Soviets to see. Their actions were clean and efficient. They came with the wind and left with the wind. If it weren't for the fact that the window of the hotel room had been shattered by the bullets, it would have been impossible to tell what had just happened. Gu Nianji and the others lay on the ground for a while. When they saw that there was no more movement outside, they got up trembling. Looking at the glass shards all over the floor and the bullet holes in the wall, Dresden almost cried, They are they. They're here. Bai Shuang calmed down. As she comforted Dresden, she quickly said to Gu Nianji, Our original intention was to hire Lawyer Gu as Mr. Dresden's lawyer and then go against the U.S. Department of Justice in court. But looking at the Americans, they don't want to give him a chance to live at all. Go against the U.S. Department of Justice in court. Gu Nianji dusted off her clothes and helped Lu Jin stand up. She was very confused. As far as I know, Mr. Dresden is the one who's being dishonest, right? This was equivalent to a company employee stealing the company's trade secrets. It was illegal everywhere. Bai Shuang was stunned for a moment. She turned to ask Dresden, What information did you bring? If it's really illegal, Dresden was still in shock. He jumped up like a frightened rabbit and shouted, I didn't do anything illegal. Theoremeding thecrum, doiano watititis prism. They broke the law. They monitored the whole world. Do you know what prism is? Do you know what prism is? Gunyinji was shocked. Lu Jin immediately stood in front of her and said to Dresden in English, "Shut up. Up. You scared ladies. Shut up. You're scaring the ladies." Bai Shuang quickly tried to persuade Dresden in a low voice. Dresden took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He apologized to Gunyinji and nodded to Lu Jin to show his reconciliation. Gunyinji quickly said, "We can't stay here for the time being. You guys go to my room first and tell me what's going on. Otherwise, I don't know how to help you." Dresden immediately rushed into the room and came out with his backpack. He actively responded to Gunyinji's call. Bai Shuang and Dresden went out first. Lu Jin fell behind and asked Gunyinji quietly, "Do you really want to help them? What's your relationship with them?" Gunyinji didn't know how to explain. She said vaguely, "Bai Shuang and I are good friends. I can't just stand by and do nothing when she's in trouble." Lu Jin obviously didn't understand Gunyinji's actions, but he didn't object. He only reminded her, "This isn't something you and I can get involved in. You have to be careful." Gunyinji nodded. She was very grateful to Lu Jin for risking his life to save her. She quickly said, "Mr. Lu, thank you so much for just now. If it wasn't for you, she would probably have been injured just now. She probably wouldn't have died because she had seen He Ji-chu and the others were obviously also staring at the men in black." Lu Jin interrupted her and said calmly, "I saved you. How are you going to thank me?" Gunyinji, she hadn't thanked him yet, had she? But she really should thank Lu Jin. "How do you want me to thank you?" Gunyinji walked out of Dresden's room with him and took out her phone to call the police. Lu Jin put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked to Gunyinji's side. The smile on his lips was faintly discernible. He took a few steps and suddenly stopped. "I want to go to Disneyland here. Can you stay for a few more days and accompany me to Disneyland?" He looked at Gunyinji intently. His expression was very nervous, as if he was afraid that she would refuse. Gunyinji's eyes lit up and she smiled. Okay. I want to go to Disneyland too. Let's go together." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1516. How are you going to thank me? The rewards and updates would continue at 8 o'clock in the evening. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw them over. Chapter 1528. Seeing that Gunyinji didn't dislike it at all, Lu Jin let out a long sigh. His brows relaxed, and he smiled. "As long as you're happy." The two of them chatted and soon arrived at Gunyinji's room. Dresden and Bai Shuang were waiting there. Gunyinji took out her key card and opened the door. She said worriedly, "I've already called the police at the front desk." Dresden covered his face and said nervously, "Oh my God, they well know where I'm and hunted down. It's over, I'm going to be exposed. They'll know where I am." Gunyinji said angrily, "Shut up. They already knew where you were. Otherwise, how would the assassination have come about?" Bai Shuang held back her laughter and translated to Dresden. Dresden's screams stopped abruptly and he froze. Lu Jin stood to the side with his hands in his pockets and looked expressionlessly at the night sky outside the window. He couldn't be bothered to look at Dresden's silly look. He felt that looking at him one more time would lower his IQ. Bai Shuang pulled Gunyinji to the side and quickly told her everything about Dresden. It turned out that Dresden, as a temporary worker of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and an employee of the CIA, was involved in a new program called PRISM, also known as the PRISM program. It carried out deep surveillance of instant online communications and existing data around the world. He felt that this wasn't right. Not only was it an invasion of other people's privacy, but it was also a huge blow to the free spirit of the internet. It didn't match his beliefs. Therefore, he left the United States with the top-secret surveillance information he had access to. In the end, he was hunted down by the CIA. Gunyinji had already been caught in the crossfire and had been assassinated once. She glanced at Dresden coldly. She didn't believe a single word of his reasons. But her current priority was to save his and Bai Shuang's lives, because he must have brought out the top-secret information from the United States. She recalled seeing He Jichu's figure outside the window just now. He must have represented the country against the people who were hunting Dresden. This meant that the Huaxia Empire government was well aware of Dresden's existence. Gun Yinji thought about it for a long time and said slowly, "If that's the case, I think we should do it this way." She looked at Dresden's face and said word by word, "We'll find the important figures in media here and take the initiative to expose all the facts. At the same time, we'll shout to the American government and tell the world that you're fighting for the privacy of the people of the world and the free spirit of the internet. Only by turning the dark into the light and letting the whole world know that the U.S. government is after you will you have a chance to live." From a moment Gun Yinji saw He Jichu's figure, she realized that Dresden's appearance wasn't just a personal act, but a game between the major powers. As for what information Dresden had taken away and why he had taken it away, only he himself probably knew. Bai Shuang quickly translated Gun Yinji's suggestion to Dresden. Dresden also knew what was good for him. He thought for a moment and immediately nodded. "It's a good idea. However," Bai Shuang understood what he meant and turned to ask Gun Yinji, "Lawyer Gu, do you know any important figures or well-known media outlets that can help?" Gun Yinji was about to speak when Lu Jin suddenly turned his head and said, "You can contact Lawyer He from the H City Legislative Council. He's a distant relative of the He family in the imperial capital. He's very powerful in the H City Legislative Council, and he's a lawyer. He can help Dresden respond to the lawsuit in the future. Because the U.S. Department of Justice would definitely prosecute Dresden." Bai Shuang glanced at Gun Yinji. She knew what kind of existence the He family in the imperial capital was, but she still trusted Gun Yinji's opinion more. Gun Yinji took out her phone and quickly looked up Lawyer He from the H City Legislative Council. After skimming through his resume, Gun Yinji said happily, "This person isn't bad. He can help Mr. Dresden in every way. You can even stay at his house." This lawyer, he was very rich. He had a mansion halfway up the mountain, so it wouldn't be a problem for two idle people to live in. Bai Shuang saw that Gun Yinji had agreed, so she said with relief, "Okay, let's contact this lawyer He and see if he's willing to accept our case." She looked at Gun Yinji again. "As for well-known media outlets, does Lawyer Gu have any recommendations?" Gun Yinji had an idea in this regard. In the era of the internet, where social media was booming, the power of self-media was no longer to be underestimated. In order to ensure Dresden's safety, the best way was to use social media to expand the influence as soon as possible. Gun Yinji picked up her phone and began to think about which social media to expose. At that moment, Bai Shuang and Dresden's phones rang. The two of them looked at the same time and saw that it was a call from the hotel's front desk and security system. They said that the hotel had received a call from the police. After coming up to investigate, they found that the situation was serious and had already called the police. The police were here now and wanted to ask them about the situation. Gun Yinji and Lu Jin had also been in Bai Shuang and Dresden's room. The surveillance footage in the corridor showed the four of them coming out of the room together, so the two of them were also called over. The police stood at the door of Dresden's room with their men and sealed off his room. They only questioned him at the door. Zhao Yangzi had been sent by Lu Yuan to see what had happened. He stood at the door and took a look. He was stunned by the large broken hole in the window. He turned around and saw Gun Yinji and Lu Jin. He quickly asked, "Lawyer Gu, Mr. Lu, what happened? Are you guys hurt?" Gun Yinji shook her head and remembered that Lu Jin had blocked her way at that time. She quickly asked, "Mr. Lu, are you okay?" Lu Jin said academically, "The lining of my suit jacket contains 10% Kevlar. The chemical name is polyterethyl terephthalonediamine. It's also bulletproof. The hardness of the hotel room's window glass is only 6.5. It's completely impossible for it to penetrate my suit and injure me. You don't have to worry about me." Gun Yinji, Zhao Yangzi was used to Lu Jin's style of speaking, so he didn't mind. He turned to see Bai Shuang and was slightly stunned. He remembered this girl. The blunder in the Hilton Hotel's underground bar that night had left a deep impression on him. He glanced at Gun Yinji again. This girl was the one who was spouting nonsense, but he wasn't disgusted. He stood to the side and waited for the police to finish questioning him. The VIP account manager of the Four Seasons Hotel rushed over to apologize to Dresden. He even offered to change his suite and provide him with a month of free accommodation as compensation. The temptation was indeed great. Dresden agreed immediately and moved to the luxurious suite provided by the Four Seasons Hotel. Zhao Yangzi followed them over. After making sure that they were all fine, he planned to leave. Gun Yinji remembered Zhao Yangzi's job at that moment. Her heart skipped a beat, and she called out to him, "Director Zhao, there's something I need your help with. I wonder if you're willing to join me in this grand undertaking?" Zhao Yangzi. "Speak human." Gun Yinji smiled slightly. "It's like this. It wasn't a coincidence that Mr. Dresden's room was shot at today." She told him the whole story and finally said, "We plan to find a well-known media outlet to release some of the information Mr. Dresden has and ask the world for help to avoid being hunted down by the CIA." Zhao Yangzi's expression was very serious. If what Mr. Dresden said is true, then this matter is too serious. "How can you mess around?" Gun Yinji was displeased, but before she could refute Zhao Yangzi that she wasn't messing around, Lu Jin had already fired first. "Director Zhao, Lawyer Gu's proposal is reasonable, beneficial, and reasonable. She has considered all aspects, and logically speaking, it's very rigorous. From what angle do you think she's messing around?" Lu Jin looked at him seriously. "If you think this is messing around, do you have a better idea? A more appropriate arrangement? A more rigorous logic?" Zhao Yangzi's face turned red from Lu Jin's words, but he knew that he couldn't argue with Lu Jin. He couldn't argue with him anyway, and even if he was in the right, he was in the wrong. He would be crazy to reason with him. Yes. Mr. Lu is right. I was wrong." Zhao Yangzi shook his head helplessly and looked at Gun Yinji. "Then how do you want me to help you?" Gun Yinji smiled and patted his shoulder. "Help Miss Bai and Mr. Dresden get a Twitter account." "You're looking for me just for this?" Zhao Yangzi didn't believe it was that simple. He, the technical director of the Lu Corporation, was needed. Of course it's not that simple. Gun Yinji crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly. Even the people inside Twitter can't find the IP address of that account. Can you do it? This would have to consider the hacker's ability to hide the IP address. Even the root directory of the server had to be deceived. It was essentially no different from hacking into Twitter's server host. Zhao Yangzi's deep hacker instincts were immediately ignited by Gun Yinji. His eyes lit up, and he rubbed his palms together. "No problem, I can get a try." Lu Jin glared at Gun Yinji from the side. His lips opened and closed several times, and the words lingered in his mouth. In the end, he swallowed them. He glanced sideways at Zhao Yangzi and said, "This has to be done quickly. How long do you need to create an account with an IP address that even Twitter can't find?" Zhao Yangzi jumped up. "I'll go get my laptop. Just you wait. It shouldn't be more than 12 hours. 12 hours is too much. It should be within 6 hours, which is before dawn tomorrow." Lu Jin's hands were itching to do it, so he suggested, "If you can't do it within 6 hours, then someone else will do it." He looked at Gun Yinji and winked at her desperately. He really wanted to show off his skills in front of her. Unfortunately, Gun Yinji's attention was all on Zhao Yangzi. Seeing that Zhao Yangzi had agreed, she happily reached out her hand. "You can do it." The two of them high-fived in the air to set the time. Zhao Yangzi hurried back to his room to get his laptop. Gun Yinji held her phone and continued to search for the contact information of the legislator, Lawyer He. Bai Shuang was explaining to Dresden in a low voice the method that Gun Yinji and the others had just discussed. No one paid attention to Lu Jin. Lu Jin felt a little irritated. He took out his phone and quickly wrote a small program to calm himself down. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1517, You Don't Have to Worry About Me. The first update of the 100,000 Chidian coins that the leader of PPLR-PPL had rewarded in February had arrived. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw them over. Good night, little angels. Chapter 1529. Zhao Yangzi rushed in excitedly with his laptop. Lu Jin put his phone back in his pocket, took off his suit jacket, and hung it on his arm. He looked at Gun Yinji and said, "Lawyer Gu, Director Zhao is here to help." Why don't we all go back and rest? Gu Nianji raised her head from her phone and looked at Zhao Liangzi, then at Bai Shuang, who had moved closer to Zhao Liangzi to look at the computer screen with him. She pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Okay, then I'll go back with you." As she spoke, she winked at Bai Shuang. "Bai Shuang, I'm leaving first. You should rest early too. Director Zhao will probably have to stay up all night." Bai Shuang stood up in embarrassment and said softly, "Sorry to trouble you, Lawyer Gu. Rest early. I'll go to the kitchen to make coffee." How could people who stayed up all night not have coffee? Gu Nianji waved at her, then coughed at Zhao Liangzi. "Director Zhao, I'll leave this matter to you." Zhao Liangzi didn't even raise his head as he replied calmly, "No problem. Come see the results tomorrow morning." Lu Jin scoffed and shrugged. "It doesn't matter if there's no result tomorrow. Lawyer Gu, I'll help you find a better software engineer. It'll be done within 3 minutes." Zhao Liangzi slowly raised his head and glanced at Lu Jin. He snorted and resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Lu, bragging has to be taxed. I won't be sending you off." Gu Nianji saw that Zhao Liangzi had been ridiculed too harshly by Lu Jin, so she quickly held back her laughter and spoke up for him. "Director Zhao, don't scare Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu was just joking." Lu Jin frowned and stood at the door blocking the door. With a serious expression, he said, "I'm not joking. Gu Nianji, you don't have to pay taxes for bragging, unless you're bragging on the financial statements of a listed company and exaggerating the income data, also known as making false accounts. Then you have to pay taxes." Lu Jin was very serious and did not let Zhao Liangzi off at all. Zhao Liangzi thumped his forehead in exasperation. How could he forget? She couldn't say another word to someone like Lu Jin. Zhao Liangzi gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Gu Nianji tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve in amusement and whispered, "Mr. Lu, let's go. We still have a lot to do." Lu Jin's irritation was immediately soothed. He smiled and said, "Yes, what happened here has nothing to do with us. We're going to Disneyland tomorrow. Go to bed early today." Gu Nianji quickly walked out of Dresden's luxurious suite with Lu Jin and went back to her room to rest. She was really exhausted from the evening. After returning to her room and taking a shower, Gu Nianji climbed into bed. However, she could not fall asleep. Today was her 20th birthday, but she was spending it all alone. For the past few years, the birthday party had never been so deserted. Although it was his choice, he was not used to it. Gu Nianji thought about it, then took out her phone and sent herself a text message. "Nianji, happy birthday to you. Have a happy birthday every year. Come on." After sending the text message to herself, she still wanted to continue. Then, he took his laptop and registered 2 new accounts online. He named one Hua Xiaoheng and the other Gu Xiangwen. Then, he used the 2 newly registered accounts to send himself a text message. "Hua Xiaoheng, my little darling, happy birthday to you. I miss you so much that I want to kiss you. Gu Xiangwen, my precious daughter, Daddy wishes you a happy birthday from heaven." She looked at the 2 new text messages on her phone with satisfaction. She pasted them on and kissed the 2 names. She thought to herself, who isn't a drama queen? She was able to play the role of a triangle perfectly. She put away her phone and was about to go to sleep when her phone vibrated again. Someone was calling. Gu Nianji looked at the name on her phone. It was he, Chang Jian. She frowned. She didn't want to pick it up, but the other party kept calling. In the end, she swiped open her phone and answered the call. She said indifferently, "Hello, General He. It's so late. What's the matter?" He Chang Jian could hear the distance and estrangement in her tone, but he didn't care. He smiled and said, "Nianji, today is your 20th birthday. Uncle He wishes you a happy birthday." Gu Nianji, she had always had a lot of opinions and resentment towards He Chang Jian, but she couldn't hate such a late-night happy birthday call. She held her phone for a while and nodded. "Thank you, Uncle He." From General He to Uncle He, the change in how she addressed him was enough to prove the change in her state of mind. He Changjian laughed. "Good girl. I gave you a birthday present. Go buy something you like. Jichu is out on a mission and can't celebrate your birthday with you. He asked me to say happy birthday on his behalf." Gu Nianji sighed in her heart. No matter how much He Changjian had done to her, she had to admit that He Changjian was a good father to He Jichu. Thank you, Uncle He. Young master, he celebrated my birthday a few days ago. Gun Yinji's voice softened. Take care of yourself, and tell him to take care of himself. Okay, I know. Thank you, Yinji. He Changjian said a few more words of concern before putting down the phone. As soon as He Changjian hung up, Gun Yinji saw a text message about a bank transfer. A 7-figure sum of money was transferred to her bank account, and the message was, Happy birthday. It was from He Changjian. This was He Changjian's birthday present for her. What a generous gift. Gun Yinji, who had been struggling with half a month's salary because of Lu Jin's meal yesterday, had immediately become a rich woman again. Gun Yinji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought about going to Disneyland tomorrow. She could pay the bill herself and wouldn't have to borrow someone else's car. Lu Jin smiled and returned to the presidential suite that he and Lu Yuan shared. He saw that Lu Yuan had already returned and was sitting on the sofa reading documents. You're in such a good mood? Lu Yuan put down the documents and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. What's the good news? I'm going to Disneyland with Yinji tomorrow. Lu Jin was very proud. He looked at himself in the mirror and threw the suit on his arm onto the sofa. Lu Yuan frowned. Have you been interacting with Yinji too much lately? You know that someone has been spying on Yinji, right? Lu Jin's face darkened. You don't have to tell me. Of course I know. Qin Jining, that little guy with a low IQ since he was young, even learned to spy on others. If I don't bring him into the ditch tomorrow, I'll write my name backwards. Lu Yuan scoffed. Seeing that he knew what he was doing, he didn't say anything else. At the same time, in the study of the He family's mansion in the imperial capital, He Changjian had just ended his call with Gun Yinji. He put on his reading glasses and read the briefing from H City sent by his subordinates. Dresden's matter was going smoothly. A few of the CIA's peripheral henchmen had been killed, and their bodies had been placed at the entrance of the CIA's office in H City. It had indeed given them a shock. A group of people went to the police station in H City to call the police, but they couldn't provide any clues. Instead, because of the guns and bullets they had on them, they were found to be related to the attack at the Four Seasons Hotel that night. The CIA's office in H City was in a mess and had lost face. He Jichu didn't have to worry about it for the time being. He smiled in satisfaction and tapped his fingers on the desk. He hummed an opera, I'll beat you with a steel whip, as he continued to read. Next was the news about Gun Yinji. He had arranged for someone to secretly protect Gun Yinji. Of course, they were also monitoring her. Every once in a while, someone would report Gun Yinji's situation in detail. As he read, the corners of his lips gradually drooped. His brows furrowed, because the briefing clearly stated that Gun Yinji had deliberately approached Xie Qingying and asked about Gu Xiangwen and Xie Xian's whereabouts. It was fine if she asked Gu Xiangwen. No matter what, Gu Xiangwen was her biological father. Although He Changjian hated Gu Xiangwen very much, if Gun Yinji returned to this side and ignored her biological father, He Changjian couldn't help but think that she was cold. Now it was just right. One more would be too much, and one less would be heartless. He Changjian was very satisfied. However, he was not happy that Gun Yinji had asked about Xie Xian. Who was Xie Xian? What did it have to do with her? Xie Xian was Hua Xiaoheng's biological grandmother in the other world. Gun Yinji was also looking for her in this world. Wasn't it because she had ulterior motives? He Qingjian's face darkened as he carefully read the conversation between Gun Yinji and Xie Qingying a few more times. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Gun Yinji had actually asked Xie Qingying if the Xie family had asked the KGB of the Soviet Union to help find someone. That's right. Why hadn't he thought of that? 3 years ago, He Changjian had used his own country's field personnel to find someone in the Soviet Union, so he hadn't alerted the Soviet Union's official agencies. In fact, if they wanted to find someone in the Soviet Union, if the KGB of the Soviet Union was ranked second, no one would dare to rank first. There were only people they didn't want to find, and there was no one they couldn't find. He Changjian thought of the encrypted telegram sent by the Soviet Union for help. He patted his head and called his personal secretary. He said, call the Soviet Union back and ask their KGB system to help find someone. The only daughter of the older generation of the Xie family, Xie. This time, the Soviet Union had indeed put in a lot of effort for the American Dresden. The Soviet Union's national leader, Putin, had personally called him this morning to ask for his help. He Chengjian took the opportunity to ask for some benefits for the country. For example, he asked to buy a few Soviet White Swan nuclear strategic bombers. This would have been impossible in the past, but this time, Putin agreed immediately and sold them 3 at a preferential price. He Chengjian felt that he could make another request, and that was to ask the KGB of the Soviet Union to help find Xie whereabouts. This time, regardless of whether she was alive or dead, there would definitely be a result. After the personal secretary called the Soviet Union back, He Chengjian's emotions were very complicated. He couldn't figure out whether he wanted Xie to be alive or if he wanted her to be dead long ago. Before dawn, the Soviet Union sent him a message and gave him a clear answer. It turned out that Xie had joined the KGB not long after she went to the Soviet Union. She was once one of the few female higher-ups in the KGB, had a short marriage history, and had 2 children. No wonder they couldn't find Xie's whereabouts no matter what. It turned out that she had joined the KGB. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1518, Happy Birthday to Myself. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the monthly tickets would be 3,500 with advance updates. Yes, next would be the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw them over. P.S. Nyang Nyang and Duku reading are all charged according to 1,000 words. That is, less than 1,000 words, there is no charge. I have never charged according to the number of words on the 1,000-word card. Each chapter is a few hundred more words than the whole book. These are all free. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1530. The KGB of the Soviet Union had stated in the secret telegram that Xie had passed away for many years, and they had also sent him the address of her grave so that he could pay his respects at any time. However, the name and identity on the tombstone were already that of another person. It wasn't Xie. Only the photo on the tombstone showed that it was her. They claimed that Xie's name had been completely erased from the moment she joined the KGB. He Chengjian looked at the simple information and was speechless for a long time. He had only asked the KGB of the Soviet Union about Xie, but he hadn't expected her to have 2 children. Those 2 children should still be alive, right? According to the age, Xie should have descendants in the generation of grandchildren. Did this mean that they really had a Hua Xiaoheng on their side? However, he wasn't in Huaxia, but in the Soviet Union. This was also the reason why he hadn't been able to find the whereabouts of the Hua family after searching the entire country for 3 to 4 years, right? Because they weren't in the country at all, but in the Soviet Union. Of course, this was only He Chengjian's speculation. For now, he only had this one chance to ask the KGB. He wouldn't have any other chance to ask them for more information. Moreover, now that the other party had indicated that Xie had once been a high-ranking member of the KGB, if he continued to inquire about her descendants, he would be suspected of stealing secrets. No wonder she had no contact with the Xie family not long after she went to the Soviet Union. The Xie family all thought that she had died in that major battle. It was very likely that the KGB had given her fake information to fake her death to change her identity. He Chengjian pondered that Xie had joined the KGB as a Huaxia citizen and had become a high-ranking member. Her previous identity must have been completely erased, so it was impossible for her to contact her previous family. The KGB of the Soviet Union wouldn't be at ease with her continuing to contact her previous family. As long as she contacted them, there was a possibility that her identity would be exposed. If He Chengjian hadn't asked about it when the Soviet Union needed his help, the KGB wouldn't have told him about it, right? Whether it was in the military or on the secret front, everyone followed the principle of if you don't ask, I don't tell. Moreover, the KGB didn't want the Xie family to know about her. This was explained in the secret telegram to He Chengjian. The Xie family definitely didn't want to know about this either. Xie Beichun was now the prime minister. Which prime minister of any country would be willing to admit that he had a relative who used to be the intelligence chief of another country. Do you still want to be elected as prime minister in the future? He Chengjian sat in the study until dawn. After pondering for an entire night, he hid the secret message in the safe. The next day, the weather in H City was very good. At the end of October in H City, the pink and purple silk K-pop was in full bloom, and the air seemed to be filled with a sweet fragrance. Gun Yinji woke up early in the morning and planned to go to Disneyland. Today was supposed to be the day for the guests to return to Sea City. Since morning, people had been checking out of their rooms and boarding planes. There were only 3 people invited from Gun Yinji's law firm. Of course, their newly hired employees were not qualified to attend the Lu Corporation's celebration party. Lawyer Jean had called her and knew that she had something to do, so he wanted to stay for a few more days. Jean Dazhuang did not refuse. After all, he was dealing with the senior executives of the Lu Corporation. He could treat it as public relations for the law firm. Therefore, Jean Dazhuang was very generous and tolerant to her. He agreed immediately and even let her play for a few more days without worrying about her work at the law firm. Moreover, she was already a partner at the law firm, so she had more freedom in her work schedule. Gun Yinji tidied herself up and went to Lawyer Jean and Xiao Zhang's room to say goodbye to them. She sent them on the bus to the airport. Xiao Zhang was extremely envious. He repeatedly asked Gun Yinji to bring her some figurines and snacks when she went back. Gun Yinji agreed with a smile. She stood at the entrance of the hotel and watched the airport bus drive away. She was carrying a backpack and wearing light white sneakers, juicy couture. Her hair was combed in a ponytail, and she wore a pair of big sunglasses. She looked like she was going on a trip. After waiting at the entrance of the hotel for a while, she looked at her watch. It was almost 9:30 p.m. If she didn't leave now, the line would get too crowded. She found out on the internet that Disneyland here was always crowded. She often had a line up for an hour or two to play the popular attractions. Just as she picked up her phone to call Lu Jean, she heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was the phone number Lu Jean had given her yesterday. She quickly swiped it open and picked it up. She asked with a smile, "Mr. Lu, are you still going to Disneyland?" "Of course." Lu Jin's voice came from the phone with a smile. "But we're playing a game today." "What game? Tell me quickly." Gun Yinji's eyes lit up, and she was eager to try. She couldn't help but look forward to today's trip to Disneyland. "I'll go in first and leave you clues along the way. You'll follow the clues I left behind and finally meet at the exit. If you can recognize me, you'll win this game." Gun Yinji found it extremely interesting and quickly said, "What's the prize? What if I lose?" Lu Jean laughed loudly. "If you win, I'll give you a big gift." "If you lose," he paused and finally said, "then you'll play Disneyland with me again." Gun Yinji bent over with laughter and said, "Then I'll take advantage of you. How about this? If I lose, I'll treat you to French food, okay?" "Huh? Aren't you almost out of money?" Lu Jean was surprised. "If you treat me to French food again, aren't you afraid that you won't have money to go back?" "Of course not." Gun Yinji shook her finger. "First of all, even if I don't have money, I won't be unable to go back, because the Lu Corporation bought us a round-trip ticket. I've already changed my ticket. Second of all, how do you know I don't have money? I just made a small fortune, so it's more than enough to treat you to French food." Lu Jean heard that Gun Yinji's words were clear, logical, and well-organized. He didn't think she was being disobedient. Instead, he was overjoyed. He nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, the game officially begins. I'll go first. You can come back in half an hour." "Got it?" Gun Yinji nodded. "I'll get in the car now. I'll be there in about half an hour." Gun Yinji waved her hand and got into a taxi to Disneyland. Lu Jean was already standing at the entrance of Disneyland. He looked at the 3 girls in front of him who were dressed exactly like Gun Yinji and said, "Today, you have to go in 3 different directions and play in Disneyland. Remember not to meet each other. If you meet each other, all your pay for today will be canceled." "Don't worry, sir. We won't meet each other. Disneyland is so big, and there are only 3 of us. How will we meet each other? Don't worry." The 3 girls' figures were exactly the same as Gun Yinji. They had the same long hair tied into a ponytail, wore the same sunglasses and carried the same backpacks. If Gu Nianji stood with them, she would look like quadruplets. Lu Jin gave them a thumbs up. Fun. Remember my conditions. After today, these outfits will all be yours. As he spoke, he put a lion's head mask on his head. He was dressed in a Lion King cartoon costume and looked like a large walking lion. At 9:30, Disneyland opened its doors. Disneyland in H-City looked like a large scorpion from the air. From a scorpion's tail, the first attraction was American Town. Further ahead was the Adventure Forest. The artificial river in the forest was winding, waiting for everyone to explore. On the left side of the door were Grizzly Valley, Misty Manor, and Rebel Army Base Camp. On the right side of the door were Fantasy World and Tomorrow's World. The crowd waiting at the door swarmed in. The three were dressed and juicy. Young girls in black couture sportswear with sapphire trim mingled with the crowd. One entered every 10 minutes. Not long after, the field personnel responsible for secretly protecting and monitoring Gu Nianji also entered Disneyland. They were all separated and protected each other. They did not contact each other and did not know of each other's existence. Therefore, Lu Jin was able to adopt the strategy of divide and conquer and defeat them one by one to lure them away. Qin Jining was the last to arrive. He wasn't fooled by Lu Jin's smoke bomb. He had been following the real Gu Nianji. However, he clearly saw Gu Nianji get out of the taxi and enter the main entrance with the ticket she had bought online. However, when he was about to follow her further, a group of staff members dressed in Disney costumes suddenly ran out of the rooms of the American Town attraction. Among them were the familiar Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Big Yellow, Snow White, the Seven Dwarfs, Cinderella and her stepmother, two sisters, a pumpkin cart, a fairy, and even the dragon in Mulan. It was like the dragon lanterns dancing in a small town in the countryside during the Spring Festival, circling around in front of them. Qin Jining and the group of tourists who had just entered the door were immediately surrounded by the cartoon characters and the long line. Then, the open-air loudspeakers began to play cheerful Disney movie music. The staff members in cartoon costumes invited everyone to sing and dance, instantly stirring up the atmosphere. The tourists were crazy with joy. They all took out selfie sticks, held their phones, and opened the beauty camera app. They took beautiful photos of themselves and their group members from various angles and immediately uploaded them to their various WeChat moments and Weibo. Qin Jining's eyes were surrounded by selfie sticks, blocking his view. Gu Nianji, who was carrying a backpack, disappeared from his sight. He was anxious. Finally, ignoring the complaints and rolling eyes of those people, he pushed them away with all his might and squeezed out of the cartoon characters and the long line. Behind him was the direction of the gate. Tourists kept walking in happily. When they saw that there were cartoon characters taking photos here, of course they all ran over immediately. In front of them was the Adventure World attraction. It was a tropical jungle. Qin Jining couldn't help feeling nervous. This was the first time he had lost track of his target. Most importantly, this wasn't a dangerous place, but a bustling Disneyland. Damn it, how strange, Qin Jining muttered. He turned on his Bluetooth headset and began to contact his own people to ask them to check on Gu Nianji's whereabouts. At that moment, he saw Gu Nianji's figure walking towards the Adventure World and quickly chased after her. There was a forest river tour in the Adventure World. The man-made lake that had been dug out surrounded the tropical rainforest. It was quite like Tarzan of the Apes. Qin Jining dove in. He clearly saw Gu Nianji's figure turn behind a big tree, so he quickly followed her. Suddenly, a gorilla hung upside down from a tree and roared at him. Qin Jining was caught off guard and subconsciously tried to avoid the big furry head. He took a few steps back, but another gorilla appeared behind him. The two gorillas aimed at the target and attacked from the front and back. They collided together, causing Qin Jining to be dizzy. He slipped and fell into the river. The Disneyland guards and lifeguards quickly received the news and ran over with a stretcher. They rescued Qin Jining and dragged him away in the ambulance. As Qin Jining lay in the ambulance in a daze and was being injected by the nurse, he suddenly remembered that there were no real gorillas in Disneyland. They were all Tarzan of the Apes, dressed up by the staff. This is today's second monthly ticket for 3,500 plus updates. Chapter 1519. Take it to the ditch. Yes, next is the time to ask for tickets. Don't be careless and throw them over. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1531. By the time Qin Jining had completely figured it out, the anesthetic the nurse had injected into him had taken effect. The moment he fell unconscious, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. However, it was too late to feel uneasy. He wouldn't be able to continue protecting Gun Yinji in secret for at least half a day. He could only pray that this was H City, and the security wasn't that bad. Gun Yinji carried her backpack and walked briskly through the gate of Disneyland. The first attraction after entering the door was American Town. On both sides of the street were the buildings of American rural towns. The walls were the color of smoke, and the roofs were grayish-blue. It did not look like a modern American rural town, but an ancient European town in the 18th century. Hakuna, the theme song from the Disney movie The Lion King, plays all around. Matata, the Swahili language of the Bantu languages of Africa, meant don't worry or no problem. It means no worries for the resto, Fiertazits, our problem-free philosophy Hakuna Matata. Be carefree all day long. Relax. All difficulties will be far away. Hakuna Matata. The cheerful tune echoed in Gun Yinji's ears. Her mood was like the October sunshine in South China, bright, cheerful, warm, and uplifting. Gun Yinji couldn't help tapping her feet and dancing with the staff dressed as cartoon characters in front of her. She really did not expect that there would be a movie like The Lion King here, and that there would be such good music. She sang and danced happily with the crowd. She had never felt this kind of relaxed feeling, even in the other world, when she was with Hua Xiaoheng. It was as if he had returned to his carefree childhood, a time when he didn't have a strong sense of self. It was the pure and transparent world of a child. When she looked at the blue sky, it was the blue sky. When she looked at the white clouds, they were the white clouds. The surrounding green trees and red flowers, the gray walls and blue tiles did not have any special meaning. Their existence could make people feel happy. This was purely a child's world, and it was also the time when Gun Yinji's memory was missing. She was not 12 when she opened her eyes. She, too, had a babyhood and a toddler's childhood. What was she like at that time? Had her childhood been as carefree as these children? Did it have something to do with the song Hakuna, just like Matata, as long as you relax, all difficulties will be far away? Gun Yinji's thoughts gradually drifted away, but she was pulled back by the cheerful song. Yes, why think so much? Be carefree and joyful and sing along. She couldn't stop laughing. She was as cheerful as a lark. When the children heard her singing out of tune, they pointed at her and laughed. She did not get angry. She made a face at them and continued to sing out of tune as if no one was around. At this moment, she was just a child. Children were allowed to make mistakes. It was normal for children to sing off-key. When the children saw that she didn't mind, they were too embarrassed to laugh at her and ran over to hold her hand. Everyone circled around the cartoon characters and sang. Gun Yinji was so happy that she forgot everything else. In the past 30 minutes, she had laughed more than she had in the past 2 months. After the song ended, she went to a roadside stall to buy ice cream. Just as she was about to give the money to the ice cream seller, the man suddenly asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Gun Yinji?" Gun Yinji froze as she held the ice cream. "Do I know you?" The man smiled and said, "Someone asked me to give this to you." He handed her a golden lucky star that was folded out of paper. Gun Yinji took it curiously. As she ate the ice cream, she walked to the side of the road and looked at the golden lucky star over and over again. She was sure that it was the clue that Lu Jin had mentioned. Gun Yinji didn't see anything special on the surface of the lucky star. She carefully took it apart. There was a sentence written on the golden cardboard. "Find the place where little Simba first proved his courage and get his first gift." Gun Yinji couldn't help laughing. This Lu Jin was really interesting. How did he know that she liked to play this kind of game? She turned the golden cardboard back into the lucky star and put it in her backpack. With the ice cream in her mouth, she narrowed her eyes as she sized up the theme park. Little Simba was the main character in the Disney movie The Lion King. The place where he first proved his courage in the movie was to explore the elephant graveyard. But this was Disneyland. How could there be an elephant graveyard? Gunyinji blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like 2 rows of small fans. She suddenly saw the Dumbo's spinning world, not far away. The beautiful Dumbo, over there, must be the answer to that piece of paper. Gunyinji's eyes lit up. She threw the rest of the ice cream in her hand into the trash can and ran towards the most beautiful blue Dumbo at the front of the Dumbo's spinning world. The Dumbo here was actually a merry-go-round ride. 2 people could sit on each Dumbo, and it was as if everyone was flying on the Dumbo. There were many cartoon characters around them. It was still the same Disney style, singing and dancing, and they were so happy that they could fly. Gunyinji ran over and smiled at the blue Dumbo. I found you. The place where little Simba first proved his courage. As soon as she finished speaking, a cartoon character who looked like Timon from The Lion King walked over to her. He smiled and gave her an exquisite pink gift box. This is Miss Prize. Please accept it. Gunyinji happily took it and said, "Thank you," to the person. She then ran to the side of the road and couldn't wait to open the gift box. Inside the gift box was an exquisite and beautiful phone. She picked it up and saw that it was the latest iPhone phone. It was no different from the one she was using. Gunyinji raised an eyebrow and saw that there were 2 pieces of paper in the box. The first one said, "This is a special phone for Nyinji. It is equipped with a graphene battery specially made for Nyinji. It has a strong battery storage capacity. It can be recharged for 20 years. It's a secret." 20 years. Gunyinji couldn't help screaming. She remembered this kind of battery. In the other world, Hua Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining, had personally polished and made graphene batteries. They had a strong battery storage capacity. When installed in Hua Xiaoheng's uncle, Hua Guanyuan's phone, they could be recharged for 10 years. The graphene battery she had here had a standby capacity of 20 years. The duration was twice as long as Hua Guanyuan's phone. Gunyinji had long coveted that kind of battery, but because the production method was too complicated and time-consuming, she had never mentioned it to Song Jining. She hadn't expected her wish to be strangely fulfilled in this world. Gunyinji was so excited that her face turned red. After playing with the phone for a while, she carefully placed the new phone in her backpack and looked at the second piece of paper. This was the second clue. Find the second place where little Simba proved his courage and get the second gift. In the movie, the second place where little Simba proved his courage was through a canyon. There, he was chased by a herd of galloping antelopes. Gunyinji was completely immersed in the game. She raised her head and looked around. Canyon, canyon. She had to find a place similar to the canyon in the movie The Lion King. As far as she could see, she couldn't see any attractions that looked like canyons. Gunyinji took out a map that she had picked up when she entered the park and immediately saw the scenic spot Grizzly Valley. It must be here. She excitedly ran towards Grizzly Valley. The scenic spot there actually looked like the early gold rush in the western United States. However, on the surface, the gray rocks and yellow mountains looked very similar to the canyons of the Central African savanna. A gold rush train passed in front of her. Gunyinji covered her face with her hands like a small trumpet and shouted, "I found you!" The place where little Simba proved his courage for the second time. From a small room at the train station next to the canyon, a cartoon character dressed in the warthog Pumbaa from The Lion King walked out and handed her a second gift box with a smile. "Congratulations, miss. This is your gift." Gunyinji smiled and said thank you to him. She took the gift box and held it in her arms before quickly running out of the valley. When she arrived at the rest area outside the valley, she found a place with no one around and opened the gift box. Inside the black gift box lay a photo and a car key. On one side of the red car key was her English name, Sirius. On the other side was a galloping pony. This was the Ferrari car key. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the photo again. It was almost exactly the same as the customized Ferrari sports car that Hua Xiaoheng had given her in the other world. Could it be that even the sports car had a counterpart? Gunyinji felt a little dizzy. Happiness came so quickly like a whirlwind that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Gunyinji clutched her chest and took a few deep breaths. She tried her best to calm herself down. She looked at the back of the photo. There were a few lines of words written on it. A customized Ferrari sports car for Nyinji. It's waiting for you in Sea City. Keep it a secret. Gunyinji couldn't stop smiling. She thought to herself that Lu Jin was so funny. How could she keep such a big sports car a secret? She shook her head and put the car key in her backpack. The temptation of the phone gift was too great. She would definitely take it. But she wouldn't take this sports car. When she saw Lu Jin later, she would return the car key to him. Then she looked at the third clue in the gift box. Last stop. Little Simba is in danger. The place where the Lion King father went to save him. Get the ultimate gift. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She began to feel that something was wrong, but she couldn't connect the dots at the moment. Her heart was confused, and her mind couldn't keep up. She stood by the side of the road for a while and looked at the children running around in front of her. She couldn't help but be attracted by their joy. She heard Hakuna again. The relaxing tune of Matata suddenly made her feel enlightened. She quickly put aside all her worries and ran to her last stop. Little Simba was in danger in Antelope Canyon. However, the place where the Lion King father went to save him was not a canyon, but a cliff. And the only place in the entire Disneyland that could be close to the cliff was the Adventure Forest. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1520, Relax. They would continue to reward and update at 8 p.m. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1532. The Adventure Forest at Disneyland in H City was a scenic spot that was modeled after a Thai rainforest. A man-made river meandered through the area, and there were people rowing rafts on the river. The trees in the scenic spot blocked out the sun, and the light was very dim. Gunyinji wasn't afraid at all. She was actually a very cautious person, but she had an unusual amount of trust in Lu Jin. She knew that Lu Jin wouldn't hurt her, just as she knew that Hui Xiaoheng wouldn't hurt her. She stood at the entrance of the Adventure Forest for a while, and from time to time, tourists would walk in with their children. The winding path blocked her view, and it looked like a maze. Such a place wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. How was she going to find the place where the Lion King fell off the cliff in the movie? Gunyinji's beautiful long eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her brows twitched slightly. She suddenly thought of something. She opened her backpack and took out the first gift Lu Jin had given her, the phone with a graphene battery. She pressed the power button and entered the phone. She set up face recognition and looked at the contents of the phone. As expected, she opened the map on her phone. The place where she was standing showed the location of Disneyland in H City and a small blue that was lit up 45 degrees in front of her. Gunyinji immediately walked toward the blue dot. She believed that the blue didn't exist for no reason. It must have been a clue given to her by Lu Jin. From the map, the straight line distance from where she was standing to the blue dot wasn't far. But the problem was, how could there be a straight line distance for her to walk in a rainforest? Every time she got closer, she would have to take a lot of detours. Gradually, she noticed that there were fewer and fewer tourists around her. Finally, she was the only one left. She arrived at a canyon surrounded by low rockery on all sides. This was a tropical rainforest, and there were thick vines wrapped around it. It looked very eerie. The leaves were so dense that not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate through. She stood in the middle of the canyon, as if she was in a special IMAX theater surrounded by a ball. Was this the place? Gunyinji hesitated for a moment and said softly, "This is where little Simba was in danger. Daddy Lion King went to save him and fell off the cliff." Her words were like a voice, and she had activated her voice-activated equipment. A fine light suddenly lit up in the dense forest. The light shone through the leaves and onto the clearing not far in front of her. The dark green leaves above his head, the dim tree trunk beside him, and the dark blue flowers at his feet were all lit up by the light. The canyon wasn't big, so the light seemed to be within reach of Gunyinji. Gunyinji stared fixedly at the light in front of her and found that it was changing and combining, finally forming a holographic virtual image. A huge, majestic lion. This lion looked very realistic, as if a real lion was standing in front of her. However, Gunyinji wasn't afraid at all because the lion's gaze was too warm and kind. It looked at her and raised its front paw. Its voice was deep and thick, the kind of subwoofer that Gunyinji loved to hear. It was reading a line from the Disney cartoon, The Lion King. That was when little Simba became an adult and couldn't accept his responsibilities as the Lion King. When he was confused and helpless, his dead father appeared from the stars and said this. It was also Gunyinji's favorite line in the entire movie. Simba Yohafatem. Yohafatem Wawantafam. Luke and City yourself, Simbi Warmarethan Wadi Yahavebi. Remember Hoyuer Yuor Mikil Danthi and Lickled for me Uolalif. Remember her always Betheraphoria. Simba Michael, please don't fet me. Little Simba, you have forgotten who I am. Because you forgot who you are, you also forgot me. Ask your own heart. You will be better and stronger than you are now. Remember who you are. You are my child, the only child I will ever have. Remember who you are. I will always be by your side. Little Simba, my child, please do not forget me. It was clearly a line from a movie, and when she listened carefully, it was slightly different from the lines in the movie. However, for some reason, Gunyinji suddenly burst into tears. She quickly took out a tissue and wiped her tears. At this time, the lion in the holographic image suddenly changed its tone. It no longer spoke English, but Chinese. The last clue. Find Lu Jin within 10 minutes, and you'll win. You'll get the ultimate prize. Gunyinji was stunned. She quickly wiped away her tears and watched the holographic image of the lion in front of her slowly disappear. F***CK. She still had to find Lu Jin to get the award. Gunyinji couldn't care less about the strange feeling in her heart. She quickly began to search for traces of Lu Jin in the adventure forest. She only had 10 minutes. She had taken almost 20 minutes to explore the entire forest. Gunyinji was anxious, so she started running. As she walked out of the canyon, she gradually saw other tourists. She ran over and tilted her head to look at them one by one. No, none of them. Where was Lu Jin hiding? The last question was too tricky. Not only did she not have any clues, but she also had to find him from so many tourists. What was even worse was that there was a time limit. Gunyinji wanted to hit someone. She angrily ran out of the adventure forest and looked at the time. 9 minutes had passed. Suddenly, a tall, thin man in black casual clothes flashed past in front of her. It was Lu Jin from the back. Gunyinji was overjoyed. She quickly ran over and patted the man on the shoulder. I found you, Mr. Lu. The man turned around and asked inexplicably, Miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else, right? My surname isn't Lu. It wasn't Lu Jin. Gunyinji was extremely embarrassed. She quickly said, I'm sorry. I really mistook you for someone else. She quickly turned around and left, continuing to search the crowd. How was she going to find Lu Jin? Did he really not leave any clues? Gunyinji's gaze wandered, and she caught a glimpse of a cartoon character dressed as a Lion King by the side of the road. Her heart skipped a beat, and she was about to walk over when she saw a man in a navy blue casual suit from the corner of her eye. His back was exactly the same as Lu Jin's. She instinctively ran over. This time, she didn't rashly pat him. Instead, she said politely, Sir, someone's looking for you. The man turned around. Gunyinji was shocked. It wasn't Lu Jin. She quickly smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. The man smiled, nodded slightly, and continued walking forward. Gunyinji turned around again and saw the cartoon character dressed as a Lion King by the side of the road. She slowly walked towards him. Mr. Lu, you're so cunning. She frowned. You actually used 2 doubles to confuse me. The cartoon character dressed as a Lion King laughed. It was Lu Jin's voice. He raised his wrist and pointed. 10 minutes have passed. Miss Gu, you've lost. Gunyinji stomped her feet. You cheated. Actually, I saw you just now, but another person who looked like you from the back came out. Yes, eyes can sometimes lie, Lu Jin said meaningfully. But a loss is a loss. Can't you afford to lose? Of course not. Gu Nianji shook her head seriously. I'm a very good gambler. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Lu Jin looked down at her and took out another cartoon costume from behind him. I said that if you lose, you'll play Disneyland with me again. Gu Nianji, what did he mean? Lu Jin handed the cartoon costume to Gu Nianji. This is my condition. How about you pretend to be little Simba and play with me, the old Lion King, for the day? So that's how it is. Gu Nianji smiled like a flower. Okay. No problem. Don't be in a hurry to answer. Lu Jin's voice had a hint of a smile. Since you're putting on a show, you have to put on a show. You're little Simba, and I'm the old Lion King. What should you call me? Daddy, of course. Gu Nianji said casually as she took the cartoon costume from Lu Jin. Lu Jin's hand stiffened, and he gripped the costume tightly. Gu Nianji tugged at it, but he didn't take it. Mr. Lu? She looked over in confusion. Lu Jin took a few deep breaths and came back to his senses. He smiled softly and said, Wrong, what should you call me? I haven't changed yet. I'll call you Daddy after I change. Gu Nianji smiled slyly. The little worry in her heart was gone, and she felt even more relaxed. Lu Jin took her backpack and watched as Gu Nianji put on the little Simba outfit and put on the headgear. They were like two lions, one big and one small, playing at Disneyland. Gu Nianji had never expected Lu Jin to be as crazy as a young man at his age. They went on the Cinderella merry-go-round, took the high-speed train in Grizzly Valley, went on an adventure in Winnie the Pooh, and went on a postmodern space saucer in a dark, blurry mansion. Gu Nianji was panting after playing all these games, but Lu Jin was still in high spirits. Why is little Simba so weak? He's not even as strong as a middle-aged lion like me. Lu Jin smiled and rubbed her little lion hood. From now on, you have to run every morning. You can't sleep in. Gu Nianji thought of Hua Xiaohong when he said that. She said proudly, Someone used to urge me to run. Now that he's not by my side, I want to take the opportunity to slack off. Lu Jin, only Gu Nianji could describe slacking off in such a refreshing and refined manner. Okay, the game's over. Are you tired? If you're tired, we'll go back. Lu Jin led Gu Nianji to a secluded place and took off the hood. It hadn't been easy for him to be the Lion King for the whole day. Gu Nianji took off little Simba's hood. She wasn't out of character yet. She smiled and said, Okay, Daddy. Lu Jin's expression changed slightly. He looked at her gently and rubbed her head again. This time, he rubbed her soft black hair. Be good. Then he took her hood as if nothing had happened and put it in a bag. Gu Nianji finally realized what she had said. She was very embarrassed and stammered. Mr. Lu, I was too immersed in character. She was addicted to playing little Simba. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1521, Too Immersed in Character. This was the second update of the 100,000 Chidian coins given to the leader of PPLR-PPL in February. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. P.S. I already have an idea for the sweet extra that I promised everyone. Everyone could go to Weibo this weekend to take a look. Writer, Records of Cambrian. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1533. Lu Jin looked at her in shock and didn't react for a moment. Gu Nianji became even more uneasy. She couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with her. She shamelessly called him Daddy just because he treated her a little better. She didn't even think about how he was a major shareholder of such a large corporation and had asked her to play games with him on a whim. How could you be so shameless? Gu Nianji blamed herself and couldn't help but blurt out, Don't misunderstand. I had a good time with you today. I didn't mean to climb up the social ladder. Lu Jin's face darkened. Gu Nianji knew that she was making things worse. She panicked and her eyes turned red. Soon, tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Jin came back to his senses and touched his face. He realized that he was too nervous and had scared the child. He was at a loss. His brain, which had always been unparalleled in intelligence, was working quickly. His expression was slightly restrained as he said, You have to be invested in playing games. What's the point of pretending? Who can't tell that you're treating people like idiots? You were very good just now. Why do I think you want to climb up the social ladder? You're thinking too much. After a pause, Lu Jin continued with a bitter smile. To tell you the truth, although I have some money, I'm not very popular. I didn't have many friends since I was young, and I'm not as good at being a person as Lu Yuan. You see, I don't even show up for business. He's the one in charge because I offend people the moment I show up. How can I do business? Doing business was all about harmony and making money. Lu Jin knew that his personality was indeed not suitable for being a smooth talker in the business world. Gun Yinji looked at Lu Jin in disbelief. No way. Mr. Lu, you're such a nice person. How can you not be popular? He was very caring and considerate towards her. He could understand the meaning behind every word she said. It must be those people. Gun Yinji was indignant. Mr. Lu, don't be angry. It's those people who have bad taste that you don't have friends. It's not your fault. Lu Jin's self-reproach was miraculously soothed by her. A smile of ecstasy appeared on his face. He looked at her with sparkling eyes, and even his ears perked up. His face was filled with eagerness for her to say more such nice things. Every pore on his body felt extremely comfortable, and his entire body was like a huge bubble that was about to soar into the sky. Gun Yinji felt her heart ache when she saw this. She thought she finally understood why Lu Jin was so nice to her, whom she had never met before. This person had a friendship thirst. It could be seen that he really did not have any friends. Therefore, whenever he met someone who wasn't prejudiced against him and could talk to him, he couldn't wait to dig out his heart. Gun Yinji was also this kind of person. Although she was more tactful and clever than Lu Jin, deep down, she was actually quite similar to Lu Jin's style of doing things. It was just that she had been trained by Hua Xiaoheng's side since she was young that all her unpleasant bad habits had been flattened. Gun Yinji pulled up Lu Jin's furry lion hand and said sincerely, "From now on, I'll be your friend. If you don't mind, I could be your best friend. I will not let others bully you, nor will I let them isolate you. If anyone says that you don't know how to behave, I'll teach him how to behave." At the end of her sentence, a hint of murderous intent appeared on her pretty face. She was like a little kitten that had extended its claws to show that it was super fierce, baring its teeth and brandishing its claws. Lu Jin was so happy that he was about to be drunk. He didn't realize it and revealed his true colors. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good, good. With your help, I'm not afraid that I won't have any friends because I'm so smart." Gun Yinji, why did it sound like something was wrong? Smart enough to have no friends? Gun Yinji's bright and clear eyes narrowed unkindly. If Hua Xiaoheng was here, he would definitely be able to tell that Gun Yinji was on the verge of going berserk. Unfortunately, Lu Jin didn't know much about Gun Yinji. He still shrugged recklessly and said matter-of-factly, "I can't help it if I'm too smart." He had a proud expression on his face, as if he was a fish-lipped human and a scum like you don't deserve to be friends with me. Gun Yinji snorted and gritted her teeth. She really deserved a beating. If Lu Jin hadn't been so nice to her, she wouldn't have wanted to be friends with him. She had indeed been overthinking things. She put away her smile and took out the Ferrari car key from her backpack. She placed it in Lu Jin's furry lion hand and said coldly, "Mr. Lu, you must be joking. I can't take this car key. It's too expensive. Please keep it." Lu Jin sensed that Gun Yinji was angry, but he couldn't figure out what had made her angry. He felt guilty and his back was drenched in sweat. He looked at the car key that Gun Yinji had returned, then turned his head to look at her cold, unsmiling face. He said in a low voice, "Did I say something wrong to offend you?" If Lu Yuan were here to see Lu Jin's subservient appearance, he would probably fall into the river in fright. This man, who was not afraid of the heavens or the earth and had been hunted by the entire country for so many years, but had never bowed down, was actually trembling in fear in front of a little girl, and for the first time ever, he apologized. Gun Yinji wanted to be angry. She had thought that Lu Jin was the kind of lonely old man who yearned for friendship and wanted to help him protect him. But she had just realized that Lu Jin was actually an extremely strong-willed person. He had no friends and it was his own doing. She raised her eyelids. She had wanted to stab him with a few words, but when she saw his nervous expression, he was like a completely different person from the man who had accidentally revealed his arrogant attitude just now. Although she was unhappy, she couldn't be angry at him at all, because he had the right to look down on all living beings. Gunyinji admitted that she was still a little sour. This made her feel like she was being stupid. Gunyinji thought so and said casually, "You think it's funny to tease me like this? I'm so stupid that I don't deserve to be friends with Mr. Liu. I don't dare accept your gift." Lu Jin understood that the little girl was overthinking. Gunyinji wasn't one of those fish-lipped humans. Lu Jin hugged his Lion King mask and spun around. He was a little crazy. How was he going to explain his indiscreet words just now? Stroking his lion tail with one hand, Lu Jin suddenly remembered. He took out his phone and moved closer to Gunyinji, as if he was trying to curry favor with her. He whispered, "I also wrote a small program that's better than Zhao Yang's. Didn't you want to register an account on social media, but you don't want anyone to discover your IP address? This small program allows you to hide your IP address no matter which website you register an account on." And, as he spoke, he stole a glance at Gunyinji's expression. Gunyinji's little face tensed up for less than a minute before she was captivated by Lu Jin's small program. She tiptoed and almost touched Lu Jin's head. "Is it really that good?" This program is really simple. Awesome. A heavy sword without an edge. A great skill without work. How did you write this program so well?" Gunyinji looked at the small program in admiration. Her eyes were about to sparkle. Anyone who knew the industry knew that the better the program, the simpler it was. Any program that was ridiculously large had so many bugs in it that it could stage a Zerg empire. In the world of software, it was definitely simple. It's better. The simpler, the better. Lu Jin observed secretly and thought to himself, "Is she not angry anymore?" He continued to encourage her and continued to show her. There's also a hidden function here. As long as you register an account, if someone checks your account's IP address, it will immediately send you a reminder. So amazing. So amazing. Is it for me? Gunyinji clenched her fists excitedly. Such a good program was 100 times better than a Ferrari. Lu Jin nodded and said carefully, "It was specially written for you. Can you stop being angry now?" He sent the small program to Gunyinji's phone. Gunyinji put away the small program in satisfaction and teased, "What if I'm still angry?" Lu Jin said seriously, "Then I'll write another program for you. It's better than this." Gunyinji's eyes curved and she smiled faintly. She shook Lu Jin's arm. "I was joking. Thank you, Mr. Liu. If I were as good as you, I would be even more arrogant than you." Actually, she was already arrogant enough, but she was still not as good as Lu Jin. Lu Jin saw that Gunyinji didn't seem to be lying, so he nodded and said without hesitation, "You can do it too. You can do whatever you want. I'll get rid of whoever dares to say anything about you." "Huh? Mr. Liu, is that nice?" Gunyinji rolled her eyes. "But it's illegal to get rid of others. We can't do anything illegal." Lu Jin tugged at his sweaty Lion King suit and scoffed. "Do I need to break the law to get rid of people? You're underestimating your father." Gunyinji. Lu Jin came back to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. His face couldn't help turning red. He was even more embarrassed than Gunyinji had been. After thinking about it for a long time, he still used Gunyinji's excuse. I was too immersed in my role." Gunyinji looked at him fixedly for a while and burst out laughing. She reached out and gently brushed off a leaf. She said casually, "All right, one for each. It's a tie. Two drama queens acting on the same stage. It's so addictive." Lu Jin wanted to say something, but he felt a little guilty when he saw Gunyinji's meaningful smile. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his phone vibrated. Lu Jin quickly took it out and saw that it was Lu Yuan's call. He immediately swiped it open and picked it up. "What's the matter?" Lu Yuan's expression was very serious. He said, "Are you still at Disneyland?" Lu Jin grunted. "What's wrong? Hurry up and leave. Don't let anyone see you with Nyinji." Lu Yuan warned him. "I just got news that Qin Jining ran away from the hospital. I know you don't like him, but he called He Ji-chu. Lu Jin. You don't care about Qin Jining, but what about He Ji-chu? This kid is even smarter than a monkey. Don't let your guard down. Lu Jin subconsciously looked at Gu Nianji, who was having a great time playing with her phone. He happened to see her pale side profile. She was sweating a little like a peeled lychee that had just been taken out of the snow. She was moist and tender from the inside out. She had an exquisite straight nose, and her long, thick eyelashes, which were like small fans, densely covered her big, bright eyes. Her pupils were so black that it made people dizzy when they looked at her. Her curvy lips were naturally curved into a smile. He couldn't get enough of it. How could he bear to leave her now? When Lu Yuan heard that he didn't say a word, he knew that he was acting up again. He quickly tried to persuade him. If you can't bear it, you'll ruin the big plan. How many years have you waited? Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Nianji. She's new here and doesn't have anything. Only you, only me, and He Ji-chu. Only these three people can sincerely do what's best for her. But if He Ji-chu finds out, do you believe that Nianji will be the one who'll have it the hardest? It wasn't easy for her to leave the imperial capital and live her own life in peace. Why are you in such a hurry? There's still a long way to go. Lu Yuan's "there's still a long way to go" rekindled Lu Jin's hope. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll leave right away, but you have to promise to do a few things for me." They're all related to her. Lu Yuan knew that he was talking about Gu Nianji. He slammed his hand on the table and scolded jokingly. "All right, when have I not helped you? Besides, Nianji is my family. How can I not help her?" Lu Jin spat. "Your family?" Lu Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. Lu Jin gritted his teeth as he hung up the phone in displeasure. Gu Nianji happened to look up and was a little confused. "Mr. Lu? Is it CEO Lu?" She happened to hear Lu Jin say Lu Yuan. Lu Jin said regretfully, "I have something to do at the company. I have to leave first. Take off your little Simba suit and give it to me." "Oh, okay." Gu Nianji quickly took off little Simba's little lion cartoon suit and put it in the bag from before handing it to Lu Jin. Lu Jin did not take off his Lion King suit. He put on the Lion King's headgear and opened his arms to Gu Nianji. He said in the Lion King's voice, "Simba, give Daddy a hug." Gu Nianji looked up at him, and a spark lit up in the depths of her eyes. She smiled slightly and walked over to hug Lu Jin, the Lion King. Lu Jin lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Don't tell anyone that you were with me today. Remember, we didn't meet today." As he spoke, he quickly turned around and left. He ran so fast, as if he was worried that if he slowed down, he wouldn't be able to bear to leave. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin's panicked back and frowned slightly. After a long time, her lips curled into a very faint smile. She didn't want to leave with Lu Yuan one after the other, so she sat in the small room for a while and went online on her phone. She hadn't gone online for a day, but she realized that the outside world had changed. Zhao Yang's program should have been written by now, because just this morning, a new account had appeared on Twitter and announced some of the important information that Dresden had brought out. It announced that the United States was monitoring internet users all over the world, especially the leaders of several Western countries. It had already caused a huge uproar in the Western world. The United States was in a mess from top to bottom, and the Department of Justice was in a panic to charge Dresden with treason. Dresden had already contacted Senator He of the Legislative Council in H City and hired him as his lawyer to respond to the U.S. Department of Justice's lawsuit. As a result, the news that Dresden was in H City of the Huaxia Empire spread like wildfire. All the powers gathered in H City, and the small H City once again showed the charm of the Pearl of the East. Gu Nianji looked at the storm she had stirred up and curled her lips. She flicked her phone and thought to herself, "This is just the beginning." Seeing that the sky outside was getting dark, she came out of the room. Disneyland was about to close, and the tourists were walking out in twos and threes. Gu Nianji walked alone in the unfamiliar crowd. Her expression was relaxed, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She gently wiped it with a tissue. Not long after, her phone vibrated. Gu Nianji took it out and saw that it was He Ji-chu's number. She quickly swiped it open and picked it up. She said cheerfully, "Young Master He, why is it you? Where are you?" She actually knew that he had come to H City, but she had to pretend that she didn't know. He Chu had been very flustered ever since he received Qin Jining's call. He felt that this wasn't a coincidence. He had been worried that something would happen to Gun Yinji. It wasn't until he heard her voice on the other end of the phone that he let out a long sigh and said, "Where are you? Just stand there and don't move. Wait for me to come find you." Gun Yinji stopped in her tracks and said half-jokingly, "Sure, but don't buy me oranges." He Chu. This was today's big chapter. Chapter 1522, Actresses Appear in Pairs. There was no more at night. Moi, all the big shots, little angels. Chapter 1534. How dare they even make fun of him? He Chu bared his white teeth. "You want me to buy you oranges? I planted a grove of oranges. Do you want them?" Gun Yinji giggled and looked like she was in a good mood. "I'm just reminding you that I don't like oranges." He Chu took out his phone and sent his location over. He said to Gun Yinji, "Receive." Gun Yinji pressed the receive button, and He Chu could see her location. Fortunately, she wasn't far from him. He Chu went against the flow of the crowd at Disneyland and soon saw Gun Yinji. She was carrying a backpack and wearing a pair of huge sunglasses, a pair of black-rimmed sapphire blue Juicy Her, black-rimmed sapphire Juicy Couture sports casual attire accentuated her beautiful figure. Gun Yinji turned to face He Chu. The afterglow of the setting sun outlined her soul-stirring curves. She turned back to look at him and smiled lazily. She pushed her sunglasses up on top of her head, and her jade-like eyes were filled with a warm smile. Her curvy lips curved upwards in a joyful smile. He Chu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he slowly swallowed the restlessness and passion in his heart. He strode over with his long legs. "Yinji." His voice was slightly excited as he walked over and hugged her in his arms, as if he was hugging a treasure that had been lost and regained. Gun Yinji pressed against his chest and heard his heart beating much faster than usual. She couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong? Did you run to buy oranges?" "Naughty again." He Chu held the back of her neck with one hand and suddenly lowered his head to kiss her. Gun Yinji was shocked. She quickly tilted her head and avoided it. He Chu's kiss landed on her cheek. His lips were hot and trembling, and his arms held her tightly with a strength that was different from before. A strong smell of alcohol assaulted his nostrils. "Young Master He, what are you doing? Did you drink?" Gun Yinji was shocked and angry, but she couldn't move her head. He Chu's strength was no less than Hua Xiaoling's. Just now, he had only held the back of her neck and hadn't used much force, so Gun Yinji had used force to avoid his kiss. "I drank a little," He Chu said vaguely. His hand instinctively tightened, and Gun Yinji could no longer move. He Chu lowered his head and was very close to her face. He was so close that she could feel his cold breath on her lips. He looked at her without saying a word. His eyes were burning with a heat she had never seen before. It was like the boiling magma at the foot of a volcano could no longer be hidden and was looking for an opening to erupt. He just looked at her, getting closer and closer to her. Gun Yinji's eyes widened, and a myriad of emotions flowed through her clear black and white eyes. From surprise to anger, from anger to panic, from certainty to trembling, there was none of the emotions he wanted: excitement and joy. He Chu's cold and thin lips paused in front of her plump, curvy lips. It was only a hair's breadth away from leaving his mark. "Close your eyes." He Chu realized he couldn't continue the kiss in front of the large eyes that were glaring at him. "No." Gun Yinji refused. "Young Master He, don't be like this. You said you wouldn't force me." She didn't know what she had done to provoke him. He Chu pressed his lips against her cheek and felt her silky, smooth skin. He said in her ear, "What if I insist on forcing myself?" The corners of Gun Yinji's eyes twitched. She was nervous and afraid, but she tried her best to act as if nothing had happened. She said, "Young Master He, calm down. I've always treated you as my brother." He Chu closed his eyes. He could feel that the body he was hugging didn't have any warmth or feelings for him. He didn't know how long he would have to wait for her to fall in love with him. He Chu slowly let go of Gun Yinji and raised his head. He gently stroked her long hair, and his voice became cold again. I'm not your brother, and don't treat me as your brother. But when you were over there, you promised to be my brother. Gun Yinji broke free from his shackles and quickly distanced herself from him. Are you going back on your word? Hijichu took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. Was he being too hasty again? The past few days of life and death had made him a little impatient. He was worried that he wouldn't have time to wait for her to fall in love with him. What would he do if she treated him as her brother forever? Hijichu looked up at her. His almond-shaped eyes were filled with deep affection, but she looked away and turned to look in the direction of the door. She said, It's about to close. I want to go back. Hijichu walked over and held her hand. Let's go. I'll take you back to the hotel. I can walk by myself. Gun Yinji pulled her hand away and frowned. Her good mood for the day had been ruined. She was very unhappy. Hijichu looked at her for a while and finally gave in again. He raised his hands. All right, it's my fault. I'm sorry. I drank too much today. Gun Yinji had long smelled the alcohol on him. She fanned herself in front of her and said unhappily, You're showing your true colors when you're drunk, aren't you? If you continue to be like this, I'll cut off all ties with you. When Qin Jining called me, I was having dinner with a friend and had a little drink. Hijichu was actually having a celebratory drink with the members of his team. Yesterday's mission had been successfully completed, and they hadn't revealed any flaws. The CIA's office in H City was in a mess. The 4 dead henchmen had become a hot potato. If they called the police would search their office because these people had died at the entrance of their office. If they didn't call the police, the corpses of these people had been photographed and posted on Twitter by someone with ulterior motives. In this era of self-media, the foreign media couldn't pretend to be deaf and mute even if they wanted to. Everyone was happy and gathered together to drink and blow. It was easy to get drunk with white, red, and beer. Hijichu's alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, but he was drunk. When he saw Gun Yinji, he wanted to get drunk and never wake up. It was a pity that the flowing water was affectionate, but the falling flowers were heartless. He still had a long way to go in love. The most important thing now was to coax this angry little girl back. Otherwise, if she really thought he was buying oranges, he wouldn't be able to make up for it no matter how much blood he spat out. All right, I was wrong. I won't do this again. Hijichu took a few steps closer to her and stopped in a safe distance. This place is about to close. Let's go. Gun Yinji saw that his eyes were gradually clearing up and not like a wolf like before. She nodded. Young Master you're on a mission, right? You can't drink now. Hua Xiaoheng and the others were strictly prohibited from drinking when they were on a mission. Hijichu glanced at her sideways. You knew I was on a mission? Gun Yinji didn't play dumb with him anymore. She said seriously, I saw you outside the window last night, and those gunmen, Hijichu's heart tightened. He walked over and held her hand. He said in a low voice, Don't talk about this again. If someone finds out, even I won't be able to save you. It was that serious? Gun Yinji glanced at him and nodded. I know. If you weren't acting strangely today, I wouldn't have said it. Do you think I've lived with Major General Hua for so many years? They're much better at keeping secrets than you guys are. Hijichu smiled bitterly and pointed at his chest. You really know how to stab me here. Gun Yinji shrugged. I'll get used to it. Seeing her indifferent expression, Hijichu was angry and amused at the same time, but there was nothing he could do about her. She was spoiled rotten by him. She knew that in front of him, no matter what treasonous word she said or did, he wouldn't bear to lay a finger on her. Without allowing Gun Yinji to continue struggling, Hijichu almost dragged her out of Disneyland. Qin Jining parked the car outside and welcomed them out. Hijichu opened the car door and stuffed Gun Yinji into the back seat. He got in as well. Gun Yinji looked up and saw Qin Jining in the driver's seat. She chuckled. So it's young Master Qin. What's wrong? Aren't you secretly protecting me? Are you secretly protecting me? Qin Jining started the car and said calmly, I fell into someone's trap this morning and was lured away. Yinji, was anyone looking for you at Disneyland today? He had also contacted the other field agents who were in charge of secretly protecting Gun Yinji and found that they had all lost track of Gunyinji today. The person they were following wasn't Gunyinji, even though the three girls were similar in size to her. With such an organized effort to confuse them, someone must have wanted to make a move on Gunyinji. They had thought that there would be big trouble, but Gunyinji appeared in front of them unscathed, which puzzled them. Gunyinji thought of Lu Jin's words, and her heart skipped a beat. She didn't show it on her face and said calmly, "Are you talking about hitting on me?" There were indeed a few men hitting on me. But you know, I have high standards and don't like those lascivious men. I chased them away. Qin Jining. He looked at Gunyinji in the rearview mirror. "It's good that you're fine. Were you going back to Sea City?" Gunyinji crossed her arms and leaned against the back seat. She scoffed. "Why should I tell you? It's very dangerous here. You can't stay here anymore." Qin Jining was very serious. "I'll explain the situation to General He." Gunyinji leaned forward and gently knocked on Qin Jining's driver's seat. She said bluntly, "Mr. Qin, listen up. You're only my bodyguard at most, and a bodyguard has no right to interfere with the freedom of movement of the person under his protection. What I want to do is none of your business. If you can't protect me, you can get lost." "You." Qin Jining was so angry at her that his teeth itched. "What the hell are you doing? It's none of your business either." Gunyinji raised her chin. "Your job is to protect me. If you can't do your job well, then it's your dereliction of duty. You can leave immediately." Seeing Gunyinji insult people, as long as the target wasn't herself, usually made people happy. Hijichu stretched his long legs, and a faint smile appeared in his cold eyes. He looked at Gunyinji and said calmly, "Your brother Little Ning's words do make sense. H City has been in chaos recently, so it's better for you to go back." Gunyinji scoffed and thought to herself, "They still don't know why H City is in such a mess, do they?" If it weren't for her idea to have Dresden release some of the information on Twitter and find Senator He to be his lawyer, how could H City have become the target of public criticism? Of course she didn't want to stay, but how embarrassing would it be for her to leave just because Qin Jining told her to? Gunyinji raised her hand and looked at the lines on her palm under the setting sun. She said aloofly, "I can leave whenever I want. It's none of your business." Qin Jining was so angry that he honked the car horn desperately. "Why are you so disobedient?" Gunyinji raised her eyebrows and was about to retort when Hijichu quickly stopped her. All right. Your brother Little Ning has good intentions. Don't deliberately go against him." "I have to deliberately go against him? Aren't you thinking too highly of him?" Gunyinji snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. She lowered her head and took out her phone. She began to choose a time for her flight ticket to leave. She hadn't expected H City to suddenly become a hot spot. Even plane tickets were in high demand. Although she had a return ticket, she couldn't book a seat because she had changed it. After searching through her phone for a long time, she finally chose a flight in 3 days and booked a seat, but didn't reveal a single word. Hijichu had a mission, so he couldn't go overboard. He sent Gunyinji to the Four Seasons Hotel and reminded her, "Don't be too willful when you're out. Just because you're fine this time doesn't mean you'll be so lucky in the future. Be good. I'll accompany you when we get back. Okay?" He looked at Gunyinji almost pleadingly. Gunyinji could ignore Qin Jining, but she had to give Hijichu face. "Okay, I've already signed a return ticket." Gunyinji thought about it and decided to tell them so they wouldn't worry. Hijichu and Qin Jining breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this little girl wasn't stubborn to the point of being immature. After sending Gunyinji back to the hotel, Hijichu disappeared into the crowd again. Qin Jining was still in hiding and secretly protected Gunyinji with a few other field agents. In Lu Yuan and Lu Jin's presidential suite, they had been closely monitoring the movement in front of the main door. Seeing that Gunyinji had finally been sent back by Hijichu and Qin Jining, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yuan put away the surveillance equipment and said, "You can rest assured. You have to hurry back to Sea City on the plane tonight." Lu Ji nodded. "Remember to remind Ninji to go back early." "Don't worry." Lu Yuan packed Lu Jin's suitcase. "I'll take you to the airport." Lu Jin put on his sunglasses and walked out of the room with him. He said, Don't forget what you promised me. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. Do you have to do that? Why did you buy the residential area in the south of the city? Our analysts have already analyzed that place. The value-added potential, there isn't much. Don't worry about that. Remember to get your subordinates to negotiate. Lu Jin curled his lips. I'll wait for your triumphant return in C City. Lu Jin flew back to C City. Lu Yuan stayed in H City and closely monitored the progress of the Dresden incident. At the same time, the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council in the imperial capital was holding a secret meeting. He Chengjian informed the 4 generals of their operation in H City and said happily, "This operation went smoothly. Not only did it give the CIA a show of strength, but it also showed the Soviet Union our determination and strength. They've increased their bargaining chips to cooperate with us." Why is the Soviet Union so interested in Dresden? General A was puzzled. Does General He know why? We're not sure about that. He Chengjian shook his head. But this doesn't stop us from cooperating with them. Moreover, Dresden fell into our hands first. Our people have already gotten all the information from him. Lawyer He, a member of the Legislative Council in H City, was now Dresden's lawyer. He listened to Lawyer He's every word and had already divulged a lot of information. Lawyer He was a member of the He family and also served the imperial government. He had already transferred all the information to the imperial capital. That's good. General B thought carefully. We still can't fight the United States head-on. Even without the Soviet Union's interference, we can't keep Dresden here. Yes, that's why I agreed to cooperate with the Soviet Union and let Dresden take refuge in the Soviet Union. He Chengjian turned on his computer and connected it to the big screen in the conference room. He was all smiles. In order to show their sincerity, the Soviet Union sent an action team represented by the head of the KGB's Far East Bureau. With a click, a seductive photo of a beautiful Chinese woman appeared on the big screen. She was gorgeous and tall, with long wavy hair. The ends of her hair were dyed burgundy, making her skin look especially fair and delicate. Her figure was so bumpy that it was against the rules. This is Linda, known as the flower of the Far East of the KGB. She's an old rival of our intelligence department. He Chengjian clicked on the woman's information with a mouse. The flower of the Far East, Linda, is called Xiao Yi in Chinese. She's fought with us for so many years, and both sides have won and lost. You're all familiar with her, right? There was a burst of laughter in the conference room. How could they not be familiar with her? They'd fought for many years. She's the only one in charge of the support work? General B frowned. Is this the Soviet Union's greatest sincerity? Although Linda was powerful, her position in the KGB wasn't very high. At least, she couldn't make the decision in the Far East Bureau. Of course, she's not alone. He Chengjian clicked the mouse lightly, and his expression became serious. In addition to her, the Soviet Union has also sent the most important figure in the KGB's Far East Bureau. It's the ace of the Far East, who has fought with us for so many years and has never lost, nor has he ever revealed his true face, Peter. On the big screen, Linda's beautiful photo faded away and was replaced by a photo of an Oriental Chinese man. His deep eyes looked coldly at the people in the conference room. His face was so handsome that it made people feel suffocated. Everyone was stunned for a moment. He Chengjian pursed his lips and clicked on his information. The KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter. His Chinese name is Hua Xiaong. This was today's chapter 1523, The Ace of the Far East. There was no more at night. P.S. Thank you, Flying Blue Emperor Phoenix, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. The Suite 4 Theater on Weibo has been updated. Everyone can go take a look and remember to like it. Weibo account, Writers Cambrian. P.S. The Far East was a geographical term in international relations. A few centuries ago, when Europe was the dominant force, they regarded themselves as the center of the world, the East. Those close to them were the Near East, those far away from them were the Far East, and in between the two was the Middle East. Everyone knows where the Middle East is, right? The Far East was also a geographical term like the Middle East. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1535. He Chengjian calmly stared at Hui Xiaoheng's handsome but cold face on the big screen and narrowed his eyes. The person they had been looking for 3 to 4 years turned out to be a subordinate of the KGB. It was no wonder. Other than the higher-ups of the KGB, with Huaxia's national power and strength, how could they not be able to find him? At that time, he had mentioned this matter to the higher-ups of the military. As long as the Hui family was in Huaxia, it was impossible for them not to find him. The Hui family wasn't in Huaxia, so they couldn't find him. Now that Hui Xiaoheng had appeared, and he was the trump card of the KGB's Far East Bureau, he wanted to see if Gu Nianji would fall in love with this Hui Xiaoheng, or a glint flashed across He Chengjian's eyes. He would use this Hui Xiaoheng as a touchstone to test how persistent Gu Nianji's feelings were. He Chengjian thought about it, and said to the people in the conference room, "The Soviet Union is being sincere this time, right?" These generals also knew about the other world, and they also knew about the arrangements with the higher-ups of the Huaxia Empire in the other world. Seeing Hui Xiaoheng, General B, who had been dissatisfied with the Soviet Union's sincerity, said in surprise, "This time, the Soviet Union is really going all out." Yes, he's the trump card of the Far East Bureau. Even the CIA, the German FBI, and the British MI5 have been investigating for so many years, but they haven't been able to find out his true identity. And the 5 of them were probably the only foreign high-level personnel who knew the true identity of the Soviet Union's ace of the Far East, other than the higher-ups of the KGB. Of course, if the Soviet Union hadn't taken the initiative to reveal his identity, they wouldn't have been able to find out his true identity. I heard that he has always disguised himself when he goes on missions. He has never used his true appearance. 10 years ago, when the United States and the Soviet Union were at a critical juncture, the arms race almost pushed the Soviet Union to the brink of collapse. It was this Peter who single-handedly turned the tide and obtained top-secret information from the highest levels of the CIA. He proved that the Star Wars program that the U.S. president was promoting was actually a scam. He Chengjian thought of the arms race that almost brought down the Soviet Union and was deeply moved. Yes, it was at that time that his status as the ace of the KGB's Far East Bureau was truly established. It was also from that time that the United States and the Western world never stopped hunting him. Be it in the open or in the dark, the bounty on him has reached an astronomical figure. As long as you hand him over to the United States or Western intelligence agencies, you won't just be making a fortune. You'll get a fortune that can rival a country. The 5 generals were filled with admiration and respect, but they were also fearful of the person sent by the KGB. General C also said, "Actually, we should have thought of this 3 or 4 years ago. At that time, we had just found out that the most secretive and outstanding intelligence officer in the Huaxia Empire that corresponded to us in the other world was their Special Operations Forces General, Hui Xiaoheng. We couldn't find this person in our country, so this person was most likely in the Soviet Union." He Chengjian was suddenly enlightened. He patted the back of his head and said with a smile, "You really woke me up. That's right. Such a capable intelligence officer is not in our country. The only place he can be is the Soviet Union." Everyone had a meeting for a while to discuss the countermeasures to deal with the arrival of the ace of the Far East before leaving the meeting room. After the meeting, He Chengjian sent He Jichu the information on the members of the operation team sent by the KGB's Far East Bureau. He Jichu had just returned to his residence and was about to go to the bathroom to wash up. When he heard his phone ring, he took it over and saw that it was an encrypted message from his father. He quickly slid open his phone to take a look. These messages would be destroyed once they were read. They wouldn't be left on his phone, nor would they be stored on the internet. His finger paused on Linda's photo and quickly swiped it open. He saw the second photo, Ace of the Far East Peter. His hand trembled. He didn't have time to look at his specific information and quickly called He Chengjian back. "Father, what's going on? How could he be the KGB's ace of the Far East?" "Yes, it's him, Hui Xiaoheng." He Chengjian nodded slowly. "It's surprising, isn't it?" "It's more than surprising." He Jichu smiled bitterly and sat on the sofa. He unbuttoned his shirt and felt very annoyed. It's really him? How could it be? Although it's very surprising, if you think about it carefully, this is the only possibility, He Changjian said with certainty. If we really have Hua Xiaoheng on our side, he wouldn't have been able to escape our search in the country. So the only possibility is that he's abroad, and he's working in an organization that does a very good job of keeping secrets. Otherwise, our field agents abroad aren't to be trifled with. The Soviet Union previously admitted that Xie Zian was with them, and she was also a high-ranking member of the KGB. Now that her grandson is also in the KGB, it's only natural. Intelligence agencies actually liked to have several generations of a family working in the same agency. That way, it would be easier to keep secrets. If the parents were in this line of work, there was a high chance that the children would still be in this line of work. This was a tacit understanding among the intelligence agencies of all countries. He Zhichu pursed his lips, his sparkling almond-shaped eyes silent. He said, "What's he doing here? Picking up Dresden?" He Chengjian nodded. "Yes, their operation team will come to pick him up and go to Moscow. They won't take a plane, but will leave by sea. You have to remember to contact him and do a good job of changing shifts." He Zhichu gripped his phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Where are they now?" "As far as I know, they've already gone to H City." He Chengjian heard the change in He Zhichu's mood, and his expression turned cold. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" He Zhichu scoffed and lifted his leg to place on the coffee table in front of him. "Why would I be afraid of him? I just think it's a little ridiculous. It seems like no matter where we are, we'll always be opponents." He Chengjian's expression cleared up slightly. He turned on the computer to check their plan of action and said calmly, "It's good that you're not afraid. Actually, it's good that he's here. At least it can make Ninji give up. Don't dream. Someone will come and save her in the future. Ninji will know how good you are. Achu, no one but you can risk their lives to go to another parallel world." He Chengjian comforted He Zhichu. "She's still young. Don't be too anxious." He Zhichu blushed when he thought of what he had done in the evening, but he didn't regret it at all. It was because of his uncontrollable impulse toward Gun Ninji this evening that he was further convinced that he really loved her. His feelings for her were definitely those of a man and a woman. If it was just the same kind of familial love as before, he wouldn't have that kind of desire for her. He Zhichu stood up and walked to the wine cabinet. He took out a bottle of red wine and poured himself a shallow glass of red wine. He took a sip. "Father, don't let her see this person for the time being." "What's wrong? Are you worried that she'll fall in love with this person?" He Chengjian raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Are you that unconfident in yourself?" "No." He Zhichu paused, and his eyes narrowed. "I'm worried that the impact on her will be too great. I don't know how sad she'll be." "Isn't that perfect? Completely sever her thoughts about the other side." He Chengjian was happy just thinking about it. When he warned General Ji, he was actually bluffing. At that time, he wasn't sure if they had Hua Xiaoheng on their side, but in order to scare them, he didn't hesitate to lie to them. Now, it seemed that God was helping him, because he wasn't lying. They really had Hua Xiaoheng on their side. If Hua Xiaoheng on the other side was a lover and really came over without a care for anything, he would actually be happy to see him lose his life. If he came, not only would the other side lose an ace of the intelligence agency, but the ace of the KGB's Far East Bureau would also die. This was absolutely beneficial to their national interests, because the Soviet Union and Huaxiao Empire didn't have a harmonious relationship of comrades and brothers. The conflict between the two countries was no less than the conflict between Huaxiao Empire, the United States, and the Western world. However, it was a pity that Huaxiao Empire would lose a talent like Hua Xiaoheng. However, He Chengjian had already warned them. If they didn't listen to his advice and insisted on going their own way, there was nothing he could do. He Zhichu's emotions were very complicated. He thought about it for a while, then shook his head and said, "I'll let her see him once, but not now. She still has a lot of hope. I don't want her to be too disappointed all of a sudden. It's better to wait for a while and let her see this person when her hope becomes slim. That way, she'll be mentally prepared and won't be too sad. He Qingjian didn't speak for a long time. When He Jichu thought he was about to hang up, he sighed and said, "Ah Chu, you really love Nianji." He couldn't imagine what he would do if Gu Nianji really refused to comply. Was the worst outcome going to be surgery to remove her memories? What was the difference between that and killing her? He Qingjian hung up the phone and sighed slowly. He thought silently, if Suwen were here, how would she deal with this problem? His son's stubbornness was actually inherited from him. He Jichu sat in his room until dawn before taking a nap on the sofa. Gu Nianji had just woken up from her deep sleep. She took out her phone and opened it to look at today's news. Very good. The international scene was still in a state of bloodshed. The information that Dresden had revealed had caused a huge uproar. From the public to the media, from governments to the U.S. Congress and courts, they were all interrogating the CIA about the PRISM program. The CIA could only urge the U.S. Department of Justice to quickly prosecute Dresden for treason and leaking secrets. Gu Nianji was relaxed and happy. Just as she was about to open the little program that Lu Jin had given her and stir up trouble on Twitter, Bai Shuang called. "Lawyer Gu, are you still in H-City?" Bai Shuang's voice was much calmer. She wasn't as panicked as she was yesterday. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Yes, I'll leave in 2 days." "What's wrong? When are you leaving? Are you coming back with me?" Bai Shuang looked at Dresden, who was sitting next to her, and smiled. "I can leave after I send Mr. Dresden to Macau." Gu Nianji was shocked and sat up from a bed. "Why did you send him to Macau? Is there no one else?" Because Dresden was looking at her, Bai Shuang had no choice but to say tactfully, "It's like this. Mr. Dresden trusts me more. After all, that lawyer, he has a special identity and can't move as freely as I can." Gu Nianji replied with an "oh" and said, "As long as you're happy. I don't have any objections." Bai Shuang smiled and asked, "Then are you free tonight?" "I'm free," Gu Nianji said without hesitation. "I don't know what to do for the past 2 days. I was just about to get up and search the internet for any fun places to go other than Disneyland." "That's great." Bai Shuang finally said what she meant. "It's like this. Mr. Dresden is going to an event on the High Seas cruise tonight to meet with reporters from several international newspapers. However, lawyer, he is a member of the Legislative Council, so he can't accompany him to meet the reporters in private. So Mr. Dresden wants to invite you to come with us and only provide legal assistance. He will pay you the same as lawyer Hehe." Gu Nianji didn't care how much Dresden could pay, but she wanted to go with him to see what other trump cards Dresden had not revealed. Going to the High Seas cruise? Who else is going? Gu Nianji wasn't worried about her safety because Qin Jining and the others were secretly protecting her, but she didn't want to agree too readily. "Oh, Director Zhao from the Lu Corporation will accompany us." Bai Shuang couldn't help blushing as she spoke. She had been interacting with Zhao Liangzi more and more frequently these past 2 days, and her impression of him had deepened. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1524, The Touchstone. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Dear friends, it's Monday again today, isn't it? Recommendation votes are very important. There are 4,000 monthly votes and updates at 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1536. Gu Nianji was delighted to see the possibility of Bai Shuang and Zhao Liangzi falling in love again. JavaScript. She smiled and teased him for a bit before agreeing. "Do you have any formal events to attend on the High Seas cruise tonight? If not, I won't dress up." What she meant was that she didn't have to choose an evening gown. Bai Shuang hurriedly said, "That cruise ship has a lot of entertainment facilities. You can watch shows, but there aren't any formal occasions. Wearing a skirt should be enough." Gu Nianji, on the other hand, felt that the dress was inconvenient, and she had made up her mind to live behind the scenes. Even if there was a formal occasion, she would avoid it. "Okay, I got it. What cruise ship is it? Where is it? When are we leaving?" Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It wasn't even 8 in the morning. She still had an entire day to prepare and thoroughly understand the situation on the cruise ship. Know yourself and know your enemy. and you will always be victorious. Bai Shuang looked at her invitation and ticket. I will send the invitation and ticket to you later. The information you want is there. That's great. Thank you, Bai Shuang. Gun Yinji got out of bed happily and went to the bathroom to wash up. Half an hour later, Bai Shuang knocked on Gun Yinji's hotel room door. Gun Yinji saw that it was Bai Shuang from the indoor video and quickly opened the door to let her in. Bai Shuang handed her an envelope. I won't be going in. I still have to go to Lawyer He's for a meeting with Mr. Dresden and Director Zhao. It should be about tonight's matter. Do you want to come with us? Gun Yinji shook her head with a smile. I'm just there to make up the numbers. Don't worry about me. You guys go ahead. Just take me out to sea at night. Bai Shuang was very regretful, but she had the excitement and thrill of participating in a big event. She placed her hand on Gun Yinji's shoulder and whispered, "Thank you, Lawyer Gu. My luck has never been very good, but ever since I met you, my luck has been getting better." Gun Yinji's eyes curved into crescents as she proudly waved her fist in the air and said, "Of course. Don't you see who I am? I'm a person blessed with luck." Bai Shuang hugged her with a smile and said, "Then I, the unlucky one, will have to absorb more of your luck." Gun Yinji was amused by her and burst out laughing. She was in a great mood. After Bai Shuang left, Gun Yinji ordered breakfast service. While waiting for breakfast, she studied the cruise ship's invitation and ticket. The cruise was called Princess Victoria, but it was not a British cruise. It was a cruise belonging to the Venetian Casino in M City. It was 10 stories high and had more than 1,000 rooms. It could carry 3,000 tourists out to sea at the same time. Although it couldn't compare to the world's largest cruise ship, it was still above average. Moreover, it was as luxurious as the largest cruise ship in the world. In terms of area, it was even more luxurious. Gun Yinji found out that the cruise ship belonged to the parent company, the Venetian Casino, and immediately guessed that the Princess Victoria cruise ship was a gambling ship. M City was known as the Las Vegas of the East. What is Las Vegas? That was the famous gambling city in the United States. One could imagine what Milta's main business was. In that case, the Princess Victoria belonging to the Venice Casino in M City was most likely a gambling ship. Gambling was legal in M City, but not in H City. Therefore, the cruise ship had to sail to the high seas, to the waters outside H City that were outside the jurisdiction of the law, before gambling could start. Before that, it should be the show that Bai Shuang had mentioned. There were all kinds of large-scale performances and some small entertainment programs. Gun Yinji looked at the introduction of the entertainment facilities on the cruise ship. It was obvious that there were some gambling places. She suddenly became a little interested. When she was in the other world, she couldn't enter a casino because she wasn't 18 years old yet. Although she had stayed in the United States for half a year, she hadn't gone to Las Vegas to see the world. Now that she was 20 years old, there would definitely be no problem. Her gaze fell on a poster on the cruise ship's invitation. It was obviously a gambling place, and those people were probably playing the famous blackjack, also known as blackjack. This kind of game was more suitable for her because it was a gambling game that tested her memory the most. She wanted to test her camera-like memory and her computer-like mental arithmetic ability to see if she could make a small fortune with this kind of game. She studied it for a while, and breakfast was served. Gun Yinji hurriedly finished her breakfast and spent the entire morning investigating the cruise ship situation. It was a regular cruise ship, and the police and security were also very strong. In the afternoon, Gun Yinji called Lu Yuan again and asked with a smile, "President Lu, are you still in H City?" Lu Yuan looked at the information in his hand and frowned. He nodded. "I have a cocktail party to attend tonight." "What's wrong? You haven't gone back yet?" "I still have to stay for 2 more days. My ticket was just changed." Gun Yinji quickly crammed up on the blackjack strategy, as she called. Lu Yuan thought that Gun Yinji wanted to go back early, so he quickly said, "Do you want me to call someone? Actually, I still have a private plane that I can use. Do you want them to send you back?" Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. "Huh? President Lu, you have a private plane, so why do you still need to buy a commercial plane ticket? Isn't it better to take a private plane?" Lu Yuan was speechless for a moment. He thought to himself, "Would I tell you that Lu Jin wants to get close to you? Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't say anything, Gun Yinji felt even more certain. She smiled and asked, "President Lu, where's your brother, Mr. Lu Jin? I haven't seen him since the banquet the day before yesterday." The corners of Lu Yuan's eyes twitched. This little girl was here to get information from him. Did she think he didn't know that Lu Jin had spent the whole day with her at Disneyland yesterday? Of course, even if he knew, Lu Yuan wouldn't say it. He chuckled and said there was something he needed to deal with in Sea City, so he left last night. Oh, knowing that Lu Jin had left H City and was no longer in this treacherous place, Gun Yinji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's a pity. Mr. Lu Jin is approachable, warm-hearted, and attentive. He's a rare good person. Lu Yuan. Girl, do you have some misunderstanding about the word good person? Lu Yuan smiled, but didn't say anything. Gun Yinji didn't expect Lu Yuan to reveal anything extraordinary. She smiled and continued. Bai Shuang invited me to the Princess Victoria cruise ship tonight. Director Zhao will also go with us. She didn't mention Dresden because she wasn't sure how much Lu Yuan knew about Dresden. Lu Yuan's smile faded, and he stood up from behind his desk. He frowned and said, "You're going to the Princess Victoria? It's a gambling ship, you know, right? You know about it too?" Gun Yinji's eyebrows twitched. "Are you also going to the Princess Victoria tonight?" "No. The reception I'm going to tonight is at the house of Lawyer He, a member of the Legislative Council," Lu Yuan said calmly. He wasn't worried about Gun Yinji's safety when he thought that Zhao Yangzi would go with him and that He Zhichu and He Chengjian had arranged so many bodyguards for Gun Yinji. Really? No wonder Lawyer. He can't spare time to accompany Mr. Dresden today. He still needs a newcomer like me to help him solve his legal problems. Gun Yinji laughed. "I'm a little worried that the high seas aren't safe. I wanted to ask President Lu if he wants to go." "Why are you still worried?" Lu Yuan smiled and joked with her. "Don't worry. Although it's high seas, if someone sells you on high seas, I'll definitely buy you back." "President Lu, you're too polite. I eat a lot. If you want to buy me back, I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of money." Gun Yinji laughed for a while before hanging up. Lu Yuan wasn't going, and Lawyer, he wasn't going either. So which international media outlet was Dresden going to meet on the Princess Victoria? Gun Yinji's hands itched. She hacked into the ticket system of the Princess Victoria cruise ship and got the list of tourists who had bought tickets. This was only the list of tourists who had bought tickets. If they wanted to transfer the tickets before boarding the ship, they could change their names. All in all, it wasn't as strict as the air tickets. Gun Yinji skimmed through it and found that the Princess Victoria had sold more than 2,000 tickets this time. It wasn't full, but judging from the fact that the voyage would only take 1 day and 1 night, these 2,000 tickets were more than enough. Gun Yinji downloaded the names, addresses, and ID numbers of these 2,000 people and found nothing. She didn't have a database like Hua Xiaoang's. Even if she got the names, addresses, and ID numbers of these people, she wouldn't be able to quickly find out their occupations. She struggled for 2 hours before finally giving up. In any case, these people who bought tickets looked very normal. They all felt like ordinary tourists. Therefore, Gun Yinji wanted to know which international media outlet was meeting with Dresden and what other big news Dresden had yet to reveal. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Bai Shuang called Gun Yinji. "Lawyer Gu, the car is waiting for you at the hotel entrance. Come down quickly." Gun Yinji grabbed the 3. One Philiplim's dark green mini satchel was slung diagonally around his neck. She wore a crisp and simple white Chanel silk blouse with an open collar and an Hermes scarf embroidered with dark green and gold sunflowers around her neck. Saint Laurent in the waistband of low-rise blue jeans. She was originally wearing white bourbon shoes, but when she looked in the mirror before going out, she felt that it would be better to change into high heels. It would make her legs look longer. She found her Manolo. Blahnik nude high-heeled shoes matched perfectly with a pair of blue denim pencil pants. This brand of high heels was the most comfortable. You wouldn't feel tired no matter how long you stood in it. The protection of the arch of the foot was very ergonomic. Gun Yinji was already 1.7 meters tall, so she looked even taller when she put on the 8-centimeter heels. She walked out of the hotel lobby, and the people around her couldn't help but be attracted to her. A pair of straight, long, and beautiful legs wrapped in extremely close-fitting jeans were very eye-catching. She saw a stretched Cadillac luxury car parked at the entrance of the hotel and smiled. Bai Shuang waved at her from the car window. "Lawyer Gu, this way." Gu Nianji walked over quickly. The driver quickly got out of the car and opened the door for her. After Gu Nianji entered, she sat next to Bai Shuang and smiled. "Whose car is this?" "It's Lawyer He's. He lent it to us to make up the scene." Zhao Yangzi sat opposite Gu Nianji and Bai Shuang. He stretched his long legs and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He teased, "Lawyer Gu is really dressed up today. You look like a Victoria's top model with 2 wings on your back." This is the second installment of today's monthly votes of 4,000 plus updates. Chapter 1525, The Unlucky and the Unlucky. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's Monday again today, right? Recommendation votes are very important. It's the end of the month. If you have votes, hurry up and vote. Tomorrow, there will be monthly votes of 4,500 plus updates. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 1537. Gu Nianji glanced sideways at Zhao Yangzi and raised her chin slightly. She deliberately said arrogantly, "You have good taste. I'm going today for the Victoria's Angel supermodel look." "Oh, you're so ambitious. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were competing for attention." Zhao Yangzi wanted to tease Gu Nianji the moment he saw her, as if she was a little sister at home. Although Gu Nianji was tall, her big, bright eyes were clear and pure. Her plump, rosy lips were always slightly curled up with a natural smile. She wasn't cold at all. Dresden, who was sitting next to Zhao Yangzi, also took a few more glances at her and praised, "Very pretty." "Very pretty." Gu Nianji thanked Dresden in English, then looked at Zhao Yangzi and glared at him. "How can you say that? Compete for attention? Am I that kind of person? Usually, men come to me crying and screaming to compete for attention. I make them line up at the back. Come on, you just turned 20, right? You're just talking to my sister." Zhao Yangzi leaned over and flicked her forehead gently. "When you get on the boat, don't run around alone. Follow your sister, Bai Shuang." Bai Shuang held Gu Nianji's arm and smiled. "Director Zhao will accompany Mr. Dresden to meet his friends later. Shall we play together?" Gu Nianji looked between Zhao Yangzi and Dresden and smiled. "Okay, then take care. I won't stand on ceremony." Dresden said in English that he would pay Gu Nianji double her salary. Gu Nianji looked at him thoughtfully and wondered where this person got so much money. She had investigated his family background. For what she could find out, his family background was ordinary. He was born in an ordinary middle-class family in the United States. His father was a naval officer, his sister was a local government prosecutor, and his mother was a housewife. Dresden had gone to community college and had only been working for a few years. His last job had a higher salary, with an annual salary of $200,000. However, he had been working this high-salary job for less than 2 years. But ever since he had escaped, he had never seemed to worry about money. He stayed in the best hotel, ate the best food, and his clothes were custom-made from famous brands. The watch on his hand was probably worth more than $1 million. Gu Nianji looked at Dresden's shoes. They were a very expensive brand, and they looked custom-made. Custom-made men's shoes were more expensive than custom-made women's clothes. There were too many mysteries surrounding this person. Gu Nianji retracted her gaze and looked at the scenery outside the car window. The Cadillac limousine drove all the way, and the Victoria Harbor was already in sight. After getting out of the car and boarding the boat, Gu Nianji put the phone back on her body. Philip and Lim's dark green mini satchel. This small satchel was so small that it was only big enough to hold 2 cell phones, a wallet, a Dior lipstick, and the pack of tissues that Lu Jean had given her on the plane. She treasured them and could not bear to waste any of them. The phone that Lu Jean had given her had a strong battery storage capacity. Although she hadn't got a number yet, she could use it as a computer as long as there was Wi-Fi. The other phone was the one she often used, the one with the phone number. Walking behind Zhao Liangzi and Dresden with Bai Shuang, the four of them walked to the 10th floor lobby of the cruise ship. Their tickets were on the 10th floor, the highest floor. That was the place with the best scenery, the most expensive place, and also the place with the most entertainment. Gun Yinji walked in and was stunned by the magnificent murals and decorations that were as magnificent as the Louvre in France. She had once seen the news that the current president of the United States was a person who especially liked glittering decorations. So after he moved in the White House, he couldn't wait to change the toilets in the bathroom into the luxurious style with gold powder. The reason was that in his own building, his bathrooms were all decorated with real gold. The 10th floor lobby of this gambling ship perfectly suited the taste of the current president of the United States. The endless roof was decorated with gold, and all kinds of embossed ancient Greek murals shone with a golden light. The ceiling in the corner of the room was also enhanced with dark gold lights. Standing at the door and looking inside, everyone seemed to be made of gold. Perhaps in the eyes of the casino owner here, every passenger was his sugar daddy and was here to give him gold. So he liked to see everyone glittering in the hall. Moreover, the hall here was different from other places. It was like Venice, a floating castle on water. There was a huge pool in the hall that was several meters deep. One gambling hall after another floated on the pool. From one gambling hall to another, one could only go through the pointed water chestnut boats that glided in the hall's pool. The boat was polished very smoothly and covered in tung oil. The wood was dark red, and the part of the water was not wet at all. Zhao Liangzi turned around and said to them with a smile, "Mr. Dresden and I will take the number 1 boat over there to discuss some matters." "Which gambling hall are you going to play in?" There was an electronic screen at the entrance of the hall, which showed the locations and ship numbers of all the gambling halls on this floor. Ship number 1 didn't go to any gambling hall. It headed to an octagonal pavilion in the middle of the hall. The curtains were drawn, and only through the corner of the light could she see the fragrance of clothes and the shadows of temples inside. That was where the most important people hung out. Gun Yinji wasn't interested in that place at all. She glanced at the electronic screen. There were 4 gambling halls that played blackjack. Without hesitation, she chose the number 2 gambling hall on the east side. That was because the deck was right outside the gambling hall. When she went out, she could see the sea view, the moon, and the sunrise from the deck. Bai Shuang also said, "I'll go with Lawyer Gu." Zhao Liangzi and Dresden turned around and waved at them before boarding the number 1 boat. Gun Yinji and Bai Shuang then boarded the number 2 boat. The number 2 boat rowed east towards the number 2 gambling hall on the easternmost deck. This was also the gambling hall with the most people playing blackjack. After getting off the boat, Gun Yinji and Bai Shuang exchanged chips at the entrance. They weren't in a hurry to go in. They took a cursory look at the entrance. There were at least 20 gambling tables in the number 2 gambling hall. There was a dealer at each gambling table who was in charge of dealing cards. The number of tourists who bet ranged from 1 to 5. The corner closest to the deck was completely covered by a dark golden velvet curtain. No one knew where it was. Not only were there more people betting at the lively tables, but there were also more onlookers than elsewhere. The gambling tables were also of different sizes. They were arranged in a picturesque manner according to the shape of the gambling hall. There were also bonsai and screens that intersected with each other. Not only did it give the tourists who placed their bets a certain amount of privacy, but it also didn't completely isolate them from others. It could be said that the customers were very important. It could be said that among all the companies in the world, the company with the best attitude toward its customers was the casino. Of course, the casino's degree of exploitation of its customers was also incomparable to that of other companies. Therefore, you get what you pay for. I'm not deceiving you. Gun Yinji picked a medium-sized gambling table in the middle and said to Bai Shuang, "I'll go there. What about you?" Bai Shuang also took a look and smiled. "I'll follow you. I've never been to a place like this before." Gun Yinji shrugged and made a face. "I've never been here either, but with you as my companion, I'll be a little bolder." Bai Shuang walked in with her. Standing beside her, she felt that there was a Western scenery everywhere. She almost couldn't take it anymore. Both of them were dressed ordinarily, but the female guests here were each more gorgeous than the other. There was a beautiful British woman with shoulder-length red hair in a low-cut skirt. She held a brandy glass in her hand and sat next to a fat white tourist with big ears to watch him place his bets. There was a beautiful blonde woman in a black gown that only revealed 2 holes in her chest. Her blue eyes were as moving as the clear sky. Sitting at the gambling table, she lazily threw out a card and crossed her legs. Her dress was immediately lifted up, revealing her fair thighs. The tourist next to her was a middle-aged Chinese man. His eyes involuntarily drifted to her legs, and he forgot about the cards in his hand. He heard a burst of laughter. Straight. Flush. I won. Straight flush. I won. It was the beautiful blonde woman in the black gown that revealed her thighs. The Chinese man sitting next to her, attracted by her thighs, looked dejected. He threw away the cards in his hand and muttered, "This is so weird. I'm not playing anymore." He picked up his coat that was draped over the back of the chair and got up to leave. The blonde woman who had just called straight flush also stood up and said to the Chinese man in broken Chinese, "Mr. Sun, do you want a drink?" The man's anger turned to joy. He turned around and took her hand. "That's the bar counter. Miss, would you like to do me the honor?" The two of them quickly hooked up and went to drink. They just happened to make room for 2 seats. Gu Nianji and Bai Shuang hurriedly walked over and sat down, taking over the 2 people's seats. The dealer at their table was a white woman who only spoke English and didn't bother with the Chinese-speaking tourists. Every time she dealt the cards, she was cold and didn't even look at anyone. She always had a dejected look on her face. However, her gestures were quick. She read the cards accurately, and she played quickly, so their table also attracted some people. It was here that Gu Nianji slowly accumulated her fame and reputation. The first hand, full house. 3 of the same and 2 of the same. The dealer only had 1 pair. She won. The second hand, for of a kind. 10 of the same cards. The dealer actually only had full house. She beat the dealer again. In the third round, the dealer, who had been looking hopeless, glanced at Gu Nianji. She seemed to be very confident and asked her if she was in. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Of course. Straight flush. I have a flush." The dealer actually only had 4 off kind. She beat her again. By the 4th round, the dealer had finished dealing the last round of cards. Her anxious mood finally improved. She looked at Gu Nianji again and actually used Chinese this time. "Are you still in?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and smiled. "So you can speak Chinese?" "Of course I'm in." She spread out the cards in her hand. Royal flush. Flush. Supreme flush. The dealer's face was ashen, and her arms were shaking so much that she almost couldn't pick up the cards in her hand. Gu Nianji leaned over and flipped through all her cards. She smiled. "I'm sorry, you only have an average flush. I beat you again." Not only had she won 4 times in a row, but she had only won a little more than the dealer each time. That was very rare. It couldn't have been pure luck. The experts monitoring the gambling hall in the casino immediately began to analyze whether Gu Nianji had cheated and how she had cheated. In their opinion, no one would be able to remember all 312 cards from 6 decks at the same time, so Gu Nianji must have cheated. However, other than smiling at the dealer and flipping the cards with her hand, Gu Nianji didn't make any other physical movements. The casino experts couldn't figure out Gu Nianji's cheating method, but it didn't stop them from finally asking her to leave the table. "Miss, you can't continue to play at this gambling table. Please change to another gambling table." The staff of the casino walked over politely and replaced the dealer at this gambling table. Gu Nianji played a total of 6 rounds and won all of them. She had already won more than $100,000 in chips. Bai Shuang had only played 2 rounds with her and won a small few $1,000s. Gu Nianji knew that the casino had this rule. If she won more, these casinos would blacklist her, and casinos around the world would ban her from entering for a certain period of time. Therefore, she didn't argue with these people. She got up with a smile and said, "Okay, I'll play at another table." She made up her mind to lose some money so that she wouldn't really be blacklisted and lose a lot of fun in the future. Because she had already become the key observation target of this gambling hall, the casino staff directly led her to the A table with the highest stakes, the strictest supervision, and the highest level of gamblers. It was the place in the corner that was covered by a dark golden velvet curtain. The staff ushered her in. Bai Shuang wasn't qualified to go in yet. Gun Yinji turned to her and said, "You play by yourself. If you lose, it's on me." She grabbed a handful of large chips for her. With Bai Shuang's playing style, she probably wouldn't lose even if she played all night. Bai Shuang smiled and waved. "I'll wait for you nearby. Don't play for too long." "I know. I'm just going to see the world." Gun Yinji made a face at her. The dark golden velvet curtain was lifted, and Gun Yinji walked in and found a random seat to sit down. There weren't many people here. 3 people sat sporadically at the gambling table, and there were only 4 people, including her. There was also a dealer standing. There was a total of 5 people. The dealer was a handsome white man with black hair and blue eyes. As soon as he saw her come in, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect a real beauty to join our battle tonight." The other 3 gamblers sitting were all men. When they heard this, 2 of them turned their heads to look at her. Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but come over to talk to her. The 2 of them were a little old, and Gun Yinji didn't have the patience to deal with them. She didn't want to look for sugar daddy, who had the patience to deal with these old men. She nodded politely and waved for them to sit down. Only one man sat there. He didn't get up to greet her. He just looked indifferently at the decks of cards in front of the dealer. Gun Yinji glanced at it casually and suddenly froze. Her heart was beating violently, uncontrollably. It was so loud that her eardrums were like drums. She suspected that everyone here could hear her heartbeat. However, when she looked at the people around her again, they didn't notice it at all. Their attention was on the poker cards in front of the dealer. However, she could no longer remember the cards and looked straight over. The man sitting next to her was sitting in a classic European chair. He was lazy, with one arm bent on the gambling table. He held a cigar in his hand, but it wasn't lit. The other arm was flat on the gambling table, holding a card in his hand. His face was so handsome that it made people feel despair. It was as if it was covered in ice. It was charming, but he didn't know it. It had an extra layer of devilish attraction. His facial features were exquisite and beautiful. His eyebrows were like mountains, and his long eyelashes were like the dense forest on the mountainside. His deep eyes looked down lightly, and his tall and straight nose was full of sculptural beauty. The curve of his jaw was especially exquisite. It was like the golden ratio of a human face, in line with everyone's definition and fantasy of beauty. Gun Yinji was almost stunned. Her chest was beating wildly. She wanted to shout, run, rush over, and shake him desperately. She wanted him to look over quickly. All the noise and luxurious dreams in the casino dissipated. He was the only one in her eyes. However, he sat expressionlessly, his long and powerful fingers constantly playing with the card. After a while, he looked up and said coldly in Chinese, "Have you seen enough?" His voice was cold and devoid of any warmth. His deep, dark eyes were filled with disgust and annoyance, as if he hated this kind of situation. Before Gun Yinji could react, the dark golden velvet curtain behind her was lifted again. A gorgeous and tall Chinese beauty with long wavy hair dyed wine red walked in. She sat on a man's lap, hugged his neck, and lowered her head to kiss him on his right cheek. She smiled and said in Russian, "Darling, that little girl is almost drooling when she looks at you." A second ago, the world in front of Gun Yinji was still a beautiful kaleidoscope with flowing lights. A second later, her kaleidoscope suddenly fell to the ground. All kinds of prosperity and beauty suddenly disappeared, leaving only fragmented glass shavings on the ground. This was today's big chapter, chapter 1526, Darling. On the second last day of February, the monthly votes of the relatives, this chapter already had 4,700 words, which was equivalent to 2 or 4 chapters for others. Give me some encouragement. Monthly votes are enough. Try to fight for 8:20 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1538. Gunyinji's big eyes, which were as bright as stars, dimmed bit by bit. She stared blankly at the man sitting next to her. She wanted to say something, but her throat was very obstructed. Her plump lips trembled, and she couldn't say a word. They clearly had the same facial features, but they gave her a completely different feeling. If Gunyinji's memory of Hua Xiaoheng was an oil painting with thick ink and heavy colors, it was full of grandeur. Although he was also so handsome that it made people feel desperate and suffocated, he still had human warmth and generosity. But the person in front of her now was more like an exquisite beauty drawn with meticulous brushwork. Every detail was perfect and flawless. But he was as cold as ice, as cold as the third day of the year. He was completely different from the person in her memory. The voice of Hua Xiaoheng in her memory was low and magnetic, like a subwoofer that shook people's hearts. The voice of the man in front of her was clear and cold. It was a typical baritone. Gunyinji was obsessed with looks and voices. As soon as the person spoke, Gunyinji knew that she had recognized the wrong person. That voice was completely different. The initial palpitation gradually dissipated, and more differences reminded her that this was not the person in her heart. Gunyinji gritted her teeth and looked at the cards in the dealer's hand in front of her. She didn't have the energy to remember and count the cards anymore. She lost 3 rounds in a row, and tens of thousands of dollars were gone in the blink of an eye. Her face was full of pain. In the eyes of the people monitoring the casino, they thought that she had lost money because she was sad and couldn't help smiling with satisfaction. Fortunately, this person wasn't strong enough to make them look at him differently or even add him to the blacklist. The man next to her, who looked exactly like Hua Xiaoheng, had won a lot, more than she had won at the other table just now. "Darling, you're so amazing." The beautiful woman sitting on his lap hugged him and kissed him repeatedly. Big red lip prints covered his face one after another. However, he only looked at her with a smile, took out a napkin, and elegantly wiped his face. Then he extended the napkin that had red lipstick stains in front of the woman. His voice was clear and affectionate. "Naughty girl." Both of them spoke Russian, and Gunyinji had taught herself Russian when she was in the other world. She could understand most daily conversations, so at this time, the blow to her was even worse. Her expression was wooden and her body was stiff. She finally couldn't listen anymore. He abruptly stood up, turned around, and rushed out of the specially concealed gambling table. Without hesitation, he pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him and came outside the deck, gasping for breath. Just now, when she was inside, she was really suffocating. She even forgot to breathe completely. It took almost all of her self-control not to break down in front of that person. The deck outside was decorated luxuriously and comfortably. A few postmodern sofas made by designers were placed in a circle along the railing. Gunyinji walked around the sofa and rushed to the railing. She gripped the railing tightly with both hands, and her body swayed. She was like a night epiphyllum in the night wind, blooming to the extreme. Not far from her, a tall man stood on the deck with a cigarette in his hand. He looked at the moonlight on the sea indifferently and gently exhaled a puff of white smoke. Under the hazy moonlight, his handsome face was even more beautiful than the moonlight. Gunyinji rushed out and couldn't stop her tears. She was so emotional that she didn't see anyone standing there at all. With tears in her eyes, the man walked to her side and gently pulled her into his arms. Gunyinji had an illusion for a moment. She snuggled up to him and murmured, "Major General Hua, is that you?" The man froze for a moment, then lowered his head to kiss the top of her head. His cold voice rang in her ear. "No, I'm He Ji-chu. Don't mistake me for someone else." Gunyinji closed her eyes, and a stream of tears rolled down again, wetting He Ji-chu's shirt. He Ji-chu held the cigarette in one hand and hugged Gunyinji with the other. Expressionless, he took another drag. Gunyinji greedily smelled the familiar cigarette smell in his arms and couldn't help but indulge herself. He Ji-chu gently patted her back and silently soothed her nervousness. After a while, Gunyinji whispered, "Why are you here?" He Ji-chu looked down at her deeply and said, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to accept it, so I came to see you. Gun Yinji hugged his thin waist and rubbed her face against it. You knew? You saw it too? Hijichu didn't say anything and patted her head. When I first saw him, I thought I was hallucinating because I missed him so much. Gun Yinji whimpered, but as soon as he opened his mouth, I knew it wasn't him. This isn't him. Because the Major General Hua she loved wouldn't look at her with such cold and bored eyes. Because the Major General Hua she loved wouldn't look at another woman with such a doting gaze. Because the Major General Hua she loved wouldn't be flirting with another woman in front of her. Gun Yinji couldn't bear the thought of the situation just now. Even if she knew he wasn't him, seeing him flirting with another woman in front of her with that face made Gun Yinji want to die. She leaned into Hijichu's arms and whispered, "In the past, I looked down on people who lived and died for love. But just now, for a moment, when I rushed out, I really wanted to jump down from this 10-story building. If I die, everything will be over. I won't have a headache, I won't have a broken heart, and I won't have to face that kind of embarrassment. I'm a hypocrite. I'm a coward who can't stand and talk." Gun Yinji kept berating herself for her cowardice and incompetence. Hijichu was silent for a long time before saying, "I can't blame you. Everyone overestimates their ability to bear and underestimates their ability to endure." Therefore, only she knew whether the shoes fit her feet or not. After Gun Yinji cried, her suppressed emotions were released to a certain extent, and her mood gradually calmed down. She buried herself in Hijichu's arms and muttered, "Who is that person? Do you know him?" Hijichu must have some understanding of this person's identity, since he had rushed over. Hijichu thought about it and didn't hide it from her, because he was worried that it would cause her more trouble. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "He's the KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter. His Chinese name is also Hua Xiaoheng." When Gun Yinji heard this name, her entire body trembled uncontrollably. She remembered that she had asked Xie Qingying about Xie Xian's whereabouts. Xie Qingying had said that Xie Xian had gone to the Soviet Union in her early years. Then she had asked her why she hadn't asked the KGB to help find her. In the end, it had come true. It was as if no matter how the gears of fate turned, it could always bring the same people to the same situation. Gun Yinji's face grew paler and paler. She didn't know how to face all of this. Hijichu hugged her even tighter and continued to murmur in her ear, "What's wrong? You can't stand hearing this name?" Gun Yinji punched him hard and pushed him away. She turned around and smoothed her hair. She said uncomfortably, "No, I just saw it," and was a little surprised. Hijichu narrowed his almond-shaped eyes and looked her up and down for a while, as if he was measuring how much sincerity was in her words. "Really? Just surprised? Don't you want to say hello?" Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at him and replayed the scene in her mind. She suddenly came back to her senses and said in surprise, "That woman is Xiao Yi." She quickly remembered that Xiao Yi had also worked as a secret agent in the Russian KGB. However, at that time, she had used a disguise and was very ordinary. Xiao Yi's real appearance was especially beautiful. It was the appearance of the woman with long curly hair. She had been with Xiao Yi day and night for more than a month, so she was too familiar with her. However, when she first saw the man who looked exactly like Hua Xiaoheng, she was shocked and emotional. Her attention was completely attracted by him, so she didn't realize who the beautiful woman sitting on his lap was. Hijichu looked away and nodded. He took a puff of a cigarette and said, "Yes, she's Xiao Yi, also known as Linda. She's the KGB's Far East beauty." Gun Yinji was stunned. Hua Xiaoheng became Peter, but Xiao Yi is still Linda? She remembered Peter from the other side. He was a man who always had drooping eyelids, as if he couldn't wake up all day long. His appearance was also very ordinary. "Yes." Hijichu nodded and gently flicked the ashes into the sea. Theoretically speaking, because we don't have Hua Xiaoheng on our side, he became Peter from the KGB's Far East Bureau. He's Major General Hua's counterpart over there, isn't he? Gun Yinji stared at Hijichu intently, not letting go of even the slightest expression on his face. This is the second monthly ticket for today for 1,500 plus updates. Chapter 1527. Who is he? On the second last day of February, the monthly tickets for the relatives give me some encouragement. Monthly tickets are enough. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1539. Hijichu lowered his eyelashes, and the darkness hit his gaze. His cold and clear voice pierced straight into people's hearts in the dark sea. He said, "Yes, he's Major General Hua's counterpart over there. Look, there's also Hua Xiaohing here. Have you given up?" Gun Yinji was angered by his words. She raised her head and said, "Give up? Why should I give up? Even if he's Major General Hua's counterpart, I won't give up." Hijichu snorted and looked at her indifferently. "Then what do you want?" Gun Yinji pursed her lips with a stubborn expression. She recalled seeing that person kissing Linda affectionately and making a mess of her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll kill him." As long as he died, he would naturally clear the way for Hua Xiaoheng on the other side. Hijichu was so angry that he laughed. He asked, "Do you really know who he is? If you want to kill him, you might as well bang your head against the wall to prevent yourself from causing a disaster." He's the KGB's trump card in the Far East. For more than a decade, no country's intelligence agency in the world has known his true identity. This time, it's for Dresden in the United States. The Soviet Union made a deal with us to show their sincerity and let him come over to help. "So, you want to kill the KGB's trump card?" Hijichu pointed at her with his cigarette-holding hand. Even the CIA's strongest agent, Mr. X, doesn't dare to boast like that. Should I say that you're a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers, or that the ignorant are fearless? Gun Yinji, she turned her head away and looked at the undulating sea, speechless. "Don't say I didn't tell you. We don't have enough energy to support another magnetic resonance. That's why we won't be able to open the passage to that side within 100 years. Hijichu took out a lighter and tossed it up and down. "Do you know what this means?" "You've said it before." Gun Yinji placed her hands on the railing of the ship and looked at the moonlight in the sky with a wooden expression. "It's not that I don't believe you, but I'm very confused. Why did you and when Shui come and go freely in the past? Why didn't you worry about running out of energy?" Hijichu turned on the lighter and lit another cigarette for himself. "Actually, this matter is also an unsolved case. The energy we've stored can last us for 1,000 years. We shouldn't have used it up so quickly." Gun Yinji, Hijichu took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. "Do you still remember when Qin Jining first picked you up? You didn't go straight back to the imperial capital. Instead, you went to Snake Island in the Caribbean Sea for no reason?" Gun Yinji nodded. "Fortunately, Qin Jining is stupid enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered even more." Hijichu didn't smile. His eyes were deep and meaningful, like a moving painting under the moonlight. He turned around and sat on the railing, his long legs stretched out on the deck, as he looked at the situation inside the floor-to-ceiling window. He calmly said, "Actually, there was an accident when I picked you up. The magnetic resonance instrument was suddenly disturbed by a strong magnetic field, as if there was another force competing with us for your coordinates. The energy consumption suddenly increased by hundreds or thousands of times. In the end, the staff on our side remembered that I hadn't returned yet. They were worried that all the energy had been used up, so they hastily cut off the connection. You and Qin Jining were thrown to Snake Island in the Caribbean Sea." After Hijichu finished speaking, he looked at her and reached out to pick up the long hair that had been tied up behind her head. He put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. "But don't worry, the magnetic field energy that was competing with us for your coordinates didn't have an easy time either. When the two armies fought, they lost 1,000 of their own and injured 800 of their enemies. Their situation was even worse than ours." Gun Yinji understood one thing from Hijichu's vague description. Something had gone wrong when she had first arrived. In those short 10 seconds, almost all the high-energy magnetic field energy in this world had been used up. By the time you returned to this world, Your energy had been completely used up? Gun Yinji turned to look at Hijichu. Hijichu nodded meaningfully. That's about it. The current energy is only enough to monitor the other party's magnetic field. But if they really want to do something, there's nothing we can do to stop them. He also turned to look at Gun Yinji. There was no expression on his face, but the meaning was obvious. He hadn't intended to tell Gun Yinji in detail about this matter. But now that the dust had settled, even if what Xiaoheng came over, he wouldn't cause any losses to them. Moreover, seeing how sad Gun Yinji was, he told her everything in order to make her give up completely. Gun Yinji blinked, her eyes sparkling. You can still monitor the magnetic field over there? How is it monitored? Can you make a call? Hijichu scoffed and gave a half-smile. I know what you're thinking. Yes, they haven't given up yet. They're still trying to find the frequency of magnetic resonance. However, my father has already told them the physical principles of parallel space. If they're not afraid of death, they can come over. Gun Yinji's heart tightened. She understood what Hijichu meant. You want to call them? Hijichu looked at her calmly. Contact them. Wait for them to achieve a technological breakthrough. Open the channel and let you go over. Gun Yinji didn't say anything, but it was obvious that she meant it. Hijichu shook his head. If only it were that simple. Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if they open the magnetic channel, you won't be able to go over. Why? Gun Yinji's eyes turned red again. This was her last hope. When she saw the KGB's ace of the Far East tonight, she knew that this was her only way out. Plus, Xiaoheng couldn't come over, so she could only go over. There was no energy here, so she could only hope that the other side could find the frequency of magnetic resonance and open the magnetic channel, and she could go over. However, Hijichu refuted her last thought without hesitation. Gun Yinji took a step forward and grabbed Hijichu's shirt. She said angrily, Make yourself clear. Why can't I? I'll definitely be fine going over myself. You and Wen Shui can come and go as you please. Hijichu grabbed her hand that was grabbing his shirt and pulled it down. He said indifferently, because they didn't mark your human magnetic field data, they couldn't let you enter the magnetic resonance channel that they opened. Human magnetic field data? The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. She didn't understand anything about particle physics at all. It was really hopeless. You know that the human body also has a magnetic field, even though it's very weak. Hijichu raised his hand that was holding the cigarette and stared at Gun Yinji's pretty little face. Everyone's magnetic field is different. Just like DNA, it's also a unique mark of each person's body. The biggest function of the magnetic field resonator is to identify the frequency of the magnetic field, including the human body's, nature's, and the frequency of the space-time magnetic field. When the magnetic field resonator opens the magnetic field channel, only the human magnetic field that it can identify can enter the space-time on the other side through the magnetic field it opens. Hijichu's thin lips curled up into a mocking smile. And the magnetic field resonator on the other side has been in secret research for so many years. They didn't have time to mark your human magnetic field before you left their world. So even if they open the magnetic field channel, you won't be able to pass. Gun Yinji staggered back a few steps as if she had been hit hard. They still have to mark the human magnetic field. Of course. Otherwise, do you think the magnetic field resonator is that powerful? As long as it's opened, thousands of troops can pass through at will? Hijichu looked at her calmly. My father won't tell you these things, but I don't want to hide it from you and give you false hope and unrealistic fantasies. Gun Yinji's expression was uncertain. She clenched her fists and quickly found a loophole. She sneered and said, Don't lie to me. You guys didn't mark my human magnetic field data either. How could you kidnap me? Hijichu raised an eyebrow. No. We have your human magnetic field data marked here. What? Gun Yinji was shocked. When was it marked? 7 years ago, when you were sent over, your human magnetic field data was marked in that magnetic field resonator. Hijichu looked at her with pity. That magnetic field resonator is the magnetic field resonator we found later. It's also the magnetic field resonator we've been using. Gun Yinji's eyes widened. 7 years ago? Yes. Do you remember the car accident? When I chased after you, I only saw the car you were in disappear into the fire. Your father was laughing maniacally in the fire. He Ji-Chu didn't say anything else. He turned his head and looked away. He saw the fire engulfing the car with his own eyes, the little girl in the car, and Gu Xianwen, who was laughing maniacally with his head raised. He thought she had been burned to death, like Gu Xianwen. Later, his father, He Changjian, set up an inescapable net to investigate thoroughly. Only then did he discover the abnormal movements of the high-energy magnetic field and the magnetic field resonator hidden nearby. With the help of the high-energy physicists, they finally confirmed that the car hadn't been burned in the fire, but had gone to a parallel universe. My father was laughing maniacally in the fire. Gunyinji's eyes flickered. She opened her mouth to ask a few more questions, but quickly changed her mind. So you mean that no matter what, I can't go over, right? Gunyinji walked over and took the burning cigarette from He Ji-Chu's hand. She threw it into the sea and said, "Don't smoke in front of me again. I don't like it. But you don't seem to dislike Hua Xiaoheng smoking in front of you." He Ji-Chu clapped his hands and dusted off some ash. "Yes, because you're not him." Gunyinji turned around and entered the gambling hall again. He Ji-Chu pursed his lips and stared at the closed floor-to-ceiling window. He shook his head with a wry smile. She knew how to stab him in the heart the best, so it seemed that he really just had to get used to it. Gunyinji returned to the gambling table angrily and found that the chips in front of the KGB ace had piled up into a small mountain. The beautiful KGB beauty, Linda, was sitting in the seat she had just sat in. She supported her head with one hand and looked at her ace lovingly. Gunyinji snorted coldly. She walked over and knocked on the gambling table in front of her. She said coldly in Chinese, "Miss, this is my seat. You've taken over my place." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1528, I'll Kill Him. On the last day of February, the relatives quickly cast their monthly votes. Give them some encouragement. Just a monthly vote like that, at 8 o'clock in the evening, 5,000 monthly votes with advance updates. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1540. The beautiful Linda turned her head away in amusement and looked up at Gunyinji from below. She smiled and said something in Russian, meaning that she didn't understand Chinese, and asked Gunyinji what she was talking about. She had originally wanted to put this arrogant girl in her place, but she didn't expect Gunyinji to roll her eyes and say directly to the ace of the far east next to Linda, "Sir, your girl is taking my seat. Tell her to get up." The corners of Linda's mouth twitched. She stood up with a smile and made way. She crossed her arms and said in fluent Chinese, "Little girl, you speak so vulgarly. Where are your manners? Are you worthy of your designer clothes?" Gunyinji scoffed. "Didn't you say you didn't understand Chinese and didn't know what I was talking about? Now you're not pretending?" Linda's expression changed slightly. "You know Russian?" I don't know a single word." Gunyinji was furious, but she smiled brightly on her face. She stretched out her snow-white fingers and shook them in front of Linda. She sat down and clicked her tongue. "Miss, please stay away from me when you're talking. The makeup on your face is so thick that it's flying in front of me. I have asthma. Let me tell you, it's fatal if your powder affects my breathing. You still dare to gamble on a cruise ship on the high seas with asthma." Linda brushed her long wavy hair with her hand and winked at her seductively. "Why aren't you going back to lie down and rest? Don't you have any knowledge?" Gunyinji snapped her fingers seriously. "Asthmatics are strong, and winning the Winter Olympics is a lot of fun. Only those with asthma can win the gold medal, understand?" The two older men next to them couldn't help laughing when they heard the two beauties bickering. Linda was beautiful, while Gunyinji was delicate and beautiful. Although they were different types of beauties, they were both the best of their type. It was a pleasure to watch beauties quarrel. However, Linda didn't know if it was because her Chinese wasn't smooth or if she wasn't as eloquent as Gunyinji, but she was stunned by Gunyinji's retort. Just as she was about to retort, she remembered something and her expression darkened. She looked at Gunyinji deeply, and a trace of vigilance and annoyance flashed in her eyes. Gunyinji happened to look up and met her gaze. She immediately narrowed her eyes and said unhappily, "What's wrong? What's with that look?" Did he not believe in the abilities of an asthma patient? Or are you trying to teach me a lesson after coming up with this gambling ship? Why are you so unreasonable? How lawless? Linda was one of the top experts in the KGB's Far East Bureau. The KGB's Flower of the Far East title was not for nothing. As a member of the KGB, they were truly lawless. Linda instantly regained her confidence. She smiled and stopped talking nonsense with Gunyinji. She simply sat on the ace of the Far East, his lap again, and lowered her head to say to him, "Darling, someone doesn't like me. Why aren't you helping me?" Gunyinji was so angry she wanted to hit someone. Flaunting their affection in front of her and acting coquettishly with someone who looked exactly like her man. Was she looking down on Gunyinji? Deep down, Gunyinji knew that she was being unreasonable. This ace of the Far East had nothing to do with her Major General Hua, but she hadn't seen him for so long. Even if she looked at a fake, it was better than nothing. She could reward her eyes. She hadn't expected God to go against her wishes and add another person to stain her eyes. Fine, no one would have an easy time. Gunyinji slammed the table and said angrily to the surveillance camera diagonally in front of the gambling table, "How much did I win just now? And you think I cheated? You even asked me out of the gambling table and threw me here." She pointed at the chips in front of the ace of the Far East. "But what about him? Did you see how much he had won? Why didn't anyone come and chase him away? You guys are just so arrogant. This kind of person should be blacklisted. He's not allowed to enter the casino for life." The staff on the other side of the surveillance camera were very embarrassed. They knew that Gunyinji couldn't see their faces, so they looked away guiltily. It wasn't that they didn't want to ask this man who had won millions of dollars to leave the casino, but this man had a platinum VIP card from the gambling ship. He could overdraft and win unlimited money. Even if he really cheated, they could only watch. They, the small fry monitoring staff, had no right to criticize this kind of casino tycoon. In a sense, Gunyinji really wasn't wrong to scold them. They were just arrogant. After Gunyinji finished speaking, she saw that there was still no movement from the surveillance camera. She became even more embarrassed and angry. She glared at the dealer angrily. "Deal the cards. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll file a complaint for sexual harassment." The dealer, he quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to look again. He shuffled the cards again and began a new round of dealing. Linda could now see where Gunyinji's hostility came from. She smiled and kissed the man again. "Darling, what's wrong with that girl? Do you really not know her? Look at how she keeps peeking at you. Her eyes are all red." The ace of the Far East was expressionless. Without turning his head, he said, "How would I know? Maybe she's crazy." Linda burst into laughter, convulsing back and forth. Her plump breasts bounced nonstop and were about to hit the ace of the Far East as face. Gunyinji couldn't watch anymore. She used her hand to block his line of sight and sneered in her heart. "Showing off your love will die quickly. You only show off what you lack." Her gaze was only fixed on the cards in the dealer's hand, and she forced her attention to the scoreboard. After this round of cards was dealt, Gunyinji finally regained her standard. She started with a straight flush. Although it was a little smaller than the ace of the Far East as straight flush, it was bigger than the other two men and the dealers. After slowly winning back the tens of thousands of dollars she had lost, Gunyinji targeted the ace of the Far East and Linda. As long as they made out, she would raise the stakes again. Under the double stimulation, her camera-like memory played an even stronger role than when she was at the other gambling table. In the next 3 rounds, she won a straight flush. Because she didn't like the two couples next to her, she kept doubling the stakes. After 3 rounds, she had already doubled the hundreds of thousands of dollars she had just won to more than $1 million. 1/3 of the chips in front of the ace of the Far East were in front of her. Gunyinji was feeling smug when the beautiful Linda smiled at her, revealing her 8 white teeth. "You're down in love, but you're up in the casino. Miss, are you out of love?" Gunyinji did choke for a moment, but she quickly retorted. She casually counted the chips in front of her and said, "Miss, you make it sound as if you'll be up in love just because you're down in the casino. Linda hugged the ace of the Far East, his neck, and said with a smile, "Although we lost money, don't you see that we're proud of ourselves? I only see you lying on someone else's lap and constantly sexually harassing this man. I don't see what you have to be proud of." Gunyinji blinked her big bright eyes and continued to shake her fingers with a smile. Puffed. The two older men and the dealer in the gambling hall laughed again. Even the staff behind the surveillance couldn't help laughing. They thought that this little girl was too eloquent. Linda was so embarrassed by their laughter that she almost flew into a rage. She subconsciously stood up and clenched her hands into fists. A trace of impatience flashed in her eyes. Linda, had been in the Far East for so many years. When had she ever been ridiculed like this? She would never blabber on such a small fry who didn't even have a name. With the intention to kill, Linda already had 2 poison needles in her hand. The poison on the poison needles could create symptoms similar to an asthma attack. Even if she killed her, the forensic doctor would only detect that it was an asthma attack. This woman had just said with certainty that she had asthma, so she would fulfill her wish. The ace of the Far East coughed softly and glanced at Linda indifferently. Linda trembled, and the killing intent that had just risen immediately disappeared. What was wrong with her today? She was actually provoked by a little girl to the point of losing her cool. This was her immediate superior. If she pissed him off, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was today's second monthly vote of 5,000 plus updates. Chapter 1529, Judging People by Their Looks. On the last day of February, the relatives quickly cast their monthly votes. There were also recommendation votes. P.S. Little expert Gunyinji versus Tyrant Flower. Who kills your whole family at a disagreement? Who wins? Please place your bets. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1541. Linda remembered that the Far East Bureau often teased her boss, who was called the Ace of the Far East, saying that wherever the ace goes, not a blade of grass grows. Although it was an exaggeration, it was not far from the truth. His ruthlessness, ferocity, and ruthlessness were written in the Far East Bureau's Newcomer's Handbook. He had once gone to the Middle East alone and made friends with those countries. In the end, he had caused a huge war between the countries. The war had lasted for several years, and there had been countless deaths and injuries. In the end, he had successfully exposed the CIA's deployment in the Middle East. He had led the disaster to the West, causing both countries to complain about the CIA. Until now, both countries only knew that they were at odds with each other. At the same time, they hated and feared the United States. The KGB of the Soviet Union had successfully hidden themselves, and no one knew their role in it. This incident had established his position as the ace of the Far East. As colleagues, they were well aware of this, but it was only now that she was one of the people who had the honor of seeing the true face of the ace of the Far East. Before this, only the head of the KGB and the head of the Soviet Union, Pushin, knew his true face. Linda didn't deny that the moment she saw his true face, her heart almost stopped beating, her mind went completely blank, and her adrenaline successfully soared to the point of exploding. She finally knew the reason why she had refused to settle down for so many years. It was because she was waiting for him. They had been colleagues for so many years, but she was only moved now. But she also knew that this secret love would not come to fruition. If she dared to really show her love, what awaited her would definitely be expulsion from the KGB. She couldn't have her career and love at the same time. She was only willing to kiss every inch of the ground under his feet and bury her love in every corner he walked. He only needed to cough softly, and she could throw away her armor. Now that she was as quiet as a cicada in winter, who would recognize her as the flower of the Far East of the KGB, who had single-handedly killed 16 Japanese Secret Service spies on the South Korea Islands. Linda moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, she withdrew the poison needle and pressed it into her bracelet. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. Nothing had happened. Gunyinji didn't realize that she had just walked through the gates of hell, but she did feel Linda's murderous aura that couldn't be ignored. But she was not afraid. Ever since she was kidnapped and brought here, she had been trying her best to endure it. She used the most nonchalant attitude and mentality to deceive others and herself. Until today, when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's counterpart, all her anger, resentment, pain, and other negative emotions finally erupted at this moment. If he died, so be it. What's the big deal? Gun Yinji grabbed the cards and sneered at Linda. What about me? Looking at your murderous expression, I have to call the police. My personal safety is threatened. I'm worried that if I walk out of this gambling hall, I'll be dead in the pool. No, it's such a pity for me. I've just turned 20. Unlike you, who's almost 30. You've lived long enough. Linda's expression changed at Gun Yinji's provocation. Calling her vicious was one thing. She took it as a compliment, but calling her auntie and calling her old was intolerable. Linda couldn't take it anymore. She walked over and slammed the table in front of Gun Yinji. Are you done? Who wants your life? Don't be so shameless. She deliberately created an image of herself as a big-breasted, brainless, and hot-tempered vase. This was the persona she often used. It was very effective, and it never attracted attention. After all, who would think that a vase had brains and skills? My face isn't as big as yours. Look at your big face. A piece of powder will probably only last you for 2 days. Gun Yinji was waiting for someone to argue with her. Her expression immediately became eager. She took out her phone to call the police. Miss, a slender, beautiful hand reached over and pressed on her phone. The clear voice was emotionless, cold, and vicious. You dial a number, and I promise you'll be dead in front of the gambling table. You don't have to go to the pool outside. Gun Yinji ignored his threat. Her eyes fell straight on the pair of hands. Every finger was so perfect. The fingers were so straight that it was against the rules. There are no joints in the middle, and the nails were neatly trimmed and clean. They were even better maintained than a woman's hands. Hua Xiaoheng's hands were also clean, but they hadn't been maintained. There were small cuts on the back of his hands. Just by looking at these hands, she knew that this person had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng. They were counterparts. They were both the same in different existences. Just like Zhao Yangzi and Bai Shuang on this side, and Zhao Yangzi and Bai Shuang on the other side. She raised her head and looked at his eyes again. It was really the face she was familiar with. It was the face she remembered in her heart, but it had a completely different expression. There was no emotion in the depths of his eyes. He just looked at her expressionlessly. He leaned closer. His tailored casual suit was half open, and his long legs were crossed. His silver phone peeked out of the inner pocket of the suit. Gun Yinji's eyes gradually turned red again. Tears fell down her cheeks and dripped onto the back of the man's hand. Linda's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How dare he stand up to the KGB's ace of the Far East and the flower of the Far East? The ignorant were truly fearless. Even you want to kill me? Gun Yinji wiped her tears and simply handed over her neck. She gestured with her hands. Do it. Do you have a knife? Cut me here. She's really crazy, Linda muttered. She began to reflect on why she would argue with a lunatic. The ace of the Far East was obviously stunned as well. However, he quickly reacted and retracted his hand as if nothing had happened. He looked at the dealer and said calmly, "Deal the cards. In the future, you can't let mental patients in casually." Who was the mental patient talking about? Gun Yinji restrained her emotions and stopped crying. She glanced at him sideways and took a card from the dealer's hand to trick him. The ace of the Far East ignored her. Linda interrupted from behind. Of course the mental patient is talking about you. The corners of Gun Yinji's lips curled up. She continued to play cards and said, "Since you admit that you're mentally ill, I won't hold it against you. Deal the cards." Linda's face darkened. She gritted her teeth behind Gun Yinji and glared at her long hair, but she didn't dare to make any more small movements. After playing a few more rounds, Gun Yinji won more and more. Just as she was about to continue showing off, her phone rang. She picked it up. It was Bai Shuang. "Lawyer Gu, Director Zhao, and Mr. Dresden asked us to go over. Are you coming out?" Gu Nianji looked at her hand and gave up regretfully. She said, I'll come out right away. Wait a minute. She took the chips and handed them to the casino to exchange for money and deposited into her bank account. She got up and left the casino. She lifted the dark golden velvet curtain and saw Bai Shuang waving at her from the opposite side. She took the boat over and walked out of the hall with her. Zhao Yangzi and Dresden were waiting for them at the door. Gu Nianji looked at them curiously. Are you done talking? What's the big deal? Zhao Yangzi laughed. What big deal? Spicy hot pot. It's all big stuff. Bai Shuang naturally walked to Zhao Liang's side and said, Thank you, Director Zhao. Miss Bai, you're welcome. It was nothing. Zhao Yang's attitude towards her was much gentler, and there was even a hint of affection. Gu Nianji looked at them with a smile and said, You guys are so familiar with each other, so why are you being so polite? You can call him Little Zay, and he can call you Shuang, right? Bai Shuang blushed slightly and was about to decline when Zhao Yangzi said first, Okay, Shuang can call me Little Zay from now on. Bai Shuang was extremely happy, and her smile became even sweeter and brighter. The two of them looked at each other. Even if they were talking about boring things like how nice the weather was tonight, they still enjoyed it. Gu Nianji couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. She had really eaten too much dog food tonight. Although she wasn't a single dog, Gu Nianji couldn't stand it anymore. She tapped Zhao Liang's shoulder. That's enough, you guys. Tonight's dog food is over the limit. Please do it tomorrow. Don't waste dog food. Zhao Yangzi laughed loudly. Lawyer Gu, you're jealous. Jealous my ass. Gu Nianji turned and saw Dresden standing alone next to her. She was about to walk over when she saw Dresden's eyes suddenly light up with surprise. He took 2 steps forward and walked past Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji, she turned to follow Dresden's gaze and saw that the ace of the Far East and Linda had also come out. It was obvious that Dresden was heading for Linda. He reached out to her excitedly. Miss Linda, we meet again. Linda tilted her head and gave him a charming smile. Mr. Dresden, I missed you very much. The two of them shook hands and couldn't separate. They led the way to the elevator downstairs. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she looked at the ace of the Far East, who was walking behind Linda. He was expressionless, but the coldness in his body was obvious. Zhao Yangzi and Bai Shuang nodded at him and followed behind Dresden and Linda. Gu Nianji lagged behind and happened to be walking side by side with the ace of the Far East. Gu Nianji looked at him and felt very strange. She couldn't help but ask nosily, Brother, aren't you angry that your girlfriend ran away with someone? She had just been sitting on his lap, but in the blink of an eye, someone had put his arm around her shoulders and entered the elevator. She really had to give the dedicated KGB personnel a thumbs up for this coquettish operation. Perhaps it was because Gu Nianji's eyes were too bright. Even the KGB's ace of the Far East glanced at her without batting an eyelid. He still said coldly, What does it have to do with you? Gu Nianji was in high spirits. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just concerned about you. After all, we had a gamble just now. Don't be so cold. Come, let's be friends. My phone number is XXXXX. The ace of the Far East, Hua Xiaong. She wanted to be friend with him? Wasn't this girl afraid that she would die too quickly? The ace of the Far East ignored her and walked to the elevator. Gu Nianji chuckled and chased after him. She continued to ask recklessly, Are you forcing yourself to smile? Don't be afraid. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why are you so attached to a single flower? Just as they were about to reach the elevator door, the ace of the Far East suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stretched out his hand and pressed the cold barrel of a gun against Gu Nianji's temple. He said coldly, Shut up. Mr. Hua, please calm down. He Ji-Chu, who was hiding in the dark, had no choice but to come out. He also raised a gun and aimed it at the ace of the Far East, Hua Xiaohong. She's my man. You shoot, I'll shoot. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1530, She's Mine. On the first day of March, I'm asking for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes will be added at 8 p.m. I believe in everyone's fighting power. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1542. Hijichu appeared, and so did the people he brought with him. Each of them held a gun and aimed it at the two people at the elevator door. The people in the elevator looked at each other nervously and didn't dare to move. At that moment, only one thought echoed in Gunyinji's mind. So this was how it felt to be pointed at the temple with a gun. The cold barrel of the gun was like an iron rod without any temperature pressed against her head. She could even hear the sound of the other party's finger pulling the trigger. The ace of the Far East figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was already standing behind her. One arm wrapped around her neck, and the other hand was still pointing at her temple with the gun. He smiled at Hijichu. "Young master, how have you been?" Hijichu's expression froze slightly, and he suddenly understood. "You're forcing me to show myself?" No wonder the ace of the Far East had suddenly attacked a defenseless young girl. The ace of the Far East strangled Gunyinji's neck and leaned close to her cheek. The two of them were so close that Gunyinji could feel his hot breath. She wasn't used to it. She pursed her lips and said angrily, "Since you've already let young master out, can you let me go now? Who did I offend? I wanted to be friends with you out of goodwill, but you used me to threaten me. Are you still a man?" The ace of the Far East ignored her provocation and said to Hijichu, "So this is young master weakness." He pressed the gun tighter against Gunyinji's temple. Gunyinji felt that a small red scar would definitely appear on her temple. She couldn't help frowning and saying, "Mr. Hua, since you've achieved your goal, can you let me go now?" The ace of the Far East snorted and pushed Gunyinji out. "Mr. Hua, don't go too far." Hijichu's eyes were about to burst into flames, and the trigger in his hand clicked. Gunyinji staggered from the push and plunged into Hijichu's arms. Hijichu hugged her tightly and still pointed the gun at the ace of the Far East. He said coldly, "There won't be a next time. Do you think I want to?" The ace of the Far East put his hands in his pockets and didn't change in the face of so many guns pointed at him. "Your woman is too noisy. I'll help you teach her a lesson. You don't have to worry about that." Hijichu put away his gun and waved his hand. The people he brought with him quickly dispersed, leaving only the three of them in front of the elevator. Hijichu pulled Gunyinji's hand into the elevator and shielded her in a corner. After the ace of the Far East came in, he stood at the door and didn't walk back. Gunyinji stood in the elevator and thought it was ridiculous. She clearly loved Major General Hua and treated Hijichu as her brother. But in this environment, she had no choice but to stand closer to Hijichu, because that ace of the Far East was too annoying. The group of people didn't speak in the elevator. It wasn't until they got out of the elevator and boarded a small yacht back to H City that Hijichu started talking to the ace of the Far East. Gunyinji found a mirror on the yacht and looked at herself. Sure enough, there were 2 red circles on her right temple. It was the mark of the gun barrel. She angrily found a round, flesh-colored Band-Aid, tore it open, and stuck it on her temple to block the ugly red circle. When they arrived at the small living room of the yacht, Bai Shuang and Zhao Liangzi sat there talking with Dresden. Dresden sat next to Linda and looked at her with a smile on his face. He couldn't take his eyes off her face. Hijichu held a cup of coffee and stood in front of the window of the small living room. He asked the ace of the Far East expressionlessly, "This is the person you're willing to pay the highest price to get? I don't think you need to show up at all. As long as you send out your swallows, wouldn't it be easy?" What he meant was that to deal with this Dresden, as long as Linda waved her little hand, he would run over eagerly. Why did they need Hua Xiaoheng, the ace of the Far East, to do it? The ace of the Far East took a sip of red wine and said in an even colder tone than Hijichu's, "Do you think the CIA will let him leave your country safely?" Hijichu thought of the 4 henchmen outside the Four Seasons Hotel the night before. They will make a move, and we won't just sit back and wait for death. The ace of the Far East didn't comment. He held his wine glass and looked back calmly. Suddenly, he saw the round, flesh-colored Band-Aid on Gunyinji's temple. His gaze narrowed slightly before he looked away. Gunyinji came to Hijichu's side and pointed at the Band-Aid she had just put on. She said unhappily, "Young master, look, that person is too vicious. He wanted to poke a hole in my temple with his gun. He's trying to disfigure me." Hijichu looked at the round, flesh-color band-aid she had put on and was speechless. He touched her head with his hand. "All right, don't be angry. I'll ask him to apologize to you." Hijichu looked in the direction of the ace of the Far East. "Mr. Hua, you've really gone too far today." The ace of the Far East's face was cold. He left the small living room and went to the deck at the bow of the ship. Under the moonlight on the deck, he pulled out his gun and wiped it gently. The expression on his face would only soften when he saw the weapon. Standing alone on the deck, his tall and lonely back looked exactly like that person. Gunyinji shook her head and shook the image out of her mind. Their DNA was the same, so it wasn't strange that they were identical. In order to divert her attention, Gunyinji sat opposite Dresden and Linda and stared at them without blinking. Dresden held Linda's hand. As he spoke, his mouth almost reached her face to kiss her. Linda had wanted to take the opportunity to give Dresden some sweetness, but Gunyinji's burning gaze was like a searchlight. They couldn't ignore it even if they wanted to. "Hey, what are you doing?" Linda rolled her eyes at her. She thought to herself that this lunatic was actually one of Dresden's lawyers. What the F***CK? She couldn't chase her away. Gunyinji smiled and rested her chin on her hands. She said in English, "I'll see when you'll sit on his lap." Linda, Dresden. Good idea. He turned to look at Linda and was already pulling her onto his lap. As he pulled, he asked, "Darling, don't you miss me?" Linda had just called the ace of the Far East darling so smoothly, but now she was immediately called darling by another man. She couldn't refute it, and Gunyinji had seen it. She couldn't help feeling even more grieved. Gunyinji had a look of relief on her face, as if she had gotten her revenge. She clapped her hands and continued to say in English, "Mr. Dresden, let Miss Linda kiss you. The lipstick marks on your face with her big red lips is so beautiful and sexy." Dresden looked at Linda in surprise. "Can I, darling?" Linda wished she could stuff Gunyinji's mouth with a glass of water. Bai Shuang and Zhao Yangzi sat on the other sofa. They were immersed in their own world and didn't care about what was happening on Dresden's side. Hijichu didn't stop Gunyinji. He smiled as he watched her make fun of Dresden and Linda. He also wanted to know what other secrets Dresden had that would make the KGB send their ace of the Far East to pick him up. The ace of the Far East returned to the small hall of the yacht from the deck. The first thing he saw was Linda sitting on Dresden's lap, hugging his neck and kissing his face countless red lipstick marks. It was really a June debt that had to be repaid quickly. The ace of the Far East. This was today's second monthly vote of 500-plus updates. Chapter 1531, June Debt, Repaid Quickly. On the first day of March, the relatives quickly cast their monthly votes. There were also recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to Imam1313 for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1543. Gunyinji turned around with a smile and raised an eyebrow at the cold ace of the Far East. She didn't say anything else because she knew her limits. It was one thing to deliberately let Linda and Dresden be intimate, but it was another thing to expose Linda and the ace of the Far East identities. Gunyinji wasn't that stupid. She wouldn't expose their special identities in front of Dresden. Linda felt extremely awkward, but she didn't show it at all. Instead, she lazily lay in Dresden's arms and said to the ace of the Far East in Russian, "Peter, is the car ready? There are also boat tickets. Mr. Dresden, and I want to leave here as soon as possible." Gunyinji's eyes looked between the ace of the Far East and Linda. She suddenly understood that in front of Dresden, these two were now the eldest daughter and the chauffeur and bodyguard. The ace of the Far East was indeed the ace of the Far East. He quickly got into character. He nodded slightly with a cold expression and replied in Russian, "Miss Linda, the car and boat tickets are ready, but the weather outside isn't good. I'm afraid the boat won't leave for 2 days." This was a code between him and Linda. It meant that there were people watching them outside, and they couldn't leave immediately. Linda understood and purposely frowned. She said unhappily in English, "You're so annoying. I want to take Dresden to my parents right away." Dresden looked at Linda in surprise and said, "Did you just speak Russian to him?" Linda nodded and translated what she had said to the ace of the Far East driver, Peter, into English for Dresden. Dresden was obviously very afraid of Linda's driver. He frowned at him a few times and said hesitantly in English, "Your driver is very handsome." Linda proudly flicked Dresden's face with her finger and smiled. "Darling, are you jealous? Don't worry. In my heart, no one is more handsome than you. The one I love the most is you." Dresden glanced at driver Peter in embarrassment and whispered, "Don't say that in front of others." "Don't worry. He doesn't understand English," Linda said as she moved closer to Dresden. The two of them hugged and kissed passionately. The ace of the Far East driver, Peter, stood to the side with a straight face and didn't say a word. After all, he didn't understand English. Gun Yinji's back was drenched in sweat as she watched the scene unfold before her. She had deliberately caused trouble because she had seen Linda and the ace of the Far East being intimate in the gambling hall just now. But at this moment, seeing that Linda was able to restrain herself freely, speaking in human language and ghost language as if nothing had happened just now, he couldn't help but admire her in his heart. TSK, TSK. Even the Oscars owed this KGB flower of the Far East an Oscar. Those movie queens and movie kings were nothing compared to these intelligence agents who risked their lives to put on a show every day. Gun Yinji was very emotional, but when she thought about Hua Xiaoheng's occupation, she stopped teasing him. This was their job. Although she couldn't do it herself, she respected their professionalism. These people were all working for the benefit of their country. Everyone who sacrificed themselves for the interests of the country and the people was worthy of respect. Gun Yinji stopped smiling and stood up. She turned around and walked out of the small hall to the deck outside. This was a small yacht. It couldn't be compared to the 10-story tall Princess Victoria cruise ship. The seawater rippled beneath her feet, sparkling. The moonlight covered the sea like snow-white night, epiphyllum embroidered on a navy blue brocade. Hijichu followed her out and stood beside her. He placed his hands on the railing and looked at her sideways. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy again?" Gun Yinji shook her head and took a deep breath. She smiled faintly and said, "No, I'm fine now that I've vented my anger. You know me, I'm very big-hearted. Even if I'm unhappy, I won't keep in my heart for long." She raised her hand and tore off the round, flesh-colored Band-Aid on her temple. Hijichu took it and threw it into the small trash can. He smiled and shook his head. "You really know how to mess around." He leaned over to look at Gun Yinji's temple and gently rubbed it with his hand. "It's okay. These red marks will disappear soon." Gun Yinji grunted and said, "I know." I deliberately put on the Band-Aid to disgust the driver, Peter. Hijichu scoffed and rubbed her head. "You're still so naughty." He paused and gave a half-smile. "Just be naughty for a while." Gun Yinji, she slapped Hijichu's hand away and gestured with her eyes behind her. "Don't worry about me. Go do your own thing." Hijichu looked at her deeply. "Can you do it alone?" "Of course." Gun Yinji looked at him calmly. "Young master, I'm not a child anymore. I'm already 20 years old." This was the typical difference between Hijichu and Hua Xiaoheng. In Hua Xiaoheng's heart, his mission was definitely number one. If he was on a mission, even if Gun Yinji was by his side, he wouldn't ignore his mission to take care of her emotions. But Hijichu, no matter what he was doing, as long as Gun Yinji needed him, he would put her first. Although Gun Yinji didn't accept Hijichu's feelings, she couldn't turn a blind eye to his feelings, and she wouldn't look down on, despise, or even hate his efforts. Because she had once had a crush on someone else, she knew how painful it was not to be accepted. She could dislike them, but she couldn't look down on those who truly liked them. She knew his sincerity, so no matter how much his father, Chang Jian, had done to make her hate him, she couldn't vent her anger on Hijichu. Hijichu looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "Go in. Don't stand here alone." Gun Yinji winked at him mischievously and said, "I want to be alone for a while." She turned around to see what was going on in the cabin, but the cabin door was tightly shut. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and reached out her hand to Hijichu. Do you have infrared night vision glasses? Lend them to me. What are you doing? Hijichu's lips curled up. As he smiled, he took out a pair of infrared night vision glasses from his pocket. Don't go overboard. See what you should see. If you see what you shouldn't see, I won't let you. What shouldn't I see? Gun Yinji smiled and snatched the infrared night vision glasses from his hand. I'm just looking at the western scenery and learning how swallow works. You? Hijichu pinched her nose. They know what they're doing. Don't really piss them off. Although they were currently working with the KGB of the Soviet Union, this kind of cooperation was based on what they needed and was very fragile. If they really pissed off these KGB agents, they would turn hostile in minutes. Gun Yinji nodded. I know what I'm doing. I said I'm fine. Don't worry about me. She pushed Hijichu. Go on. Go do your own thing. Let me entertain myself for a while. Hijichu was almost pushed back into the small hall of the yacht. Gun Yinji held the infrared night vision glasses in her hand and proudly made a victory sign at him. The ace of the Far East driver, Peter, happened to turn around and glanced at them coldly. He quickly looked away. Hijichu did have something to do. After he went in, he called Linda and Dresden and took Linda's driver, Peter, to another room on the yacht to discuss their plan of action. Zhao Yanzi and Bai Shuang were still whispering to each other in the small hall. Gun Yinji stood alone at the bow of the boat and looked at the moon. Her mind was almost empty. She wasn't thinking about anything, or perhaps she was thinking about many things. Her expression was extremely calm. Under the moonlight, her face was like a jade carving. She was fair and delicate, so beautiful that she didn't look like a real person. She looked up at the night sky and thought to herself that the weather forecast seemed to say that it would rain tonight, but the moonlight was so bright that it really didn't look like it would rain. It didn't take long for her to know that she had been slapped in the face. A dark cloud suddenly covered the moonlight, and the silver surface of the sea suddenly darkened. Soon, a light drizzle fell on the surface of the sea. There was a wind on the surface of the sea, and visibility was getting lower and lower. Gun Yinji closed her eyes and felt the autumn rain on the sea. Her eyes suddenly widened. She had just felt the small yacht, which was moving at a steady speed, suddenly shake very slightly. It was drizzling on the sea, and the water was rippling. If the shaking had been felt in the cabin, it wouldn't have alerted anyone at all. However, Gun Yinji happened to be standing on the deck at the bow of the boat. She was also holding the infrared night vision glasses Hijichu had given her. She had originally planned to wear them to peek at the love triangle between Linda, Peter, and Dresden. Now, there was a new use for them. When it was pitch black, of course, she had to wear the infrared night vision glasses. Gun Yinji silently put them on and looked at the turbulent sea. In the darkness of her vision, a few human-shaped red shadows were floating and sinking directly under their yacht. Gun Yinji's heart sank. These were frogmen. She took out her phone and sent Hijichu a text message. She placed her phone on the deck and slipped to the stern of the boat. After confirming that there were no frogmen there, she pulled the rope at the stern of the boat and quietly went into the water. No one on the boat was as good a swimmer as she was, and she also wanted to do something for Hijichu. In the small room on the yacht, Hijichu and the others were halfway through their secret conversation when they received Gun Yinji's text message. Hijichu looked up abruptly. There are frogmen near the yacht. At that moment, they felt the small yacht shake again. This time, it was much more obvious than before. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1532. The Oscars owe her a little golden statuette. Asking for monthly votes at 3 p.m. Rewards and updates will start at 1 p.m. Monthly votes will start at 8 p.m. with 1,000 updates. I believe in everyone's fighting power. P.S. Thank you, Imam1313, for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 1544. The water in Victoria Harbor in November was already very cold. Gun Yinji couldn't help shivering when she went into the water. But after swimming away, she quickly warmed up. She was carrying a rope that had been untied from the boat, and the other end of the rope was tied to the side of the boat. The rope wasn't too thick, but it was especially long. She didn't know what it was used for. In the dark seawater, through the infrared night vision goggles, she clearly saw the red figures. There should be about 8 people. They were especially tall, with broad shoulders, long legs, and a stocky waist. Judging from their physiques, they didn't look like ordinary Asians. There were 2 people in each direction, and they were swimming at the bottom of the yacht. They seemed to be doing something to the bottom of the yacht. Gun Yinji took a deep breath and dived deep into the sea. Then, she hooked the rope and swam around the people as fast as a fish. She loosely wrapped the rope around their legs and tied a slip knot. This kind of knot couldn't be felt when the rope wasn't tightened. Only when she tightened it would the other party realize that they were tied up. The knot Hua Xiaoheng had taught her was originally used on land to make rope traps. Using it at the bottom of the sea was her improvisation, and Hua Xiaoheng had never taught her. Tonight was also a beautiful night. Dark clouds suddenly covered the moon. The sea was so dark, and the bottom of the sea was so dark that she couldn't even see her own fingers. She was wearing infrared night vision glasses to be able to accurately put on those people's legs. Those frogmen should also be wearing infrared night vision glasses, but they were all focused on the bottom of the yacht above them. No one looked at what was happening under their feet. Gun Yinji silently swam another lap and coiled the rope again. The 8 people were focused on cutting the boat. They inserted the sharp screwdrivers into the bottom of the boat in a circle and then used sniper rifles that were specially used in the water to penetrate the place surrounded by the screwdrivers. This way, the boat would sink the fastest and the people on the boat would be killed without anyone noticing. They had done this many times on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean and had never failed. Gun Yinji's water was especially good. Back then, she had been able to enter and exit the blue-violet electric arcs in the Caribbean Sea's blue hole, so Victoria Harbor here was no problem. Moreover, her lung capacity was very good, and she could hold her breath much longer than the average person. None of the frogmen with scuba gear could swim as freely as she did. Gun Yinji swam 5 laps around the frogmen in one go. After making sure she had tied their legs with a slip knot, she floated up to the surface. Meanwhile, on the ship, Hijichu was going crazy. He couldn't find Gun Yinji anywhere. All he saw was her phone on the deck. Without another word, he jumped off the boat to look for her. Gun Yinji emerged from the bottom of the sea and pushed the infrared night vision goggles up on top of her head. She smiled and waved at the people on the deck, then jerked the rope in her hand up. The slip knot they had just tied became tighter and tighter, binding their legs. The 8 frogmen at the bottom of the sea who were focused on drilling the ship suddenly lost their balance. Just as they were about to kick out, they realized that their legs had stepped into a noose. After the initial shock, they immediately calmed down at the bottom of the sea, pulled out the sharp daggers on their bodies, and bent down to cut the rope. Unfortunately, the rope that Gun Yinji used to tie them up wasn't an ordinary rope. It was a cowhide rope that had been soaked in tung oil. It was very strong and difficult to cut. However, the daggers in their hands weren't ordinary either. Hijichu saw Gun Yinji emerge from the bottom of the sea and swam over. Nonsense! Who told you to jump down? Hijichu hugged her from behind and repeatedly stepped on the water to send her to the deck. At that moment, the ace of the Far East had already pushed open the door from cabin. Without looking at them, he jumped into the water beautifully. Gun Yinji saw his right hand flash, revealing a foot-long flat knife in his hand. Hijichu took off his suit jacket and draped it over Gun Yinji. He then pushed her to Zhao Liangzi and said loudly, "Watch her." Zhao Liangzi quickly held onto Gun Yinji. Hijichu turned around and went into the water. He didn't take the knife, but he took a pistol with a long barrel and dived into the sea. Gun Yinji couldn't break free from Zhao Liangzi's grip, so she quickly said, "Let go of me. I won't go into the water. I'll just go and take a look." "No, you ran down by yourself just now. I heard there were frogmen." Zhao Liangzi was shocked and scared. He was just a programmer. Although he was a director, he was still just a programmer. Gun Yinji pursed her lips. Deep down, she missed Brother Zhe so much that she rolled her eyes. "Can you put my glasses on for me?" Her infrared night vision glasses were on top of her head. Zhao Yangzi freed one hand to put on the infrared night vision glasses for her, and they walked to the side of the boat. Inside the yacht, Bai Shuang, Linda, and Dresden were together. The cabin door was tightly shut. When the Ace of the Far East came out, he had locked the cabin door from the outside. The people inside couldn't come out even if they wanted to. Gun Yinji turned around to look at the locked cabin door, then looked down at the bottom of the sea. She gasped. 5 people had already cut the ropes and floated up. They were fighting He Ji-Chu and the Ace of the Far East. These frogmen were also Special Forces soldiers of the U.S. Navy SEALs. Their combat power was not something ordinary field agents could compare to. They were already extremely tall, and several of them were almost 2 meters tall. With a wave of their hands, the sea almost rippled. With a kick, they could jump several meters forward. Gun Yinji was dumbfounded. She felt that she had indeed been too bold just now. If she had been discovered by those people just now, they would probably have been able to break her neck with one hand. However, He Ji-Chu and the Ace of the Far East were not inferior in the sea. They were even more Special Forces than the Special Forces. They were like 2 dragons in the water. The blade was like snow, and it danced on the dark sea, as bright as lightning. With a horizontal swipe of the blade, a red arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. The infrared night vision glasses Gun Yinji was wearing were especially sensitive to the temperature of hot blood, so the red was especially dazzling. She couldn't take it anymore and quickly said to Zhao Liangzi, "Quickly take off my glasses. My eyes are going blind." Zhao Liangzi, he accepted his fate and took it off for her. He almost bowed. "Lawyer Gu, my little lady, please calm down. Don't cause any more trouble for me, okay?" The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. She ignored him and focused on the fight in the sea. The gun in He Ji-Chu's hand was a gun that was especially suitable for use in the water, so the barrel was much longer than a normal pistol. The bullets were also slender, cone-shaped bullets. After they were fired, they were very fast in the water. He lurked in the water and fired several shots, killing 2 frogmen who were trying to swim away. The Ace of the Far East was much more brutal than him. He held the long knife and moved freely in the sea as if he was walking on flat ground. He cut the frogmen alive, and in the blink of an eye, he had killed 5 frogmen. The rain finally stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the bright moonlight shone on the sea again. Blood, minced meat, and human limbs floated on the sea. The only frogman who had escaped was scared out of his wits. He didn't even have the courage to turn around. He Ji-Chu surfaced and pursed his lips speechlessly when he saw the hellish scene on the sea. He gestured to the Ace of the Far East and quickly swam towards the small yacht. Gun Yinji leaned down and pulled He Ji-Chu onto the boat. The 2 of them had just stood on the deck when Gun Yinji caught a glimpse of black fins rushing towards them from the corner of her eye. "Sharks!" Gun Yinji grabbed He Ji-Chu nervously. "Call the driver up." He Ji-Chu, he called out to the sea in Russian, "Peter, there are sharks." The Ace of the Far East seemed to be waiting for these sharks. When they swam closer, he calmly boarded the boat, swaggered past them, and entered the cabin. His casual suit was already wet and stuck to his body, highlighting his tall body as attractive as an ancient Greek statue. Gun Yinji frowned and leaned against He Ji-Chu. This person reeked of blood. He Ji-Chu protected Gun Yinji with one hand and turned to see that the sharks had already begun to feast. Now he didn't have to think about how to dispose of the body. He Ji-Chu smiled bitterly. After all, he was the Ace of the Far East of the KGB. It was just that he didn't make a move. Once he made a move, not even dregs would be left. He led Gun Yinji into the cabin and said, "Go to the room over there to change first. There are spare t-shirts and hot pants there." The small yacht wasn't big. Other than the cockpit and the small hall where everyone was staying, there were 2 other small rooms. One was where He Ji-Chu and the others had just discussed the operation plan, and the other was the room He Ji-Chu had pointed out to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji was wearing a Chanel silk shirt that night. It was completely drenched after going into the water. Fortunately, He Ji-Chu had given her a coat when she came up, so it wasn't rude. Gun Yinji quickly grabbed the suit jacket Hijichu had given her and pushed open the door to the small room to enter. She closed the door and looked up to see a naked man with his back facing her, wringing the water from his clothes. He had a perfect back and a standard inverted triangle figure. He was wearing a pair of soaked suit pants that fit him very well. They were wet and wrapped around his perky butt. His long legs were straight and tight. "Sorry to disturb you." Gun Yinji instinctively opened the door and was about to leave, and the person heard the voice and turned around. It was the ace of the Far East, Driver Peter Hua Shaoan. Gun Yinji thought about how she had seen this person in the sea just now, who was as cruel and ruthless as a god of death, and felt a little scared. The ace of the Far East glanced at her and didn't say anything. He put on a blue t-shirt and walked over to her. Gun Yinji complained about this person's long identity code in her heart as she smiled and said, "Are you done changing? I'm also here to change." What she meant was that she could only change after he was done changing. This is the second reward for today. Chapter 1533, Not Even Dregs Left. Today's third update is asking for monthly votes. P.S. The first update of 100,000 Chidian coins for the leader of Momo Moshi in February has arrived. Monthly votes will be 1,000 updates at 8 p.m. I believe in everyone's combat power. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 1545. The ace of the Far East stood in front of her with one hand on the door handle. He looked down at her and asked emotionlessly in a clear voice, "Who taught you to tie knots?" Gun Yinji blinked and suddenly smiled. "You taught me." Ace of the Far East. He closed his eyes. His patient expression made Gun Yinji feel like he really thought she was mentally ill. Gun Yinji rubbed her nose and smiled sheepishly. "I was just joking. Don't be so cold. A friend taught me that." "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" The ace of the Far East opened his eyes and asked expressionlessly, "Why did you jump into the sea?" Gun Yinji, she wanted to help Hijichu. What did that have to do with him? Gun Yinji snorted and gripped Hijichu's suit jacket even tighter. Without looking at the ace of the Far East, she turned her head and said, "What does it have to do with you?" Sigh. I finally returned this sentence and gave myself a thumbs up. The excitement in her heart couldn't help but show on her face. Her plump and curvy lips curled up into a joyous smile. Her entire body seemed to be glowing, bright and beautiful. The ace of the Far East narrowed his eyes and reprimanded her even more coldly and mercilessly. "You don't have the ability, yet you're still trying to show off. When you get into trouble, you want someone else to clean up the mess for you. With your weakness, Hijichu doesn't need an enemy at all." With that, he opened the cabin door and left. Gun Yinji was so angry that she almost jumped up and hit him. She glared at his back, and her eyes were about to shoot daggers. She wanted nothing more than to stab him in the chest. "What's wrong?" Hijichu walked over with a towel, drying his hair. "Did you change your clothes?" Gun Yinji snorted. "I'll change it right away." She closed the cabin door and found a black men's t-shirt in the closet inside. It looked like the kind of pajamas she used in the other world. She immediately put it on without hesitation. The jeans on his legs were soaked, heavy, and extremely tight. After changing, she found a pair of hot pants to change into. It was already the smallest size, but the waist was still a little loose. Although it wouldn't fall off, it wasn't comfortable to wear. Moreover, the black men's t-shirt reached her thighs and covered her hot pants, making it seem as if she wasn't wearing any pants. It was too embarrassing. After looking at it for a long time, she still changed into the soaked jeans. Hijichu was a bit surprised when he pushed the door open. "Why are you wearing this?" "This is a men's t-shirt." He didn't even change his pants. "Yes, I like it. The pants will dry quickly, so it's inconvenient to change." Gun Yinji smiled. "Go change. You're wet too." Hijichu pushed the door open and went in. Gun Yinji looked up to see Linda sitting on the sofa and looking at her in a friendly manner. Gun Yinji, he couldn't help but look at himself up and down, worried that he had made a fool of himself. After all, Linda had been slightly hostile towards her from the beginning. Seeing her like this, Linda chuckled, stood up, and walked over to her. She reached out her hand and said in Chinese, "Miss Gu, I'm really impressed today. You are very brave and very powerful." I asked young Master He, "You've never received any training in this area, yet you still have such courage and ability. I admire you very much." Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows in surprise. She couldn't help looking up at the ace of the Far East, Driver Peter Xiaoheng. He stood behind Linda with his hands behind his back, looking like a qualified driver and bodyguard. Gu Nianji looked away resentfully and shook Linda's hand. She smiled and said, "Miss Linda, you flatter me. I happened to see it, so I couldn't just stand by and do nothing." "Thank you." Linda thanked her with all her heart. In all these years, this was the first time she had been helped by an ordinary person who wasn't a secret agent. In the past, she had always been the one to save others. At this moment, Gu Nianji felt the similarities between this Linda and Xiao Yi. Although the two of them were counterparts, because of their different experiences, their personalities and ways of doing things looked very different on the surface. But when it came down to it, they showed astonishing similarities in their personalities. It was as if no matter how different their clothes were, they were all the same on the inside. Gu Nianji also admired capable people. The discord she had with Linda, because of the ace of the Far East when they first met, quickly disappeared. Based on the principle of more friends, more options, she said warmly, "You're welcome. Let's add each other on WeChat. By the way, do you know a person named Vladimir? He has a driver named Ivan." Linda raised an eyebrow. "Okay, this girl knew the second-in-command of the KGB and his driver?" "I think so. I'll help you check when we get back," Linda said with a smile. She took out her phone and added Gu Nianji as a friend. Dresden watched from his side for a long time and also had a good impression of Gu Nianji. He smiled and thanked her in English. He also took out his phone to add Gu Nianji as a friend. Of course, Gu Nianji couldn't have asked for more. She also added Dresden as a friend. After replying in English, "You're welcome," she muttered in Russian. "How did he know?" "Actually, I didn't do anything." Linda also smiled in Russian and said, "It was what your boyfriend said. He said that it was a good thing you discovered it in advance and disrupted their plans underwater. You have to know that those people weren't ordinary people. They were the special forces of the U.S. Navy SEALs." "Boyfriend?" Gu Nianji frowned. "I don't have a boyfriend." She added, "I'm really ignorant and fearless." "If I had known they were the special forces of the SEALs, I definitely wouldn't have gone down." "Isn't young Master He your boyfriend?" Linda returned to the sofa and giggled. "His eyes are almost glued to you." Gu Nianji, although she knew that the ace of the Far East, Driver Peter Xiaoheng, wasn't the person she loved, she was still very embarrassed to talk about such a thing in front of someone who looked the same. Gu Nianji pondered for a moment and walked over to Driver Peter with her phone. She smiled and asked in Russian again, "Mr. Peter, do you mind adding me as a friend?" "I don't have WeChat," the ace of the Far East said coldly, looking very arrogant. Gu Nianji wasn't someone who would give up so easily. She turned to look at Linda and winked at her. She said in English, "Miss Linda, can you ask your driver to add me as a friend? That way, if I need to use the car, I can ask him for help. I'll pay for it, and he can earn some extra money." She deliberately spoke in English so that Dresden could understand. The ace of the Far East had to maintain his image as a driver and bodyguard in front of Dresden, because in Dresden's eyes, Linda was his employer, and he had to listen to Linda's words. If he didn't listen, he would be exposed. Linda hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be so cunning. Besides, she also wanted to see the cold-hearted ace of the Far East, the killing machine, being forced to stomp his feet by a delicate and intelligent little girl. Deep down in her heart, she had the thought that if you can't get it, it's good to see others get it. In her opinion, Miss Gu's affection for the ace of the Far East was too obvious. Linda's own feelings had been suppressed so much that she wanted to see other people's lovers get married. At this moment, she had transferred all her hopes to Gu Nianji, hoping that she could help her fulfill her unattainable dream. Also, Gu Nianji was He Jichu's woman, and she was also interested in the ace of the Far East, Xiaoheng. "Sai," She really didn't mind blowing things up. Just to watch this fierce battle, she wanted the whole world to be in chaos. So she tried her best to sow discord and stir things up. So she smiled and nodded at driver Peter. Peter, give your phone number to Miss Gu. Miss Gu, Peter really doesn't have WeChat. She said it casually, as if it was just a trivial matter. Driver Peter actually hesitated for a long time before slowly taking out his phone. Gu Nianji smiled happily and reached out her hand generously. She said in English, Mr. Peter, don't mind me. I won't trouble you often. The ace of the Far East, driver Peter, Hua Xiaoheng, finally swiped open his phone. He pursed his lips and reluctantly showed her his phone number. Gu Nianji struck while the iron was hot and asked, Then do you have a QQ account? The veins on the ace of the Far East's forehead throbbed, and he said coldly in Russian, Do you think I'm the kind of person who chats on WeChat and QQ all day? Gu Nianji, this is today's third monthly vote for 1,000 plus updates. Chapter 1534, Watching the Fun. Today's third update is asking for monthly votes. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. I believe in everyone's combat power. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1546. Gu Nianji couldn't help but glare at him. She thought to herself, What are you being so cocky for? I'll kill you sooner or later. The ace of the Far East frowned even more. Seeing that the situation was not good, Linda hurriedly said, Miss Gu, Peter didn't use QQ either. He only used the phone and text messages to communicate. Therefore, it was enough to have her phone number. If she pressed too hard, Linda could not guarantee what her immediate superior would do. Although Miss Gu was annoying, she didn't want her to die in the hands of her boss. He Ji-Chu pulled Gu Nianji out and looked at her with a frown. You really like him? Just because he looks exactly like that person? Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. Of course not. Am I that kind of person? He Ji-Chu stared at her, and his voice grew colder. Aren't you? It was obvious that he didn't believe her. Gu Nianji felt very wronged. She leaned her back against the railing of the boat and turned to look in the direction of the coastline. She stammered, Young master he, in this world, the only person I know and trust the most is you. If even you don't believe me, I don't think there's any meaning in living anymore. He Ji-Chu's heart tightened. He reached out to hug her and pressed his chin against the top of her head. He murmured, It's not that I don't trust you. I just don't have confidence in myself. Gu Nianji's heart ached when she heard this. Her throat was dry, and she could barely speak. He Ji-Chu was a proud person. No matter which world he was in, he was always the pride of the heavens. But for such a proud person to say that he had no confidence in himself in front of her, Gu Nianji thought about it for a while, then reached out to wrap her arms around his waist and pat his back. She wanted to comfort him, but she felt that anything she said would be hypocritical. It was better not to say anything and just quietly accompany him. He Ji-Chu closed his eyes and thought to himself that he had never realized that he could be so low in this relationship. He used to be extremely dissatisfied with her and hated her for forgetting the past. He didn't treat her well at all, and his temper was even worse. But no matter how he treated her, she didn't care. He had already lost his temper after being tortured by her. Embracing the person he loved the most and feeling her graceful curves, He Ji-Chu's heart gradually burned with passion. His lips lingered on the top of her head and gradually moved downwards. Cupping the back of her neck, he kissed her forehead with trembling lips. Gu Nianji froze and tried to push He Ji-Chu away. At this moment, the cabin door creaked, and the ace of the Far East pushed the door open. He raised his head and looked over with a gaze as sharp as lightning. Gu Nianji had an idea and immediately said in Russian, Mr. Peter, are you here to see young Master He? He Ji-Chu's back was facing the cabin. When he heard the voice, he knew someone had come. He sighed and let go. He looked down at Gu Nianji and only looked in the direction of the ace of the Far East. He rubbed her head in frustration. Go in. His voice turned cold and solemn. Gun Yinji quickly walked away from him and headed towards the cabin. When she walked past the ace of the Far East, she heard him whisper a word in Chinese. Fickle. She suddenly stopped in her tracks and bared her teeth at the ace of the Far East, who was looking straight ahead. What do you mean? What did I do to piss you off that you have to scold me like this? Nianji, go in. He Jichu's voice was even colder. It was obvious that he didn't want Gun Nianji to have any more contact with the ace of the Far East. Gun Nianji felt very aggrieved when she saw that this person had ignored her after saying one sentence to her. She stomped her feet and went back to the cabin. Hijichu carefully sized up the KGB's ace of the Far East. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, Mr. Peter, do you have a wife? The ace of the Far East took out a cigar and poked it into his palm. He said calmly, No. What about a girlfriend? I have a bed partner, if that's what you mean. The ace of the Far East looked at Hijichu expressionlessly. What's wrong? Your woman is courting me. Are you jealous? Hijichu's lips twitched. She has a childish temper. Don't take it seriously. I didn't take it seriously, but if she wants to climb into my bed, I won't refuse. The ace of the Far East looked at Hijichu provocatively. After all, she's very young and has a good figure. Moreover, young master his woman must taste very good. Boom! Hijichu couldn't take it anymore and threw a punch at him. The ace of the Far East used only one hand to hold his arm and said coldly, Young master he, if you're like this, I'm very disappointed in your Huaxiao Empire. I'm here to carry out a mission, not to compete with you for a woman. Haha, you still remember your mission? Why do I feel like you're after my woman? Hijichu pushed the ace of the Far East away and straightened his collar. He got back to business. The CIA has already sent out their most elite troops. Where are the people you brought? Don't tell me that only 2 of you came. You don't have to worry about our people. The ace of the Far East turned to look at the navy blue sea that was covered with silver light. As long as you help send him to M City, our people will take over the rest. M City and H City were the same. They were 2 relatively special areas in Huaxiao Empire. Now that the international community knew that Dresden was in H City and all the forces were gathered in H City, it was obvious that the KGB wanted to take advantage of this time difference to secretly bring him to M City and leave the country from there. Hijichu nodded and frowned at the ace of the Far East. He said, Do you really believe that this Dresden brought important information? The ace of the Far East's eyebrows twitched slightly. What do you mean, young master? Hijichu didn't answer directly and said implicitly, The seals tonight weren't very strong. Inside the cabin, Gun Yinji was a little restless after she entered in a panic. She held a glass of water and wanted to find something to distract herself. After tonight, Bai Shuang and Zhao Liang's relationship had taken a step closer. She didn't disturb them. She lowered her head and took out her phone to surf the internet for fun. She opened a social media site she often went to and suddenly saw that Dresden had posted new news on that Twitter account. Looking at the time, it was when they were fighting the seals at the bottom of the sea. This time, it was some news about the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire. Of course, it was said that the source of his information was the CIA, so the people who read the gossip believed it and quickly spread it on the internet. Gun Yinji was slightly taken aback. She subconsciously glanced at Dresden and didn't see Linda. Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow and raised her glass to Dresden. She smiled and said in English, "Where's Miss Linda?" She went to the bathroom to freshen up her makeup. Dresden smiled at Gun Yinji and praised her again. "Miss Gu, are you really a lawyer? You're quite skilled." "Of course I'm a lawyer." Gun Yinji was unquestionable. "Mr. Dresden, did you just post something on Twitter?" Dresden was stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed, and he quickly nodded. "I was angry, so I posted something." "Gun Yinji, what were you angry about just now?" She was confused. "Those people wanted to kill you?" Yes. "Aren't you angry? What did I do wrong that they're after me like this?" Dresden waved his arms in righteous indignation. "I just can't stand their eavesdropping. I think everyone should enjoy the freedom of the internet." Gun Yinji. She stared intently at Dresden and enunciated each word clearly. "You're angry that the CIA is after you, So you went to Twitter to leak information about the Huaxia Empire? I don't understand this logic. Dresden didn't seem to expect this busy 20-year-old lawyer to have some skills. He was stunned for a moment before he said uneasily, I don't understand what you're talking about. Anyway, that information is important to the CIA. If I expose it, it'll be a huge blow to them. Gunyinji narrowed her eyes and once again sized up this so-called traitor to the CIA that both the Huaxia Empire and the Soviet Union were doing their best to protect. She didn't continue asking questions. She lowered her head and opened the little app that Gu Xiangwen had given her. She silently hacked into the Twitter account. Zhao Yangzi had helped Dresden set up that account. It was so that even Twitter officials couldn't find the IP address of the account. But at the same time, no one could find the IP address of the account. Gunyinji had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The app that Gu Xiangwen had given her was better than the program that Zhao Yangzi had written. Gunyinji used this app to hack into Dresden's account and could see the IP address of every post in his account. She quickly found the IP address of the latest tweet. It was actually from the United States. Dresden had clearly said that he was the one who had tweeted here, so the IP address should be H City. However, after she used a special app to check the IP address of the post, she realized that Dresden was lying. He was in H City, but he still had accomplices in the United States to help him tweet. Gunyinji quickly logged out of Dresden's Twitter account and erased all traces of her login. Gunyinji glanced at Dresden and asked, Do you have any helpers in the United States? I have a colleague. The way Dresden looked at Gunyinji changed. He said carefully, What's wrong? I have some information with her. If anything happens to me, she'll announce it. Dresden spoke in English, so Gunyinji could tell that Dresden had used her when he said colleague. In other words, that person was a woman. She didn't continue to ask him because even if she pointed out that he was lying, Dresden would use the excuse of a colleague and say that it was because he didn't trust Gunyinji, so he didn't tell her the truth. If she exposed him now, she wouldn't get anything out of it. Gunyinji stood up silently and nodded at him. We'll be reaching the shore soon. Let's get ready. Dresden let out a long sigh. Gunyinji turned around and walked out of the cabin. She didn't see Dresden's expression turn cold. His gaze was dark as he stared at her back. When she arrived outside the cabin, Gunyinji closed the cabin door tightly. He Ji-Chu and the ace of the Far East were still talking at the bow of the ship. Their voices were very soft, and not a single sound could be heard on the empty sea. Gunyinji quickly thought through everything that had happened since Dresden had appeared in her mind, and the doubts in her heart deepened. She coughed softly. The two people standing at the bow of the ship turned to look at her. He Ji-Chu immediately said, What's wrong? Did you catch a cold? We'll be reaching the shore soon. Gunyinji walked over and didn't hide anything from the two of them. She whispered, There's something wrong with Dresden. He Ji-Chu and the ace of the Far East looked at each other and quickly looked away. I think it might be a trap set up by the CIA. Gunyinji decided to tell them the truth. A trap to lure both of you into a trap. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1535, I just don't have confidence in myself. At 8 p.m., the monthly ticket was 1,500 yuan, plus an advance update. P.S. Thank you to Handsome Magic and Beth1211 for the 10,000 beginner coins each yesterday. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1547. Why do you say that? He Ji-Chu looked at Gunyinji approvingly. He had been discussing this topic with Peter just now, but neither of them had any evidence. They just had a hunch that something was wrong. Gunyinji glanced at the two of them and smiled. Then I'll throw in a brick to attract Jade. He Ji-Chu's eyes burned even more intensely, but the ace of the Far East remained indifferent. There was even a mocking smile on his lips. Gunyinji didn't really want to tell this driver Peter, but now they were in the same boat, and it was very likely that they were facing a common enemy. She suppressed the discomfort in her heart and said softly, First of all, I find it unbelievable that he was able to escape with so much classified information from the CIA. Do you know how he was able to carry the classified information out? Based on the security procedures of American airports, the possibility of such an oversight was almost zero. Hijichu's eyes darkened as he said, "For laptops and 2 portable hard drives." Hijichu and the others were in charge of picking up Dresden. They had checked all the luggage he was carrying, so they knew his belongings. Gun Yinji nodded. I heard Bai Shuang mention it before. I thought it was strange at the time, but I didn't think too much about it. Second, I came up with an idea to let him post the news online to attract the attention of the world. I also helped him find someone to write a small program that wouldn't be able to be checked IP. Now it seems that I was used by him. Gun Yinji lowered her head in shame. The result of doing this was that everyone immediately believed the authenticity of his information and neglected to check and investigate the source of his information. Hijichu patted her on the shoulder. It's not your fault. None of us noticed. He said, at that time, our North American Intelligence Department received a top-secret message saying that a senior CIA employee had defected from the United States with top-secret information. He came to the Huaxiao Empire as soon as possible and took the initiative to contact us. Gun Yinji felt a little better. She perked up and said, when he came to H-City, he quickly became the target of international attention. The CIA's office in H-City even sent some henchmen to kill him. But don't you think that the appearance of those lackeys was too sudden? That clumsy assassination method was completely handing over their heads to the Huaxia Empire's intelligence agency. Furthermore, these henchmen were also Chinese. According to the saying of the war, they were all puppet soldiers and not the enemy's regular army. Hijichu crossed his arms, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes focused and mesmerizing under the moonlight. He looked at Gun Yinji and nodded. I was just saying that the seals tonight seemed a little too weak. Gun Yinji gently clasped her hands together. I also think there's a problem. Also, just now, I found out that he posted something about China on Twitter. I asked him if it was him who posted it. He said yes, but I checked the IP address of the post. It was clearly posted in the United States, not here. He's lying. He's hiding a lot. Gun Yinji spread her hands. What reason would you think a defector would lie? Hijichu composed himself. It's either a double agent or a scam. Dresden is not a simple man. He appeared to be cowardly, lustful, and afraid of death. Could such a person be the kind of freedom defender that he claimed to be, who would rather die than be free? Does he have the ability to access so many coarse secrets? Gun Yinji thought of Dresden's performance tonight and scoffed. He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This pig is indeed impressive. As soon as he made a move, he alarmed the most secretive intelligence agencies of 2 large countries. Gun Yinji clicked her tongue. However, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger in front of the pink piggy was a suicidal move. The 3 of them stood on the deck, surrounded by the vast sea. The smell of blood in the sea had just dissipated, and the sharks that had eaten their fill dispersed in 2s and 3s. Gun Yinji wanted to say more, but the ace of the Far East suddenly stopped her and said in Russian, Enough. No matter what his motive is, I'm taking him back to the Soviet Union. Hijichu protected Gun Yinji and frowned at the ace of the Far East. Dresden definitely can't stay here with us. Take him away as soon as possible. As he spoke, the Bluetooth headset he was wearing suddenly rang. It was a call from his father, He Changjian. Hijichu quickly walked to the other side of the ship to answer the phone. There was only Gun Yinji and the ace of the Far East on this side. The ace of the Far East didn't seem to have any intention of talking to her and was about to walk into the cabin. Gun Yinji had been brooding about being scolded by him just now. She felt extremely aggrieved and called out to him. She clenched her fists and asked angrily, What did you mean just now? What right do you have to call me a fickle woman? The ace of the Far East turned to look at her and said coldly, You're young master, he's woman, but you've been seducing me. Isn't that fickle woman? Gun Yinji glared at him. I'm not young master, he's woman, and I didn't seduce you. Don't be so shameless. You think that just because someone looks at you, they're interested in you. Isn't that so? The ace of the Far East raised an eyebrow. Not only did you look at me a lot, but you also kept asking me for my phone number. As he spoke, he made a gesture. Twice, You asked me for my phone number twice. This was all the truth. However, Gunyinji had to be reasonable, not to mention that she had a reason for it. Raising her chin slightly, Gunyinji put on an arrogant posture. You're really unreasonable. I mistook you for someone else at first, so I looked at you a few more times. As for asking for my phone number, how do you know I didn't have another purpose? The ace of the Far East seemed to be extremely narcissistic. He pointed at his face and said, "There's someone who looks like me? Impossible." He seemed to be certain that Gunyinji was deliberately trying to get close to him. Gunyinji sneered. Of course there is. He's 1,000 times more handsome and 10,000 times more powerful than you. If I don't look at you a few more times, how can I see your true face clearly? The ace of the Far East seemed to have lost his patience. He turned around and left without saying a word. On the other side of the boat, He Chungjian was on the phone with He Jichu. He was extremely furious. "Achu, what's going on with Dresden? Didn't he come to seek our protection and help? Did you see what he just posted on the internet? It's all about our country." He Jichu recalled what Gunyinji had just said. His expression was solemn as he said, "He's revealed his identity." He Chungjian gasped. "You're saying that there's a problem with his defection?" "Yes, this is a hot potato. If the Soviet Union didn't interfere, I would have arrested him directly and exchanged hostages with the CIA," He Jichu said coldly. He Jichu had made a mistake in being fooled by a person who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. But on this special front, this kind of situation happened all the time. "Okay, hand him over to the Soviets quickly. We won't interfere in anything about him anymore." He Chungjian looked at his watch. "Let's move quickly." He Jichu hung up the phone and saw that Gunyinji was the only one at the bow of the boat. The ace of the Far East had already gone in. He walked over and held Gunyinji's hand. "Let's go. We're almost at the shore." Gunyinji was a little dispirited and followed him in silently. Not long after, their boat arrived at the dock of Victoria Harbor. After speaking to Gunyinji, Dresden had been playing games on his phone. He didn't even pay attention to the flirtatious Linda beside him. He seemed absent-minded. Linda didn't care about his attitude and continued to act affectionate. She kept hugging his arm and watching him play games on his phone. After getting off the small yacht, he abandoned Linda and deliberately walked to the front with Gunyinji. He seemed very interested in her and said, "Lawyer Gu, if I wanted to hire you as my translator, would you be willing?" He also said, "I'll pay you a very high salary." Gunyinji smiled and shook her head. "I don't steal a friend's job." "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Dresden." "How was this stealing a friend's job?" Dresden smiled politely. "It's just that with my current situation, I'm afraid, miss, Bai can't continue to follow me. Bai Shuang can't, and I can't either." Gunyinji waved her hand as she spoke. At that moment, gunshots suddenly rang out from behind a container near the dock. Gunyinji was shocked. Just as she was about to lie down on the ground, Dresden, who was walking beside her, suddenly pulled her hands behind her back and used her as a shield in front of him. He shouted, "Help! Help!" Gunyinji was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. He was using her as a shield while shouting loudly. He was using her as a target and trying to kill her. But Dresden didn't succeed. He Jichu and the ace of the Far East pounced from the left and right at almost the same time. 2 gunshots rang out, and the lights on the dock went out. Zhao Yangzi and Bai Shuang quickly laid down under Linda's protection. He Jichu leaped up from the left and raised his hand to fire several shots in the direction of the container. When he landed, he had already kicked Dresden in the face and knocked him to the ground. At the same time, he pulled Gunyinji over and protected her behind his back. The ace of the Far East target was Dresden. He pounced from the right, raised his gun, and fired in the direction of the container. A bullet quickly and accurately hit the sniper's scope behind the container. It directly hit the sniper's eye, then penetrated his brain. His brain burst open and sprayed white juice all over the face of the observer next to him. The observer was also fierce. He took the sniper's sniper rifle and aimed again. The KGB's ace of the Far East landed on the ground at that moment and half knelt beside Dresden. He pulled him up in front of him with one hand and used his shoulder as support with the other. He aimed at the observer in front of him and fired another shot. The observer seemed to hesitate for a moment when he saw this. During this moment of hesitation, the ace of the Far East bullet directly hit the observer, and a round bullet hole appeared on his forehead. He Jichu's men rushed to the container to clear it. After a while, a message came in. Clear. This meant that there was no danger there. Dresden was pulled to his feet by the ace of the Far East. He stammered in English, "Thank you. Thank you so much. You saved my life again." Gun Yinji smiled fakely and said, "You're too kind. You saved our lives. Mr. Peter used you as a shield just now. Didn't you see that the sniper over there didn't even dare to shoot?" This is today's second monthly vote of 1,500 plus advance. Chapter 1536, Who Saved Whose Life? I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.